We are live at CollectCo, at least I think we are. When you're on and watching, be sure to let us know. I'm holding in my hand AC/DC for those about the rock. Usually Craig, Mike Massey, or somebody else in that realm will be the first comment. When I see that first comment, I'll know we're live. My connection bar down here has had kind of a weak signal. And of course, we're starting about 45 minutes later than we normally do. 50 minutes later than we normally do. But Sam Squatch is on. Thanks everybody for tuning in. Let's go ahead and get rolling here. There's the link. Let's copy that. Let's get everything shared. Let's go to the group. Let's get it shared here. Whole lot of records. Let's get it shared here. And let me go ahead and copy link. Copy link. Now, what did I make a post? I did make a post, didn't I? Yep, I did make a post. Here's the post. Where's the post? There's the post. Let me comment there. There's the link. All right. Let me comment the link there. Also, we're going to do a link here, link there, link everywhere, live now. There's a link. Here's a link. There's a link. Let's go over here and do another link. CollectCo, there's a link. Glad you're live. Me too. For those that watch on YouTube, y'all, for those that don't have Facebook, y'all probably don't get our post. I know some of y'all don't have Facebook or Instagram, so y'all probably don't get our post saying we're going to be late. You know, I make posts sometimes saying, well, we're late. Me and Tanner was here up until right when the sidewalk sale started this morning. So basically when the doors opened this morning, me and Tanner was still here. Tanner's still not here yet. I don't know if he's really been to bed because he had to wait for a plumber or something to show up at his house, and I don't know if he ever got to sleep, so he may be crashed right now. We hadn't heard from him in about a half hour. We got Jake and April here, so we'll go ahead and get started. I'm going to go ahead and tag at everyone in the group. I usually don't do that, but tonight I may, or something of that nature. So there's also this new feature where you can highlight a comment, which I've yet to figure out what that exactly means or does, but yeah, let me close out all my other chats, all my other tabs, that is, all my Wikipedia pages of random stuff I read about. All right, so let me clear this out one more time. Now let's get it going. Chat. Okay, so we are live on Facebook and YouTube. Sorry for the delay. We were just getting set up. Got a lot of different stuff doing this morning. We were doing this morning, getting ready for the sidewalk sale, and also after last night, it was crazy after last night. Plus, Tanner spent some time trying to get shipping called up. I think he packed up some packages early this morning. Almost said packages. Packages. Okay. You never know what I'm going to say. That's why the people tune in. They're going to be very curious at what I'm saying. Very curious. All right, let's go ahead and go through a crate of new vinyl. I've got my laptop over here because I have some waiting lists to pull live. And Jake, I may just need an empty crate to set some of these in, but I see one right there. I'll grab it. So let's go ahead and go through some new vinyl. I'll get some auctions again. Welcome, everybody. I got new vinyl. I've got all kinds of stuff. So here we go. I don't see YouTube. We're on YouTube. We should. Maybe just no one's commented. There are only maybe a few people on there. Sometimes YouTube has well over 100. Sometimes there's like 9 on there. You just never know. One night there was almost 200 just on YouTube, which is like mind-blowing. And there was like 100 on Facebook, which didn't make any sense. I think that was a glitch or something. So let's go ahead and get rolling. First, let's go ahead and knock out these gigantic box sets. YouTube's not coming up. Is YouTube working for everybody else? Michael Knapp's on there. Anybody else on YouTube? Michelle said, great $1 sale. I bought 113 albums. We sold over 1,000 $1 albums today in the store. I looked at the numbers earlier when I woke up, like an hour ago. We sold over 1,000 $1 albums. So I think in the last three sidewalk sales, we're on pace to sell like 6,000 or 8,000 $1 albums, which is absolutely incredible. We've been able to sell that many $1 records. And guess what? We still got box after box after box after box we still hadn't put out. Okay, so let me get this Rolling Stones mono box set. This is actually almost an air horn. 1 penny shy. This was a waiting list for Holly Safe. I'm going to go ahead and I checked with my distributor. Look, this is a low number. Holly got lucky, 403. This is the Rolling Stones in mono. When I order these, obviously I don't know what number I'm getting. I consider 403 relatively low to 10,000. This is the Rolling Stones in mono. This is their full discography, or at least, well, let me rephrase that. It's the albums they recorded that was available in mono. Nowhere near the Stones discography. That's like 1/3 of it probably. The Rolling Stones, very prolific rock and roll group, obviously one of the greatest of all time. And we have the Rolling Stones in mono. This is $499.99. Now, I showed this the other night. We had somebody buy it, and we had 2 people on a waiting list, and this is $49.99, the Rolling Stones in mono. So I think it's Holly. Let me see who was on the waiting list. She may have got one live. Somebody got this. That's why I've got my spreadsheet over here to look these things up live. Vinyl pre-order master spreadsheet. That's what I want. Let me look up the Rolling Bones. And the Rolling Stones is actually, it is Holly safe. So this is sold to Holly, $499.99. Jake, actually, if you want to go ahead and tag it, let's just go ahead and make a tag for that right now. That's the Rolling Stones in mono. Now, if anybody else wants one, I can still get them. They're $499.99. It's the Rolling Stones on colored vinyl in mono. Now, before they repressed this on colored vinyl, it was only available on black vinyl, and it was a very expensive set because everybody thought it was out of print, kind of like the Beatles in mono. I think it was like an $800, maybe $1,000 box set. Now it's back in print on colored vinyl, $49.99. So Jake, let's go ahead and put a tag on that for Holly Safe. I'll go ahead and scratch her name off the spreadsheet here since we know that that's good. We may be doing some more stuff like that tonight where we go ahead and pull these waiting lists live. Let's go ahead and get an auction rolling. We got all kinds of different stuff to auction back here tonight. I've got the Traveling Wilburys to get us warmed up here. We have an original 1988 SRC pressing. Paul says it's beautiful. $45 start. This is Bob Dylan, Jeff Lynne, Tom Petty, Roy Orbison, and George Harrison. Wouldn't you like to hang out with all those fellas for a day? $45 start. Traveling Wilburys, 1988 SRC pressing. Beautiful condition. $45 start. That's now up for bid. The Traveling Wilburys, and that is an 88 OG. That is a $45 start. $45 start. Actually, when I was looking up Tom Petty albums, I found where an auction house had a fully signed copy of that. Could you imagine that album all fully signed by all 5 of them on the front? It sold for an astronomical price, believe me. So that's a $45 start on that. Check this out. Attention Pearl Jam fans. Pearl Jam live at Soldier Field, 1995. 4 LP colored vinyl unofficial box set, $94.99. Pearl Jam at Soldier Field, 1995. 4 LP pressed on 180 yellow colored vinyl. That's 180 gram yellow colored vinyl. Pearl Jam printed inner sleeves, 8-page booklet, informative liner notes, archival imagery, housed in a deluxe hand-numbered slimline box. That is $94.99. That's Pearl Jam live at Soldier Field. I've got one of those. I also got a restock of Tenacious D, The Pick of Destiny. Tenacious D, The Pick of Destiny. Tenacious D, The Pick of Destiny. And let me find this right over here. Tenacious. And I'm pretty sure I had a waiting list for this. Let me find Pick of Destiny. There was one person, G.C. Colleton. Jake, let's go ahead and make a sticky note for G.C. Colleton. He was on the waiting list for the Pick of Destiny, $33.99. I'll put that on top of Holly's Rolling Stones box set. This is $33.99. Tenacious D, the Pick of Destiny. Also, we have 2, 4, 5 copies of Nirvana Madrid. This is also a red vinyl unofficial, Nirvana Madrid. So G.C. Colleton got Tenacious D, the Pick of Destiny. He was on a waiting list. And there was a waiting list for this Nirvana unofficial as well. Nirvana is also a live unofficial on red vinyl, Madrid. And Jake, we need 3 sticky notes for this one. Michael McDowell, Paul Beal, and Kristen Seam. Michael McDowell, Paul Beal, and Kristen Seam. That's Nirvana live in Madrid, $44.99. That's on red vinyl. That's a 2 LP, Nirvana live in Madrid. So 1, 2, 3. There's the 3 that I named off, which was Paul Beal, Michael McDowell, and Kristen Seam. Thank you for those 3 that get on the waiting list. Also, live here, we have Jeannie Collins King wanting a copy of Tenacious D. This is sold to Jeannie Collins King. We'll go ahead and pull that for Jeannie. I've got 2 copies of Madrid left. And this is an unofficial. Wow, what an awesome cover. I've never had this one before. Soundgarden, Lollapalooza, 1992. Awesome picture there of Chris Cornell on the front. One of my favorite vocalists of all time. $28.99. $28.99 for Soundgarden, Lollapalooza, 1992. I've only got one copy, and I will take a waiting list. And I did get a restock of Rage Against the Machine, commonly abbreviated RATM. This is their self-titled album, Rage Against the Machine. $31.99, new remaster. Mike Massey wants Soundgarden. Let's go ahead and pull that for Mike Massey. Thank you, sir. If anybody wants on the waiting list, I figured for sure we'd have a waiting list for this. Actually, Jake, let's just go ahead and set that aside. After you tag it, just hand it back to me because I want to show that again later. I was about to order like 20 of those, but I was like, I better not. I'll just take a waiting list. Sometimes I get too excited ordering this new vinyl. A couple clicks and I can order like $20,000 worth in just a few minutes. It's very fun to get on there and just start buying stuff. I think y'all know all about that, right? This is the Traveling Wilburys OG pressing from 1988 with the original inner sleeve. Very, very nice copy. Looking for a $45 start. Traveling Wilburys, handle with care. Awesome lineup, of course. Final call on that for a $45 start. We have Scorpions, Virgin Killer. We had a request to order some Scorpions. This is the only things I can find in stock. I have Scorpions, Virgin Killer, $34.99. And they've reissued most of the Scorpions catalog finally. The rest of it here, starting with Virgin Killer. This is on colored vinyl, 180 gram. That's $34.99. That's the Scorpions, Virgin Killer, $34.99. And fortunately, it has the second cover. The first cover is absolutely horrid. So we have 3 bids on Traveling Wilburys. Speaking of Traveling Wilburys, I have a pretty incredible album here. Something we don't get too often. Something we don't get too often at all. And this is Tom Petty's Greatest Hits. The original. The OG Tom Petty Greatest Hits. Now, the last time I had one of these was in Kevin's Birmingham collection. Kevin's Birmingham collection, which has now almost been, what, 2 years ago? These are very difficult to find. Of course, it's a little bit different cover than the new reissue, and that's because it wasn't available on vinyl up until 2016, or they didn't press it from 1993 to 2016. So this is both disc or EX. It's a very clean copy. And this is the OG Tom Petty's Greatest Hits. It's a Netherlands copy. It's not US, it's a Netherlands copy. Extremely nice copy. Tom Petty's Greatest Hits, American Girl, Breakdown, Listen to Her Heart, I Need to Know, Refugee. I mean, one amazing song after another. What an amazing songwriter. Don't Do Me Like That, Here Comes My Girl, The Waiting Is the Hardest Part, You Got Lucky. Oh man, Don't Come Around Here No More. I Won't Back Down, Free Falling, Running Down a Dream. One after another, Learning to Fly, Into the Great Wide Open, Mary Jane's Last Dance. That's Tom Petty's Greatest Hits. That's going to be a $95 start. 2 LP. It has a hop sticker on it. Tom Petty's Greatest Hits. That is now up for bid. Traveling Wilburys is at $50 with Greg Rogers. No claims on the Scorpion. Let me go on to the next one. So we have Scorpions Virgin Killer. We have Scorpions in Trance. That's $34.99. Those are both on colored vinyl. And we got a restock of Black Sabbath, Heaven and Hell. And I'm pretty sure there was a waiting list for this. Black Sabbath, Heaven and Hell, $44.99. $44.99 for Black Sabbath, Heaven and Hell. G.C. Colleton was also on a waiting list for that, Jake. So let's go ahead and make out a sticky for G.C. Colleton. G.C., you was on a waiting list for this, $44.99. That's so do you. And also, let's go ahead and pull Zachary P., that Pearl Jam, Soldier Field. If anybody wants on a waiting list, let me know. This is Pearl Jam, Soldier Field, 1995, $94.99. That is sold to Zachary P. Tom Petty's at 95, 97, and now 100. I got one copy, and of course, this is Ronnie James Dio's first album with Black Sabbath. 2 LP remaster. The second disc has rare tracks, which is alternate version, unreleased stuff, and live tracks as well. $39.99. One copy. And this is the cheapest I've been able to get these for a while. They're technically on sale, so I've went ahead and put it as a lower price as well. When my distributors sell stuff cheaper, I go ahead and mark it cheaper as well. $33.99. I kind of have like a built-in formula for a margin on this new vinyl. And when they sell it cheaper to me, I price it cheaper to y'all. That's why Oasis is $33.99 and not $38.99 like they usually are. I've got one copy. That's Oasis, What's the Story, Morning Glory. It has Wonderwall and, of course, Champagne Supernova on it. That's $33.99. And I didn't have a waiting list on this. I saw them in stock. I went ahead and grabbed several. Stevie Ray Vaughan, live at the King's Head Inn, Norfolk, Virginia. That's from 1980, $26.99 for that live Stevie Ray Vaughan unofficial. Stevie Ray Vaughan's $26.99. Let's do a final call on Traveling Wilburys. Zachary P., Stephen Freyu, If y'all could let me know if you're out. Greg Rogers has that for $50. Final call. Tom Petty's at 95, 97, 100, 105, and then we got 2 people at 110. Greg Rogers wants Stevie Ray Vaughan. Stephen Martinelli wants Stevie Ray Vaughan. I have 3 left. Also, 2 Misfits albums. Misfits Evil Live is $33.99, and Misfits Earth AD. Those are both $33.99. Misfits and Misfits. And I did get in stock. Let me go ahead and grab Volume 2 for that. For Hector Patino, who wanted Rush, Dreaming Out Loud. Hector, it is your lucky day. I have it right here, Volume 1 and Volume 2. So I have 1 extra set. If anybody wants Rush Unofficial, this is $39.99. This is Rush, Dreaming Out Loud. So it's a total of 4 LPs, which should be an entire concert from Wisconsin in 1994. And that's Rush, $39.99. And let me go ahead and type in Rush. And that is Hector Patino, Dreaming Out Loud. So Jake, 2 sticky notes because there's 2 different volumes. These are sold to Hector Patino, Volume 1 and Volume 2. And David Howard wants a copy of Volume 2. So let me go ahead and grab that out of the other crate. Volume 2 for David Howard, which is going to be right here. So let's go ahead and pull a Volume 2. David needed a Volume 2. I've got 1 copy of Volume 1 left if anybody wants it. And I can go ahead and get you a Volume 2 and get you that complete set if you want Rush. Okay, so let's go back up to the top. There was also another claim for Stevie Ray Vaughan, Jake, and that was for Calvin Ward. So let's give Calvin Ward a Stevie Ray Vaughan. Tom Petty was at 115. Tom Petty at 125. We have Tom Petty out and Tom Petty at 126. I do not have any Dolly Parton Rockstar. No, those are all gone and out of stock. Let's go ahead and sell Greg Rogers, the Traveling Wilburys, first auction of the night. That's sold to Greg Rogers for $50. And we have Tom Petty at 126. We have James Lugwood wants the complete Rush set, which is Dreaming Out Loud. So, Jake, here's what we're going to do. We're going to give James Lugwood this one, and let's put him on a waiting list for Volume 2. Rush, Dreaming Out Loud. There's a Volume 1. We'll put him on a waiting list for Volume 2. Next is Stephen Martinelli is in on both of the Misfits. Stephen Martinelli, those are sold and sold, both Misfits. If anybody wants on a waiting list for those, let me know. And let's do a big recap. And for the person who asked about Stevie Ray Vaughan, David Grays, I've got 2 copies left. That's Stevie Ray Vaughan, live at Kings Head Inn, Norfolk, Virginia, June 22nd, 1988. And that's a live unofficial, $26.99 for Stevie Ray Vaughan. We have Tom Petty, final call, Aaron Jolly. This is an original Netherlands pressing. Like I said, not too easy to get. Aaron's at $126. EX Plus on the vinyl. We've cleaned it. New MoFi inner sleeves. It has the hype sticker. That's the OG Tom Petty's Greatest Hits 1993. High bid is at $126. So we had Nirvana Madrid. That is 1992, and that's on red vinyl. Nirvana live in Madrid. Madrid is Spain. The legendary Spanish broadcast, $44.99. 2 LP, red vinyl. Also, Rage Against the Machine is $31.99. 20th anniversary edition. Scorpions Virgin Killer is $34.99. Scorpions In Trance is $34.99. Both of the Scorpions albums are on colored vinyl. There's Black Sabbath again, Heaven or Hell. Fantastic stuff here. Children of the Sea, Heaven or Hell. Children of the Sea is an extraordinary vocals by Rodney James Dio. Oasis, What's the Story, Morning Glory. That's $33.99. And I still got both of those Stevie Ray Vaughans for $26.99. When I come back, I'm selling Tom Petty. We have not sold any Japanese yet. We actually just got started about 20 minutes ago. The show just got started about 20 minutes ago, so we haven't hardly got into anything yet. I am about to start putting up some more auctions, though. I've got auctions all night. I've got new vinyl. I've got vintage, and most of the vintage stuff tonight. We've got 3 crates of new arrivals, and I'm going to go straight into some discount stuff as well. All right. We had Brent Robley wanting a Stevie Ray Vaughan. We had an amazing night last night, an all-time record sales for Coletco. So thanks everybody again. If you missed my post, thanks for tuning in last night. Absolutely incredible night. I had to literally send Jake to go buy ear protection. I was blowing the air horn so much, it was giving me a mild headache. So we got ear protection, so we kept on ringing the air horn. This is Tom Petty. This is sold to Aaron Jolly, Jake, for $126. Bill Samus wants Black Sabbath, Oasis, and Rage. That's a 3-for comment. I like those. There's Black Sabbath, there's Oasis, and there's Rage Against the Machine. That just leaves Nirvana, Scorpions, and 1 copy of Stevie Ray Vaughan. That is all sold. OSHA, yeah, you got to thank you. That was, yeah, last night's sale was OSHA certified for sure. Okay. All right, let's go ahead and I'm going to set those LPs over here. And let's empty out that crate. I've also got, I had a lot of people, I've had, I think 5 different people contact me wanting to buy, trying to acquire a Neil Young autograph. And I've told everybody, I'm like, I'm in no hurry to sell these Neil Youngs. However, I've eventually got to sell them, but I'm still pretty firm on my prices on most of them at $950, $975, depending on which ones. If there's anybody watching tonight that has made a decision that you may be interested in Neil Young or any of the other autographs that was left over, we can bring back some big autographs tonight. I really didn't plan on selling too many of them tonight, but we can bring them back over here, especially if you think you're interested in a Neil Young. We still got like 25 signed Neil Young albums. I think we sold 4 last night. So we still got 25 of them. Of course, the 4 that sold last night, 975, 1,275, 1,125, and 1,000. So if you're interested, there's some pretty incredibles. Pretty incredible autograph still. I do not have Harry Styles. No, unfortunately not. Or Taylor Swift. A lot of people have been seeing me post autographs and they're like, do you have a Taylor Swift? Looking for a Christmas autograph. And I'm like, or a Christmas present. It's like, no, I don't have Taylor Swift. I wish. That would be keynote. That'd be up there. I can imagine a war for that. All right, from Elvis in Memphis. This is sealed. And from what we have found, me, John, and Paul have concluded that this is most likely an OG pressing. Based on the weight, based on the rate, the look, we think this is an orange label OG from Elvis in Memphis, and it's sealed. If y'all remember, we had this available one time for a couple $100. I've made a decision. We're going to sell it tonight at a low start to the new highest bidder. This is a sealed copy. This is a sealed copy of From Elvis in Memphis. And this is a $35 start. From Elvis in Memphis. That's a sealed copy, $35 start. Towns Van Zandt sold for $1,075. Towns Van Zandt is gone, $1,075. All right, what auctions didn't sell? We still have, of course, we still got some Neil Youngs. We got Ringo Starr. We have the Bob Segers. We still got an Eric Clapton. We still have the Eric Clapton, John Mayall, and Ainsley Dunbar, which can't believe didn't sell based on what I've seen one sell for recently. So that is still available. We have one Eric Clapton left with John Mayall's signature as well on the front. Absolutely incredible. Can't believe we still have that. Okay, if you missed, actually, here's an autograph. This is the Doobie Brothers. This is the Doobie Brothers. I have never put this one up before. This is the Doobie Brothers self-titled debut album. It is signed by Pat Simmons and John Hartman, 2 of the original members. Pat Simmons, guitar and vocals, and John Hartman, the drummer. It's signed on the back. We have it for a $55 start, and this is their self-titled debut album, the Doobie Brothers. And this is a $55 start. JSA authentication with that one. There's our next 2 auctions. All right. I already have over 200 viewers tonight. Thank you, and sorry for the late start, but we're here, and we're ready to go for the rest of the night. New vinyl. Scorpions. Fly to the Rainbow. Scorpions is sealed. $34.99. This is all new sealed restocks. Scorpions is $34.99. $34.99. Also, Rage Against the Machine. This one is Renegades, featuring the hit song Renegades of Funk. $31.99 for Rage Against the Machine. And Nirvana, the Black Album. Nirvana, the Black Album. That is $33.99 for Nirvana, the Black Album. That's kind of like a hits compilation. So Scorpions, Rage, and Nirvana. From Elvis in Memphis. If y'all hadn't been following the market lately, sealed albums are starting to exponentially increase in value, just like any kind of sealed collectible. It started with video games, now it's VHS, and now it's moved down the road to albums. I'm seeing sealed, graded albums sell for astronomical prices, including stuff like this. This is from Elvis in Memphis. Any breathe holes? I don't see any breathe holes, John. It has kind of an exposed corner right here. It kind of has an exposed corner right here. The shrink is very tight and very nice. I don't really see, I mean, it kind of has a little bit of wear on the shrink. Other than that, it's a pretty solid. It's a 7 or an 8, I would say. Very clean, and of course, 69 RCA records. I'm pretty sure if you were to open this up, it would be on an orange label. And the high bid on that is $45. I saw where a sealed Street Survivor sold for almost $8,000 the other day at a very reputable auction house, which is just mind-blowing because I've had that same album before not too long ago for just a few $100s sealed. There are some incredible prices being had for sealed Slender Skinner Street Survivor, especially if you run them through Heritage Auctions. They're bringing some astronomical prices. All right, so we have Elvis at 35, Elvis 36, Elvis 37, Elvis 45. We have, is the ring wear. The ring wear is actually on the shrink wrap. The ring wear is on the shrink wrap, it looks like. It's not actually on the cover. That's at $45. And Scorpions, Mel Moss is in on the Scorpions. It was either like $6,000 or $8,000 for signed Street Survivors. Okay, we have Scorpions Tokyo Tapes, $44.99. Scorpions Tokyo Tapes, this is on yellow vinyl, 2LP. There's another Scorpions, $44.99. Scorpions Taken by Force, $34.99. That's also on colored vinyl. So Scorpions, and Rage Against the Machine, Evil Empire, $31.99. Rage Against the Machine, Evil Empire. Amy Winehouse, Back to Black, $33.99 for Amy Winehouse, and Amy Winehouse, Back to Black. The reason I have two of those, Jake, is because we have a waiting list. Allem Die. Let's go ahead and make out a sticky for him. He was on a waiting list for Amy Winehouse, Back to Black. I have one copy left if anybody wants it. There's Amy Winehouse. Next is a restock of Black Sabbath's self-titled first album. Black Sabbath is $33.99. Homeland Conspiracy, we can go ahead and make a sticky note out for him. Homeland Conspiracy. Jake, he was on a waiting list for this. Let's go ahead and set that over there. That is $33.99 for Black Sabbath. That's their self-titled debut remaster. Final call on From Elvis in Memphis. It's only at $45 with Stephen Martinelli. That's a final call, going twice, going three times. And the Doobie Brothers. The Doobie Brothers is now a final call to get a bid in. Signed Doobie Brothers by Pat Simmons and John Hartman, looking for a $55 start. Final call on that, JSA authenticated. Nirvana, live at the Paramount. Nirvana is new sealed orange vinyl. This is on orange vinyl, and this, of course, is an official release. That's an official release. That is $46.99. $46.99, Nirvana live at the Paramount, and Nirvana Unplugged. That's a 2LP, Nirvana Unplugged, $39.99. Any Pink Floyd? Not to my knowledge. I don't have any Pink Floyd set aside for auctions. Rage Against the Machine, The Battle of Los Angeles. So we've had 4 Rage albums. We've had self-titled, Renegades, Evil Empire, and here's The Battle of Los Angeles, $31.99. John Young's the new bidder on Elvis Presley at $47. And we have Tenacious D. I haven't had this one in a while. That's their self-titled album. Tenacious D, $39.99 for Tenacious D. I have one copy, $39.99. And Tool Undertow. Tool Undertow is $33.99. Tool Undertow, $33.99 for Tool Undertow. Also, the Dean Martin Christmas album, $28.99 for Dean Martin. We have Patrick Hummer on Tenacious D. If anybody else wants one, let me know. We've already got several waiting lists going tonight. Calvin Ward did bid on the Doobie Brothers. That's a final call now for $55. And we got new bids on Elvis Presley, $47, now $48. Once again, we have a waiting list for Stevie Ray Vaughan and Friends. Here's 3 more copies that came in. I think everybody that was on a waiting list is going to end up getting one. Jake, I don't know how Tanner's doing this one. I'm just going to set it aside because that one's pretty complex. We had 9 come in, then 11, then 3, then 2, then 5, and we had like 30 people on a pre-order. So I think everybody's got one by now. Patrick Hummer on Tenacious D. Stephen Martinelli gets Tool Undertow. Let's go ahead. Elvis just hit 55, and that's what we're going to go ahead and sell the Doobie Brothers to Calvin Ward for. Calvin gets the Doobie Brothers for $55. That's now sold. Let's put up Ozzy, Bark at the Moon. This is a 1983 U.S. pressing with the original inner sleeve. Visually, it grades a VG+, but the marks do not affect play. Paul has test played it, and he says it plays great. And Ozzy, Bark at the Moon is a $55 start. This is an original 1983 U.S. pressing with the original inner sleeve. Visually, it's a VG+, but it has marks that do not affect play. Paul says it sounds incredible. This is a $55 start. Ozzy, Bark at the Moon. That's an OG, 1983 U.S. That's an original. Elvis is at 55, 56. Elvis is at 65. Meatloaf, Bat Out of Hell. Meatloaf is $28.99. Haven't had that in stock in a while just by itself. And haven't had this Pink Floyd in a while. The Later Years. 2 LPs of highlights of the later years. So it's a compilation of Pink Floyd music from 87 to 2019, $49.99. If anybody wants on this extended waiting list for Stevie Ray Vaughan, I'll put down your name. No guarantee that you can get it, but they're $64.99. First time ever on vinyl. $64.99, limited edition of 2,500 on translucent blue vinyl. That is $64.99. First time available on vinyl. Blue vinyl, limited and numbered, and I'm pretty sure the waiting list is pretty extended on that at this point. But we may can get more for everybody. Pink Floyd, the later years, $49.99. And this was pretty cool. Bing Crosby's Christmas Greats, and it comes with a Christmas ornament. $36.99. It's on red vinyl as well. 14 classic Christmas favorites. It also has the David Bowie duet, Little Drummer Boy, Peace on Earth, and it comes with a Christmas ornament. They didn't even say that in the blurb. $36.99. That is Bing Crosby's Christmas Greats, red vinyl with Christmas ornament. $36.99. Okay, so we have Elvis Presley at 65, Elvis Presley at 70. Next is Steve Sinella, says he'll take the Nirvana Live and the Nirvana Unplugged. Steve, if you're a first-time buyer, which I'm pretty sure you are, thank you and welcome to CollectCo. We need you to do one thing. The next step is to message our Facebook page. So send us a Facebook message with your email address and your mailing address, Steve. We do this 6 nights a week. We do $7 unlimited shipping, and we invoice on Monday. So after you message us, you may not hear back from us until Monday when we send you an invoice. Of course, you can hop on every night. We're here 6 nights a week from 7 to 11 selling vinyl. $7 unlimited shipping. The cutoff for the combined shipping is Saturday night. So tomorrow night we're doing this again. Whenever we say good night, that is the final call for vinyl to get in on your order. We cannot combine invoices and we cannot add stuff later. It's kind of like we take the next 72 hours to start sorting all this and get invoices generated. So that's what we're going to be doing. Thank you. Back to the top, we have Michelle Miller. We have Michelle Miller and Stacy Metternich on Bing Crosby. They were the first two. That was on the Bing Crosby Christmas Greats. That was Michelle Miller and Stacy Metternich. Has Bad Out of Hell 2 ever been released on vinyl? I believe it has. I think there's an original and reissue. Elvis is at 85, 100, 125, and John Young is out. And we have Ozzy, Bark at the Moon. Ozzy, Bark at the Moon. This is a buy it now for $55 if anybody wants it. No bid. Ozzy can be bought it now, buy it now. $55 buy it now on Ozzy, Bark at the Moon. Pretty clean copy as far as playback. Very nice. Original inner sleeve if anybody wants that. 7 to 11. Actually, sometimes 7 to midnight. Tonight it was 8 o'clock, and we started about 8 o'clock tonight, which is very unusual. Jeffrey Dunlap's going to go ahead and do a buy it now on the Ozzy. Jeffrey Dunlap is going to go ahead and do a buy it now on the Ozzy. Chris B. Jack was second. That's so did Jeffrey for 55. Final call on the sealed Elvis from Elvis in Memphis. I've got another sealed Elvis coming up right after this one. Stephen Martinelli has that, one of his more desirable albums. It wasn't like that for the longest. And just all of a sudden, that album has seen a lot of demand from Elvis in Memphis. New, House of Pain. This has their hit song, Jump Around. House of Pain, fine malt lyrics. I've got one copy, $34.99, $34.99. And Tom Petty, Full Moon Fever. We had a waiting list for this. Full Moon Fever. Speaking of Tom Petty, $38.99. We sold a signed album of his last night. Absolutely incredible. I doubt I got anything like that again for a while. Tom Petty, though, is now up for bid or up for grabs. I have 2 people on a waiting list, Debbie Winstead and Holly Safe. Jake will go ahead and make out stickies for them. That's Debbie Winstead and Holly Safe. Full Moon Fever, $38.99. I've got 2 extra copies. 2 extra copies. Let's go ahead and put Fred Carnell down on the Bing Crosby waiting list. Tom Petty, classic album, Full Moon Fever. Free Falling, Won't Back Down, Love is a Long Road, Running Down a Dream. That is $38.99. Let's go ahead and sell Elvis to Stephen Martinelli for $125. We have some incredible Japanese stuff to auction as well. But the first thing is this next Elvis from back in Memphis. Let's go ahead and put it up. And I have the Outfield Play Deep, an OG copy. So here's another sealed Elvis back in Memphis. And if y'all remember, we had this thing marked quite a bit back a long time ago. Actually, it's been out for almost 7 months. I'm going to say sometimes like this, I'm like, you know what? Let's send it to a new home. And once again, we believe, it's very tough to tell sometimes that this is an original 1970 pressing. I see one little breathe hole up here and one little breathe hole there. This is 1970, presumably. Elvis back in Memphis, but these grading companies that's grading these sealed albums, they can't really verify either. They'll put like 1970 to 19 whatever, possibly when it's sealed. They really can't verify it. So Elvis back in Memphis, $35 start. Sealed copy of Elvis back in Memphis. That is now up for bid. Very, very clean on that one. $35 start. And the Outfield Play Deep. We have not sold one James Bond. We actually only been live for about, we've only been live for about 40 minutes. We hadn't got to many yet. The outfield, Play Deep. This is an original, 1985. Josie's on a Vacation Far Away. Original inner sleeve, $25 start. Extremely nice vinyl. Extremely nice vinyl. The outfield, Play Deep. This is a $25 start. $25 start on the outfield, Play Deep. That's now up for bid. Okay, we have James Lugwood. He's going to take a Tom Petty Full Moon Fever. That's sold to James Lugwood Jake. Next is Elvis is at 35, Elvis is at 50, and Elvis is at 38. Next is a restock of Ray Charles, The Spirit of Christmas. I'm glad these came in today because now you can get them, pay for them, and they should be to your house before Christmas. Ray Charles, The Spirit of Christmas. And before this was reissued, very tough to get on vinyl, and it was very popular because of the Christmas Vacation movie when Clark Griswold is up in the attic watching his old childhood films, and he's crying, stuck in the attic. That song that's playing, that's Ray Charles, The Spirit of Christmas, and which always drove up the demand because of this album. And they finally pressed it on vinyl, $33.99. Ray Charles, The Spirit of Christmas. That scene gets me every time, right, April? You even know what I'm talking about? Why are you yawning? April, you can't yawn. There's 3 monsters in the fridge if you need one. We are full selling record mode. No yawning. You cannot yawn here. Jake doesn't yawn. Seth don't even yawn. And that's saying something. That's the Misfits, Evil Live. Evil Live, yes. Okay. So back up to the top, we had a $50 bid on Elvis. We had a $50 bid, 51, 53. We had a $45 bid on the outfield. 55 on Elvis, a $25 bid on outfield, a $45 bid on outfield. Elvis is at 56, 57. Christopher Morris wants Ray Charles. That's sold to Christopher Morris. Sean McNeil on Ray Charles. Beautiful song. That's a great way to describe it. A beautiful song. It's The Spirit of Christmas. Ray Charles. That's one of my favorites. Favorite Christmas songs? I need to make a post for the Facebook group tomorrow, but that's in my top 5 for sure. And of course, John Lennon, Paul McCartney's, Stevie Wonder, Elton John, Step Into Christmas. Absolutely incredible. This is Rage Against the Machine, Renegades, $31.99. Elvis Presley's at 65, Outfield's at 45. We have Nirvana, the Black Album, $33.99. Scorpions, Tokyo Tapes, that's on yellow vinyl, 180 gram, colored vinyl, $44.99. Scorpions Taken by Force is $34.99. Rage Against the Machine is $31.99. Amy Winehouse is still available, $33.99. And Black Sabbath is $33.99. That's Black Sabbath self-titled. Jamie said he meant 35 instead of 45. Okay, so we'll allow that correction. I was wondering why you went to the top right quick, but Jared was at 25. We'll say Jamie's at 35. So Jamie's at 35. Jamie Butler's at $35. So Greg, just so you know, he is actually, or Jared, he's actually at 35. And we have Mel Moss, Taken by Force. That's another Scorpions. That's sold to Mel Moss, Taken by Force. We have Nirvana, Unplugged, 2 LP, $39.99. Battle of Los Angeles is $31.99. Dean Martin Christmas Album, $28.99. 2 copies of Meatloaf left, $28.99. Also Pink Floyd, The Later Years, $49.99. House of Pain, surprised no one grabbed that. Of course, I have sold a ton of these. Jump Around, $34.99. 1 copy of Tom Petty left, and 1 copy of Ray Charles. And then from that last crate, if you missed the first crate of new vinyl, the first crate of new vinyl was Nirvana, Live in Madrid, red vinyl, $44.99. Scorpions Virgin Killer, $34.99. Scorpions In Trance, $34.99, both on colored vinyl, and 1 Stevie Ray Vaughan. That's all the new vinyl from tonight. We sold the Rolling Stones box set. There's one other Pink Floyd album I've been trying to show forever. It's over here on the shelf. We've had them in stock. I don't think I've actually shown them live since the post. Let me go ahead and get one open. Let me grab a box cutter. I've been trying to show this forever. They've been stacked up on a rack in the back. And I've been telling Tanner, if we can get these up here where we can show them, we can sell them. You can't sell out of the back room if nobody can see it. This is $119.99. This is an essential if you're a Pink Floyd fan. It is Pulse. It's an amazing box set. $119.99. I've got 2 of them. I have an original, and I have this remaster sealed, sitting somewhere, wherever my records are at. I've got records stored in 3 different places. I got to get them all together, hopefully, sometime over, if I ever take a day or 2 off for Christmas. Right, April? April said that's not happening. Pink Floyd Pulse, $119.99. New sealed remaster. You got to have this. An incredible live experience. It has a book and 4 LPs. Perfectly sealed, $119.99. Patrick said brilliant. I agree. $119.99. The waiting list. Did you get one from the waiting list? Mike Locke was on the waiting list. Yeah, Mike Locke. Okay. So, back up to the top. Let me wrap some stuff up. Jamie Butler was at 35 on outfield. Jared McLaughlin was at 36. So, Jamie, I hadn't got to the bottom yet, but you got outbid. Jared's at 36. We had new bids on Elvis, I see, but let me get to that. First, R.M. Lazelle wants Pink Floyd The Later Years. That's sold to R.M. Lazelle. Brooke Padgett wants Dean Martin Christmas album. That's sold to Brooke Padgett. Elvis is at 66. Elvis is at 67. Now, Holly, there's several Rage Against the Machine albums. Let me know which one you want. There's Battle of Los Angeles. We have Evil Empire and Renegades. Holly, let me know on that. Elvis is at 68. Elvis is at 69. Holly Safe also wants House of Pain. That's sold to Holly Safe, House of Pain. Outfield at 37. Elvis is at 72. And Jim Stafford said he'll take a Pulse box set. Pulse box set sold to Jim Stafford. And Jake, that's $119.99. That's sold to Jim Stafford. Did I miss anybody else? So, update on these auctions. This is a 1970 OG. What I believe is OG. It's sealed and presumably a 1970. Assume that it could be a reissue, but I'm pretty sure from our investigation, it's a 1970. Elvis back in Memphis. The new high bid is $75 to Brooke Padgett. Jamie Butler, let me know if you want back in on the outfield play deep. He is back in at 37. He is back in at 37. So Jared McLaughlin, let me know if you want back in. He's back in at 37. He's back in at 40. And Jared McLaughlin is at 40. And we have Paul Brothers wanting Nirvana Madrid. Holly Safe wants Evil Empire and Battle of Los Angeles. Evil Empire and Battle of Los Angeles. And James Ludwig wants Battle of Los Angeles. She said if no one else wants them. We can do, however, we can put James on a waiting list, or we can go ahead and give him Battle of Los Angeles right now. Whichever. I know we can get more of those. If anybody else wants a Pulse, let me know. Elvis is at 76. Outfield's at 40. Let's go through some new vintage stuff. I've got more new vinyl. We're about to officially get started on those incredible Japanese pressings I posted, which includes some Kiss titles. Kiss Japanese. That always perks up a few ears. I got a quick buy it now on a CD box set. One of the few CD box sets I hadn't got to from Dale's collection. Bessie Smith, The Complete Recordings. That's $14.99. Bessie Smith, The Complete Recordings on two LPs, or excuse me, on two CDs. That's $14.99. Bessie Smith, 2 CD box set, $14.99. So we have outfield at 42 and Elvis is at 78. Let's go ahead and grab this first crate of new vintage stuff John's marked for us. I knew it was going to be good when I saw a Rush album right in the front. So let me see what we have here. Oh my gosh. There's 2 or 3 Rush albums right here in the front. And these are nice looking copies. I think these are auction worthy, Jake. Let me take, if that's in here, let me take a look at what else is in here. I know I think they bought some more records today here in the store. I'm pretty sure somebody brought in some more records. We had a busy day for the dollar sidewalk sale. I'm pretty sure we sold, well, I looked at the numbers, and I think we sold over 1,000 $1 records again today in the store. So, pretty incredible. And we're hopefully going to do that again. Last week, or 2 weeks ago when we did this, we sold, I think, 3,600 $1 records or something crazy like that. That's a lot of $1 records, but usually the store is busy all day. People digging through these boxes over here. We got all kinds of inventory in the back. We got VG records we just don't put out. Stuff we have duplicates upon duplicates and upon duplicates. Those both go to Holly. Put him on a waiting list for the other one. The one he wanted, Battle of Los Angeles, James Ludwig. Okay, so outfield's at 42. Jared McLaughlin, you're out. Elvis Presley's at 85. Was there a Tenacious D wait list? There was. Tenacious D, we've already shown both of them. If you ordered Pick of Destiny, then those are in Pick of Destiny. And those went to, where's Pick of Destiny? That went to GC Colleton. So if you want on a waiting list, let me know. Let me know if you want on a waiting list. Now, this has all the indications as a 1970. It has the original catalog number. It has the right logo, LSP 44-29. It has all the indications of being a 1970 pressing. It has all the indications. So there's no RE, there's no different catalog number. This has all the right indications of being an original, should be orange RCA pressing if you were to open that up. That is at $85 for Brooke Padgett. And then Elvis Play Deep, Jamie Butler's at 42. and that's a final call. Let's go through some new vintage arrivals. Dr. Hook, Players in the Dark. These are all prices marked. First come, first serve. New vintage arrivals, clean, inspected, and these are all EX Plus near mint minus. There is Dr. Hook, $14.99. Elvis, His Hand in Mine, that is $12.99. Holly wants self-titled and Pick a Destiny waitlist for Tenacious D. You got it. Elvis is in shrink wrap. Kenny Rogers, 10 Years of Gold, $9.99. Glenn Campbell, basic. Glenn Campbell is $9.99. And Jimmy Martin's Greatest Bluegrass Hits. The King of Bluegrass, Jimmy Martin, $11.99. Debbie Winstead first on Elvis. Michael Hickson was second. We have Peter Frampton, Breaking All the Rules, $19.99 for Peter Frampton. Red Fox, At Home, Red Fox record, $14.99. Also, we have Orleans, Let There Be Music, $9.99. The Fix, Walkabout, The Fix is $24.99. And the Fix Phantoms, back-to-back Fix albums, both are $24.99. Let's go ahead and sell the outfield to Jamie Butler for $42. Our next auction is going to be Rush, Hold Your Fire. This has the hop sticker taped to the back. This is Rush, Hold Your Fire. We had an original the other night, 1987. I was like, we don't get it too often. And of course, here's another one. Someone peeled off the original hop sticker and they taped it to the back. I guess that's both good and bad. It's got tape on the back cover with the hop sticker, but you also get the hop sticker. This is in just a poly bag line sleeve. That's a good sign. This is the original inner sleeve. Rush is going to be a $45 start. Hold Your Fire. One of my favorites. Very clean vinyl. Very nice vinyl. EX Plus near mint minus. There's the cover. $45 start for Rush, Hold Your Fire. John Martinez wants the Jimmy Martin. That is so to John Martinez. Elvis is now at $97. $45 start on Rush. Jeff Beck Flash, $19.99. The Dr. Hook album was called Players in the Dark, $14.99 for Dr. Hook. Pete Townsend, Empty Glass. This has his hit song, Let My Love Open the Door on it, $14.99 for Pete Townsend. And Charlie Rich, Rolling with the Flow. Charlie Rich, $9.99. Orange Epic label, $9.99 on that. Tapao, Heart and Soul, that's $9.99. And Gary Wright, The Dreamweaver, $19.99. Original company inner sleeve, very clean vinyl. OG copy of that. The Dreamweaver, classic album. Jason Waldron wants Jeff Beck. That's so to Jason Waldron. Final call on Elvis. Brooke Paget, let me know if you're out. And no one's been on Rush. Final call before I make that a buy it now. Stevie Wonder, My Sherry Amore. $24.99 for Stevie Wonder, My Sherry Amore. That's a Motown pressing. Stevie Wonder. Mark Quarum wants Gary Wright. That's so to Mark Quarum. Elvis has a new bid for $105, but The Little Girls Understand. That's an album by The Knack. $9.99 on The Knack, but The Little Girls Understand. That's $9.99. Holly Safe wants Stevie Wonder. That's so to Holly Safe. And we have The Knack, Round Trip. Knack is $14.99. Knack is $14.99. Back-to-back Knack albums. The Time, Ice Cream Castle, $24.99 for The Time. Elvis Presley's at $106. And we have the Fabulous Thunderbirds, Tough Enough, $19.99 on Fabulous Thunderbirds. And Edgar Winter Group, they only come out at night. What a nice copy. No ring wear, black Epic label, extremely nice vinyl. And of course, that has the hit song Frankenstein and Free Ride on it, $26.99. Arm Lizelle, you were first to the Fix. Let me know if you want Phantoms or Walkabout. Phantoms or Walkabout. Arm Lizelle, let me know if you're first on that, or let me know which one you want. Brooke, you're back out on Elvis. Angela has it for $106. No bid on Rush. $45 buy it now if anybody wants Hold Your Fire. Rush, Hold Your Fire. This is a $45 buy it now if anybody wants it. It has the hop sticker taped to the back. $45 on that. Pretty clean looking copy. Surprised I didn't get a bid. We don't get that one in as often. We have Carly Simon. $9.99 for Carly Simon Spy. Fix have both. Arm Lizelle said he's going to pass on Fix. That was a misfire. Zachary P is going to get the Rush. Jake for a $45 buy it now. John Duran's going to get the Dr. Hook. That is so to John Duran. What happened to Dr. Hook? There's Dr. Hook. That's so to John Duran. Roger Ramjet, you were second on Rush. Jason Conklin third. Brooks back in on Elvis at 108. All right, we got Elvis up. That means we got to put up a Beatles auction. This is the Beatles Anthology set. This is the Beatles Anthology set. Paul has a note here on the back. This is all three volumes, Volume 1, Volume 2, and Volume 3. They appear to be 2017, either UK or Italian pressings. They are all sealed. Sealed Beatles Anthology, all three volumes, Volume 1, Volume 2, Volume 3. Sealed Beatles Anthology. That's a total of 9 LPs. They're all triple LP sets. $175 start. The Beatles Anthology. All 3 volumes sealed, most likely 2017 UK pressings. $175 start for the Beatles Anthology set. Absolutely incredible to sit down and listen to that from beginning to end. It's just incredible experience. We have Elvis at 108, Elvis at 110, and Elvis at 115. Atlanta Rhythm Section, $9.99. Atlanta Rhythm Section. This is $9.99. Champagne Jam for the Atlanta Rhythm Section. Brent's in on the Beatles at 175. Wow, no ring wear on this cover either. $29.99 for Gord's Gold. This is an essential Gordon Lightfoot 2LP compilation. Gord's Gold. That's extremely nice, and so is Edgar Winter. I'm really surprised neither one of those have got claimed yet. Debbie Winstead gets the Atlanta Rhythm Section. That's so did Debbie. Iron Horse. Iron Horse is $19.99. Mark Querum, you were second on Atlanta Rhythm Section. The Babies, Union Jack. $19.99 on the Babies, Union Jack. And Billy Squier, The Tale of the Tape. Billy Squier is $19.99. Purple Capital Label, $19.99 for Billy Squier. Bachman Turner Overdrive, Freeways. BTO is $14.99. And Queen, The Game. Boy, this looks like a nice copy too. $34.99. Original lyric in her sleeve, exceptionally nice. Queen, The Game, $34.99. All right, so the new high bid on Elvis, we're presuming this as a sealed 1970 pressing, and in my opinion, it probably is. Elvis is at 130 with Brooke Padgett. That just came in. Angela Rachel's was at 120. Elvis was at 175 with Brent Robley. Elvis was at 175 with Brent Robley. We have Eric Gooden on BS for Billy Squier. Eric Gooden got BS for Billy Squier. Mark Querum was second. Debbie Winstead gets BTO. Stephen A. Young is going to claim the Iron Horse LP. Elvis Presley's at 135. Gordon Lightfoot, you know what, Matt? That's like the only song missing from here, and it would probably be just absolutely perfect. But actually, it does not have the wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald. It's actually not on here. It does have Early Morning Rain and Sundown and The Summer Side of Life and Cotton Genie and If You Could Read My Mind and Carefree Highway, but it does not have the wreck of Edmund Fitzgerald. If they would have put that on there, I would say that's probably the best ever Gordon Lightfoot compilation made. Back up to the top, we pulled Iron House. Elvis is at 135, 145. Queen is $34.99. Queen is $34.99. Brent has the Beatles at 175, and this is a final call. That is a final call on the sealed anthology set. Unbelievable. 175. We have Darren Meyer getting the Gordon Lightfoot. That is so to Darren Meyer, and Nick Bargeron wants the Fabulous Thunderbirds. Are you tough enough? Elvis Presley's at 146. England Dan and John Ford Coley. Some things don't come easy. That is $9.99. And Christopher Cross, another page. Christopher Cross is $9.99. We still got like a bunch of Rolling Stones bootlegs. Carol, Brent, and everybody else is a Stones fan. Who else? Is it Bill Samus? We got a couple other new Stones fans from the last couple ads I ran. We're going to do another Rolling Stones night next week. We're going to do a Beatles night next week. We're going to have another featured autograph night next week to kind of show some of the last stuff from Dale's collection, if we can ever get to that point. At this rate, it seems like we're never going to get there. His collection seems like it's growing in the back, actually. Seems like it's growing. All right, we got a new bid on the Beatles. 2 new bids on the Beatles. Scott Van Axe at 185. John Ellis is at 185. And Debbie Winstead wants Christopher Cross. We're still bidding on Elvis, too. Elvis is at 146 with Angela Rachel's. 146 with Angela Rachel's. Brooke Padgett, if you ever decide you're out, let me know. Berlin, Count 3 and Pray. Berlin, this is $24.99. This has the hit song Take My Breath Away, as featured in Top Gun. $24.99 on Berlin. Suzanne Vega, Solitude Standing. $29.99 for Suzanne Vega. And Cyndi Lauper, True Colors. $26.99 for Cyndi Lauper, True Colors. Rick James, Busting Out of L7. $19.99 for Rick James. And Death Wish 2. That's a soundtrack by Jimmy Page. Yes, Led Zeppelin's Jimmy Page. $29.99. Brooke Padgett's at $150 on Elvis Presley. John Ellis is at $190 on the Beatles. And Michael Hickson is going to get Cyndi Lauper. That is so to Michael Hickson. Cyndi Lauper. New bid on Elvis, $151. New bid on the Beatles at $190. The Electric Horseman, songs performed by Willie Nelson. $19.99 on the Electric Horseman. And Robert Cray, Strong Persuader, $14.99. Sealed Beatles Anthology, $195. Elvis Presley's at $141. Let me go ahead and get a third auction started. Wow, Stryper. Soldiers Under Command. A 1985 Allied pressing, no condition notes. $35 start on Stryper. $35 start, Stryper. Very clean copy, as in near mint minus on Stryper. This album is not in print. For some reason, Stryper's catalog has never been reissued, as in like put in print, especially in the last 10 years or so. There is the original lyric insert. There's the lyric insert, Stryper. And then there is the original Enigma label inner sleeve bag. That's how the original inner sleeve looked. It was like a bag. It does have a saw mark on the cover. It was a cutout record, $35 start. This is like one of the top 10 most metal catalogs I can think of that needs to be reissued. I mean, we could pre-sell a ton of Stryper LPs if they would put them in print. I could see them doing really cool colored vinyl reissues of these at some point. I could see this like a really cool reissue on yellow vinyl. Just waiting for that to happen. Must be some kind of copyright. I don't know who owns their music. Somebody owns their music and they're not allowing it to be repressed, or it would already be in the makings because they could sell it. Also, I read earlier this week that 193 million records are being pressed every year. 193 million. That blew my mind. I was trying to imagine that because I know what 10,000 looks like. I know what 50,000 looks like. I'm trying to imagine 193 million records being pressed every year. That is that's uncomprehendable for me. That's incredible. I thought it would be something like in the millions, right, April? But not 193 million. That is just, I'm still blown away by that. Elvis Presley's at 151. The Beatles is at 195. The Beatles at 160. Jason Waldron, Jason Waldron first to RC, which was Robert Cray. That sold to Jason Waldron. Paul Brothers wants the Death Wish 2 soundtrack. That sold to Paul Brothers. We have Stryper at 35, Stryper at 35, Elvis at 161. Joe Maynard, you were second on Robert Cray. Christopher Morris on PPM. PPM, that usually stands for, let's see here, PPM. What was PPM? That might have been something already sold. Christopher, what was PPM? I will figure that out in just a second. The Beatles at 195 and Elvis is at 167. We have 10cc Deceptive Benz, $14.99. 10cc Deceptive Benz. Ray Parker Jr., Sex and the Single Man. Ray Parker Jr. is $14.99. Country Comes to Carnegie Hall. That is Roy Clark, Freddie Fender, Hank Thompson, and the classic Don Williams. $19.99. John Butcher Wishes. $14.99 for John Butcher Wishes. BTO Head On is $14.99. And we have Peter, Paul, and Mary Moving. Peter, Paul, and Mary Moving, $19.99. Music on Vinyl. Yeah, I read that too. Music on Vinyl presses 35,000 albums every day. No wonder. Look how many we sell just here in Tennessee. That's for world consumption, like those Stevie Ray Vaughns and Warrant Cherry Pies. That's absolutely incredible. PPP was Peter, Paul, and Mary. You must have got a head start look on that. That is sold to Christopher Morris. He gets Peter, Paul, and Mary. You're first either way. Thomas Hujar wants JB. That's for John Butcher. And Henry's Choice wants 10cc with the Hypnosis album artwork. Hypnosis album artwork. That is sold to Henry's Choice. All right, we got a bunch of auctions. Actually, 3 great auctions going on. Elvis back in Memphis. The new highest bid is with Angela Rachel's. I'm presuming this to be a sealed 1970 pressing of Elvis back in Memphis. That means if you were to open this up, it would be on an OG orange label. Very, very cool. Sealed, unopened, and a perfectly sealed album. Angela Rachel's has it for $168. Brooke, you're out. Now we have Elvis, or excuse me, we have the Beatles. I'm getting the two giants confused here. That's Elvis. This is the Beatles. The Beatles here is at $195 with Brent Robley. $195. He's the high bidder. That means several people's out on Elvis, including John Ellis, Scott Van Neck, several people. He's at $195 on the sealed all 3 volume anthology set. $195. Now, well, there was like 3 people who bid $35 on Stryper, and then that was it. Hiram Ortega. He was the first person to bid $35 on Stryper. Hiram's at $35 on Stryper. The Christian metal band Stryper, that is now at $35, and that's going once, going twice. So if you want in, now's the time. Scott said he had $195 first on the Beatles. You may have, but now John's at $200. So the new bid is $200. And we have Angela out on Elvis. Brooke Padgett just bid $170. So new bid is $170. Beatles is at $200. Stryper's at $40, and then another $40. Angela's out. So let's do a final call on Elvis. This was a great first bin of new vintage arrivals. There's still some great stuff in here. This is from that collection, I'm pretty sure, that we bought recently here in the store. It was like a walk-in. Sometimes people pull up and like, hey, I've got a whole trunk full of records. Do you buy records? And we say, yes, we buy records. And then we go out there and buy them. Sometimes April buys records. We're going to get Jake trained buying records here pretty soon, too. I'm also going to step over here and get another monster. If you can't tell, I've already had one, and I'm desperately needing of another. We have Monster Rehab. There's also a slice of cherry pie, or excuse me, chocolate pie, but my mom sent me a gallery of photos. We're doing Christmas at my house tomorrow. Well, actually, my mom's house, and she sent me a picture of a pie. She sent me a picture of some fudge she made. She's cooking all kinds of food. Oh my gosh. I look forward to that. She missed this big old huge thing of fudge she made. She is absolutely still awake. She's been cooking for about 12 hours straight. Well, my mom takes 2 days off from work to cook, and it's enough for 3,000 people. She could feed multiple armies, and it's really just going to be me and my brother and his family. We have Elvis. We have the Beatles at $200 with John Ellis. That was the next high bid. We're about to sell Elvis. Elvis, let me do this one more time. Brooke has that for $170. When I get to the bottom, I'm selling it. Brooke Paget. Striper, $42. Beatles, $205. Striper, $50. Striper out, $1,000 bid on the fudge. We have 10 years of gold. Kenny Rogers, $9.99. Kenny Rogers, 10 years of gold. Glenn Campbell, basic, $9.99. Glenn Campbell, basic. Peter Frampton, breaking all the rules. She actually just texted in our family chat, April, so she's definitely awake. Peter Frampton, Red Fox at home, $14.99 for Red Fox at home. New Orleans, Let There Be Music, or just Orleans, that is, $9.99. Pete Townsend from The Who, that's still available, $14.99. Charlie Rich, $9.99 for Rich. Charlie Rich, T'Pau, or T'Paw, that is Heart and Soul, $9.99. And Knack, but the little girls understand, $9.99. Jake, Elvis is sold to Brooke Paget for $170. We're now doing a final call on the Beatles. Scott Vanek has that for Scott Vanek has this for $205. Brent, you're out. John Ellis, you're out. $205 on that. Striper is with Jeff Brindley at $50. Jeff Brindley has Striper at $50. That's now up at the top. We have Holly Safe on the T'Paw. That's sold to Holly Safe. Striper's at $52. Another Knack album, Round Trip. That is $14.99. Also, The Time, Ice Cream Castle. The Time is $24.99. The Fix Walkabout is $24.99. And the Fix Phantoms is $24.99. Striper's at $55. Scott's out on the Beatles. New high bid is $210. Carly Simon Spy is $9.99. Edgar Winter. Somebody needs to grab this. It's on the second label. Actually, I think it's on the third label. It's still a vintage copy. No ringware on the cover. You've got to have Frankenstein in your collection. That is an essential. This is Edgar Winter Group. They only come out at night, $26.99. Hiram's out on Striper. New high bid's $55. The Babies Union Jack is $19.99. Queen the Game, another surprise. This is $34.99. This has another one, Bites the Dust on it. Crazy Little Thing Called Love. OG copy, $34.99. England Dan and John Ford Coley, Some Things Don't Come Easy, $9.99 on that. And Berlin, Count 3 and Pray. Can't believe this is still available. Has Take My Breath Away, original inner sleeve, perfect vinyl. Look at that, glossy, looks unplayed. Berlin, $24.99. Jeff Brindley wants Edgar Winter Group. Thank you. I was waiting for that to sell. All right, so we have a final call on the Beatles now. John Ellis, $210. John Ellis, $210 on the Beatles Anthology. I got some Beatles bootlegs to put up tonight. I was going to save them for Beatles night, but we may need them for our auctions. John Ellis has that for $210. I was just waiting for Brent. He was the only other bidder, but if he's done, we got to go ahead and sell that. And Striper is now a final call to Jeff Brindley for $55, and then we will put new auctions up. Holly Safe is first on Berlin. Mark Querum was second. Holly got Berlin. Suzanne Vega is $29.99. Solitude Standing. Rick James is still available, $19.99. Busting Out of L7. The Electric Horseman soundtrack is $19.99. We have Ray Parker Jr., Sex and the Single Man, $14.99. Also, Country Comes to Carnegie Hall. That is $19.99. And Head On, Bachman Turner Overdrive, $14.99. Yes, Japanese. We're about to start Japanese right now. I have to because I have almost finished this last crate. This is actually stuff I had set aside to sell last night, and I never got to it. Let's sell the Beatles to John Ellis, Jake, for $210. Striper is sold for $55. Striper is sold to $55 to Jeff Brindley. It's time for a new crate, new auctions. Changing mags, as they say in the Army. Or at least that's what they say in the video games I used to play when you run out of bullets. You know what I'm talking about, Jake? Okay. Julie says I'm being dramatic about the fudge. Some people say I am dramatic. I'm a professional at hyping things up. If y'all hadn't noticed that, that's my job. I have to take something and hype it up. Like these Japanese pressings I'm about to put up. Holy moly. All right, let's see what we got here. Jake, we're going to need some new sleeves for these at some point. We have Kiss Love Gun. Whoa. Whoa. Time out. Kiss Love Gun. This is a Japanese pressing. This is VIP 6435 Kiss Love Gun. Let's see what's all with it, what it does and does not have. The vinyl, first of all, is extremely nice, Japanese. This is going to be a $75 start for Kiss Love Gun. $75 start. There's the LP. There's the 2-page Japanese insert. It does have a little bit of foxing on it. Kiss Love Gun, gatefold pressing. Couple spots there on the obi. Nice cover, nice obi. That's a $75 start for Kiss Love Gun. That's now up for bid. We have a little bit of a tear right here in the obi. Just a little bit of a tear right there. If y'all seen that, Kiss Love Gun is a $75 start. Okay, Wings Greatest Hits. Wings Greatest Hits. This is a $55 start. Paul McCartney and Wings. Wings Greatest Hits. $55 start on this. Extremely nice vinyl, as in near mint minus and pristine. It has this Japanese insert with it. Wow, I don't see this one too often. Rock Show. What is that? Does this even go with it? Let's see here. Venus and Mars. This is not supposed to go with this. This is for Wings Over America, I guess. What is this? I don't know, but that's not supposed to go with it. I don't even know if that goes with Wings Over America. That's an insert, but that don't go with it. Unless that's some kind of advertisement or something. But it doesn't look like an advertisement. It looks like liner notes. There's the original inner sleeve, and then there's the cover with obi. That's a $55 start. Some kind of bonus insert. Mike Locks at $75 on Kiss. Those are all sold. All three to John Ellis. Okay, new vintage stuff. Let's see what we have right over here in the new vintage stuff. New vintage stuff right over here. Let's see here. Is this the check condition stuff? Nice new check condition stuff. Nice new check condition stuff. All righty. Let's see what we have here. New check condition stuff. New check condition stuff. Let's get it rolling. Kiss is at 75 with Mike Lock, going once, going twice. And Wings. Somebody said I need to change it to Coletco and Munchies. My mom has asked me to expand a restaurant onto the store, but I don't know if we're ready for that kind of craziness yet. One, we don't have the room for it, and I don't know if we need a kitchen in the same place where we have vinyl, very precious vinyl records. So first we have Hello Walls, Willie Nelson. This is in VG Plus condition, $12.99. Billy Joel, The Bridge, VG Plus $9.99. New vintage arrivals. Crosby, Stills, and Nash, VG condition, $14.99. CSN, Crosby, Stills, and Nash, VG condition, $14.99. And Jay Giles Band, Ladies Invited, that's VG Plus, $14.99. We have Elvis in Blue Hawaii, VG condition, $14.99. That has his hit song, Can't Help Falling in Love. I should say one of his hit songs, VG $14.99. And Mark Don and Mel, Grand Funk, VG $14.99. Kiss is now a final call. Mike Locke has that for $75. I'm now going to make it a final call. Kiss Love Gun. Also, final call to get a bid in on Wings for $55. Debbie Winston wants BJ for Billy Joe. Jeff Rice gets Elvis for Elvis. And we have Three Dog Night Golden Biscuits. VG Plus condition, $12.99. VG Plus $12.99. And Gone with the Wind, the authentic original score recording by Max Steiner. That's VG Plus $14.99. New bid on Wings for $55. I'm about to sell both auctions. They're both about to be sold unless somebody bids on Wings. Jeff has it for $55. Partridge Family, VG condition, $9.99. VG condition. Also, The Outlaws, Bringing It Back Alive. The Outlaws is VG for $12.99. Michelle Miller, first with Gone with the Wind. Michael Hickson, You Were Second. And we have The Doors, VG condition, $19.99. It is a first label stereo pressing. It's in VG condition, $19.99. Michelle Miller first on the Partridge Family. Jeff Rice, You Were Second. And this is the Moody Blues. That's a 2LP Moody Blues compilation. VG condition. There is some writing on the cover. It looks like some scribbles. The vinyl's in VG, $9.99. That's a 2LP compilation. All right, did I miss something else? Do you have another copy of Ray Charles? That was The Spirit of Christmas. Let me take a peek right over here. Ray Charles. We had Stevie Ray Vaughan, Scorpions, Nirvana. Ray Charles, I have one copy left. I'm going to go ahead and put your name on it unless you say otherwise. Who was that? That was Sean McNeil, $33.99. I'm putting your name down right now on Ray Charles. Like I said, unless you say otherwise. Next was Travis Wade. He was first on the doors. Travis Wade first on the doors. Toe Ed was second. Sean Fairweather third. Davey Winstead's going to get the Moody Blues compilation. Let's go ahead and sell these auctions. Mike Locke gets Kiss Love Gun for $75. And the Wings Greatest Hits is sold to Jeff Brindley for $55. That means it's time for 2 new auctions. We sold, our first auction of the night was the Traveling Wilburys. Here's another copy. Here's the Traveling Wilburys. This is a 1988 SRC pressing. EX condition with the original inner sleeve, $35 start. Bob Dylan, Jeff Lynne, Tom Petty, Roy Orbison, and George Harrison, the Traveling Wilburys, 1988 SRC pressing. This one's EX, very, very close to EX Plus, or AKA no check condition notes. This is a $35 start, $35 start. That is the original inner sleeve, and that is the Traveling Wilburys, an OG $35 start. We have Witch Scorpions. I'll have to go back through those in a second. That was in all the new arrivals for tonight. On Stage, Volume 2, Hank Williams Sr., VG $9.99, and Elvis Golden Records. It looks like an original. It is. That's an original mono pressing of Elvis Golden Records, Volume 1, VG $9.99. Did the Brothers Kane come in? Did I just get one? Brothers Kane was a long time ago, Jeff. If you hadn't got one already, I can get you one. But those came in almost a month ago. So if you hadn't been billed for one, or if you hadn't got one, those have already come in. That was quite a long time ago. Let's run another Kiss auction. Here's something we don't get very often, and that's any of the solo albums from Japan with Obi. We get them occasionally, but don't get them too often. And there's Paul Stanley, Kiss with Obi. Also, let me take a look at it. I've got 2 different prices in mind depending on if it has inserts or doesn't have inserts. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. That's always a good thing. There's the original insert. There is the original inner sleeve. So I don't see a poster, so we're just going to go with a $75 start. I would have said $85 or $95 if this thing had a poster with it. The vinyl, very nice Obi. No damage to the Obi. One little corner ding right here. Paul Stanley with Obi, $75 start. The 77 Kiss solo albums. Back up to the top, we have Traveling Wilburys, $35. Traveling Wilburys, $35. John Young wants Elvis. That's sold to John Young. Brooke was second. Davey Winston was third. Traveling Wilburys, fourth. Nick Bargeron, fourth on Elvis. We have Traveling Wilburys, 41. Traveling Wilburys, 42. And Paul Stanley's a $75 star. Stevie Nicks, Belladonna, VG, $9.99 for Stevie Nicks. And Eagles, Greatest Hits Volume 2. That's EX, $29.99. Also, Jimi Hendrix Smash Hits, VG Plus, $24.99. Jimi Hendrix Smash Hits, VG Plus condition, $24.99. More Jungle Book. That's Walt Disney's Jungle Book. Storybook and record, VG Plus condition, $14.99. Hiram Ortega. By the way, Jake, the name Hiram A is Hiram Ortega. So Hiram gets Stevie Nicks. That's sold to Hiram. Traveling Wilburys at 45. Traveling Wilburys 45. Traveling Wilburys out. Chris Gardner, you were second to Stevie Nicks. Jeff Brindley third. Michelle Miller on WD. WD, Michelle Miller. And that was for, I don't know. That was for Michelle Miller, not Jungle. Walt Disney, probably. Michelle Miller on Walt Disney. That was for the Jungle Book. Traveling Wilburys 46. And we have Fleetwood Mac, Tusk. VG Plus condition, $24.99. Final call to get a bid in on Paul Stanley. Final call to get a bid in for $75. And Traveling Wilburys is at 46 with Fred Cardinale. That's the new high bid on Traveling Wilburys. I still have this Bessie Smith box set if anybody wants it. Bessie Smith is $14.99. I'm about to clean off my section over here because I'm about to go get some more CDs and other things to show you randomly. We have Jimi Hendrix, Band of Gypsies. This was the last album released while Hendrix was still alive in 1970. VG condition and about a VG or VG minus cover. $14.99 on Band of Gypsies. And Faces, Rod Stewart, A Nod is Good as a Wink. That's on the original label. It does have a clip corner. It's actually got a squared corner. And that's in VG condition. $14.99. Final call on Traveling Wilburys. I'm going to go ahead and make Paul Stanley a buy it now for $75. If anybody wants Stanley, Paul Stanley, that's a $75 buy it now. And there's Bill Cosby, When I Was a Kid, recorded live at Westbury Music Affair. That is Bill Cosby, VG Plus, $14.99. Jim Stafford is going to do the buy it now on Paul Stanley. That's sold to Jim Stafford for $75. Mark Quorum, you're second. When I come back, I'm selling the Traveling Wilburys. And is this OG Fly By Night? It is a second label, but boy, it's a nice copy. We may have to run that on auction right quick. Fly By Night. I've also got Motley Crue. I got a Beach Boys box set. And then I have in the Japanese bin, I've got Cream, Clapton, Boston, Beatles, America, Clapton, Boston, Kiss, Billy Joel, American Graffiti, Rocky, James Bond, Wings. That is, I don't know why that's in here. I'll figure out what it is, though. It's a copy of Paranoid. This is a buy it now. I had a waiting list for these last week, and I hadn't got to show. This was the leftover copy. This is $39.99. $39.99. This is a buy it now. Screaming Trees Dust. Screaming Trees Dust. $39.99 for Screaming Trees Dust. $39.99. All right, Traveling Wilburys is sold to Fred Carnell for $46. So let's put up this Rush Fly By Night, and let's go ahead and put up the copy of Boston. Let's do that first self-titled album, Japanese pressing of Obi. Always really, really nice. This is Boston. This is their self-titled debut album. Incredible looking Japanese pressing here for Boston, self-titled. We have an orange Epic label, very clean vinyl, $65 start. There's the Japanese insert. There's the cover with Obi, $65 start. Also, Rush Fly By Night. Like I said, this is on the second label. The OG label for this would be the Mercury Skyline label. This has got a barcode. This is an early 80s reissue. Super nice though. Look, glossy, near mint minus, Fly By Night. Awesome cover too. $45 start. Alex Lifeson, Neil Peart, and Geddy Lee. The Canadian trio, Rush. $45 start. Boston's at $65. Fred Carnell wants Screaming Trees, and Chris Gardner, if it's okay with you. Chris Gardner, if it's okay with you, we will put you on a waiting list. This is $39.99 for Screaming Trees Dust. Continuing, Toto, that's their self-titled first album. VG Condition, $9.99. And Paul McCartney, Tug of War. VG copy, $12.99 for McCartney, Tug of War. And John Lennon Shaved Fish is VG Plus, $17.99 for John Lennon Shaved Fish. Essentially, a John Lennon compilation of mostly hits. Hiram wants Toto. That's sold to Hiram Ortega. We're going to put waiting list for Screaming Trees Dust with Chris Gardner. Boston has a bid for $65. Rush has a bid for $45. That's now a final call. I also feel like there was another question in there somebody asked, and I missed something. But if there is, let's go ahead and send it again. I'm trying to figure out what I've done with my Monster Energy drink. There it is. I'm going to mute my mic for 10 seconds while I take a drink of this. Okay, I'm back. I have one extra copy. of Van Halen MoFi One Step. I've locked in 2 more copies. The distributor I get these from, though, they're out of the office until after the first year now. They closed down for like 2 weeks, one of my distributors. And I don't think I can get the other 2 copies till after the first year. But if you want one, I have one left, and that is $154.99. $154.99 Van Halen One Step. I've got 1 extra copy on hand. I think I've locked in 2 more, but man, I really want to open one and listen to it. Van Halen self-titled was one of my early influences on getting into music. That album, just absolutely incredible. When I first started hearing all that, I was like, is that a guy playing a guitar? What is these noises I'm hearing? And of course, that was Eddie Van Halen. Sean Fairweather, Screaming Trees claim. Actually, Sean Fairweather was first on Screaming Trees. I'm glad you said something. So, Jake, change that Screaming Trees Dust to Sean Fairweather. Fred Carnell's first on the waiting list, and then Chris Gardner. So just take off Fred Carnell, add him to the waiting list, and give it to Sean Fairweather. Thank you, Sean. Sorry I missed that. You were correct. Let's go ahead and sell Boston for $65. Scott says he needs to retract his bid on Rush. I'm going to give Rush one more opportunity then. Rush is a $45 start. Right now, it has no bids. We have REO Speedwagon, High Infidelity, VG Condition, $9.99. The Nitty Gritty Dirt Band, Ricochet, Nitty Gritty Dirt Band from 1967. VG Plus Condition, $19.99 on the Nitty Gritty Dirt Band. And Bessie Smith. Let's go ahead and sell that to Michael Nath for $10. Bessie Smith. Humble Pie Eat It. That's VG Plus $19.99. And Bulldogs in VG Plus Condition, $9.99. Taco After 8. Tacos and VG Plus, $14.99. One more. I'm going to put up 2 new auctions. There's another Gord's Gold. This one's in VG Plus. This is normally how the covers look with just a little bit of ring wear. That other one we had was mint. This one's VG Plus cover, $19.99. Mike Locke wants T for taco. Boy, that sounds good right now. Some tacos. I'm going to go ahead and make Rush a buy it now. Technically, no bids on it. $45 buy it now for Rush, Fly By Night. Early 80s reissue. Extremely nice copy. $45 buy it now on Rush, Fly By Night. Okay, let's put up the America's Greatest Hits, Amazing Music with America, and let's do the Kiss Killers. I have a feeling a few people's waiting for Kiss Killers. So this is America's Greatest Hits. America's Greatest Hits, Japanese pressing with Obi. America's Greatest Hits. Let's take a look at it. Near mint with Obi. This is near mint minus and pristine. I say that quite often on these Japanese pressings if I don't let it slip out of my hand. This has the original inner sleeve with it with lyrics, Horse of No Name, I Need You, Sandman, Ventura Highway, Don't Cross the River, Only in Your Heart, classics, Muskrat Love, Tin Man, Lonely People, Sister Golden Hair, probably their most popular. Well, Horse of No Name. It's got to be between those two, Sister Golden Hair and Horse of No Name. Daisy Jane and Woman Tonight. Kind of the only album on there that's kind of poppy. Kind of has a pop sound to it, Woman Tonight. There is the original inner sleeve, some cool shots of the band, or the original insert. This is going to be a $45 start, Japanese quality, America's Greatest Hits, $45 start on that. And Kiss Killers, let's take a look at Kiss Killers. At first look, it looks like a very nice copy. Kiss Killers, I think it is a nice copy. This is, so I think Kiss Killers was a compilation that was only released in Japan and Germany, and maybe some other company or some other countries. But sorry, I don't have a PhD in Kiss, but from what I've always understood, it was really only released in Japan and I think Germany originally. It was Kiss Killers, which is a compilation. This is an $85 start. $85 start. It is near mint with Obi and insert. $85 start on that. Okay, so we had Roger Ramjet is going to do the buy it now on Rush for $45. We have a bid on America for $45. Cowboy Copas, as you remember, Cowboy Copas, VG Plus $9.99. Cheech and Chong, that's VG Plus $17.99 for Cheech and Chong. Quarter Flash is VG Plus $9.99. Quarter Flash, Queen, wow. Little Queen by Heart. I think I said Queen. This is Heart, Little Queen. VG Plus, $14.99. Barracuda. Kiss is at 85. Kiss is at 85. And James Taylor. Dad loves his work. EX, $12.99. Homeland Conspiracy wants CC, which was for Cowboy Copas. And there was also a CC for Cheech and Chong. So Homeland, I'm putting you down for Cowboy Copas. Let me know if you want a Cheech and Chong as well. But right there's Cowboy Copas for you. Davey Winstead first on Heart. Kiss is at $100. Travis, you were second on Heart. Scott Vanek, you were third. Pat Benatar, Crimes of Passion, EX $12.99. And Rush Signals Subdivisions. VG Plus $24.99. Rush Signals, VG Plus $24.99. So we have, if Homeland's passing on Cheech and Chong, he wanted Cowboy only. So first to the Cheech and Chong was Greg Rogers. He asked the price. It's VG Plus $17.99. Greg, if you don't want it, VG Plus $17.99. If you don't want it, it's sold to Sam Squanch, $67. Jeff Rice first to Rush. Mike Locke's out on Kiss. Jeff Brindley has Kiss Killers for $100. Fred Cardinal, you're out. That's going once, going twice. There was only one bid on America. I'm going to go ahead and sell it. Darren Meyer has that for $45. Darren Meyer, you get single bid. I don't know if I even did a final call on that, but it's sold now. And I'm going to go ahead and lay Cheech and Chong over here on top of Kiss, or on top of Rush. Greg Rogers said he will take that. Kiss is at $100. Before I do a quick recap on that bin, let me put up a Motley Crue, Girls, Girls, Girls. Wow, this is, Paul's got one here with some interesting dead wax notes. Let's run that one first. Interesting dead wax notes. I like to, oh, I forgot about this Miles Davis too. We have a Miles Davis kind of blue. Yeah, man, this is one of the grails. You know, last night was Air Horn night. I forgot about this thing. Paul sent me pictures of it and everything. When I started bringing out the butcher covers last night and the Velvet Underground and the Beatles MoFi box, I meant to show this thing, and I forgot. We're about to run it in just a second. It's going to be a $495 start, but that's incredible. Stand by for Miles Davis. Actually, somebody just messaged the page today and said, I see that you sell a lot of incredible auctions, but I rarely see any jazz. when do you get jazz auctions? And of course, people ask us that all the time, and I usually say jazz is rare. It's very tough to find rare, high-dollar jazz records. That is next to metal. Next to metal, jazz is probably number 2 far as most priciest, desirable stuff in the world. It actually may be number 1 by overall price, next to rare psych and rare funk and that kind of stuff. But it's rare and pricey for a reason. We just never really see it. Okay, Kiss Killers is at $100. It's a final call. Kiss Killers is at $100 with Jeff Brindley. $100 with Jeff Brindley. Payment process, we invoice every Monday. You can pay, we send you a Square invoice. With a Square invoice, you can pay with any credit or debit card. It's a Square invoice. We use them for our payment processor. Okay, Motley Crue. Paul has a lot of notes on this one. He says it's an odd 1987 club edition that is not listed on Discogs. It has manufactured by BMG, SRC, and Dead Wax, indicates specialty press. A variant exists with catalog number, but on white label. So, interesting. So, odd 1987 club edition that is not on Discogs. It has manufactured by BMG. It has SRC and the Dead Wax, which indicates a specialty press, R-120196 catalog number on label. It has a variant that exists with this catalog number, but it's a white label promo only. Interesting. Very clean copy. So this is kind of an unlisted Discogs entry. $55 start. Very clean copy of Motley Crue, Girls, Girls, Girls. So we'll call it a club copy. We'll call it a club copy in shrink wrap. Interesting Dead Wax information. It has the original inner sleeve, and it's a $55 start, Motley Crue. So OG Club, original inner sleeve and shrink wrap, $55 start on that. Okay, back up to the top. Kiss is at 101. Kiss is at 105. We have Kiss at 106 and Kiss at 110. Hello Walls, Willie Nelson. That is VG plus $12.99 for Hello Walls. Crosby, Stills, and Nash, CSN, VG Condition, $14.99. Jay Giles, Ladies Invited, that's VG plus $14.99. Mark, Don, and Mel, that's a Grand Funk solid gold compilation, as they call it. That's a hype sticker I've never seen before. Somebody obviously peeled that off the shrink wrap and put it on the cover. But that's a Grand Funk Greatest Hits, Closer to Home, VG plus, or excuse me, VG $14.99. That's a 2LP. Grand Funk, I'm Your Captain. Three Dog Night, Golden Biscuits, VG plus $12.99 for Three Dog Night. The Outlaws, Bring It Back Alive, that's VG for $12.99. On Stage with Hank Williams Sr., Volume 2, a live performance, VG $9.99. Kiss Killers is at $111 with Fred Carnell. Final call on Motley Crue to get a bid in for $55. Next is the Eagles Greatest Hits Volume 2, $29.99. EX Condition, Hotel California, Seven Bridges Road. That's EX $29.99. Debbie Winstead wants Three Dog Night. Homeland Conspiracy wants the Hank Williams Sr. On Stage. That's sold to Debbie, and that's sold to Homeland. We have a $55 bid on Motley Crue. How about Jimi Hendrix Smash Hits? VG Plus Condition, $24.99 for Smash Hits. Purple Haze, Fire, Wind Cries Mary. We have 3 bids on Motley Crue. 55, 55, 55. Kiss Killers is at 111. Jeff Brindley's out. Fred Carnell has that for a final call. Fleetwood Mac Tusk, VG plus $24.99. Jimi Hendrix is VG $14.99. Also, Faces, A Nod is Good as a Wink. Faces is VG $14.99. That has their hit song Stay With Me. Rod Stewart, that's on the original label. It's about a VG cover. Bill Cosby, When I Was a Kid, VG plus $14.99. Paul McCartney, Tug of War, VG $12.99. And John Lennon, Shaved Fish, VG plus $17.99. Kiss Killers, Jake, that's sold to Fred Carnell for $111. Motley Crue has new bids now for $56 with Kristen Orr. New bidder, new buyer. REO Speedwagons, VG for $9.99. The Nitty Gritty Dirt Band, an early one, Ricochet, VG plus $19.99. Also, Humble Pie Eat It, that's VG plus $19.99. Bulldog is VG plus $9.99. And Gordon Lightfoot, Gord's Gold. Somebody needs that. I sold one earlier. That's the essential Gordon Lightfoot compilation minus Wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald. Okay, some people's been asking about this. This looks like an incredible, I don't know if I've actually had this before. It's Japanese mono Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. April, what's your favorite Beatles song? Quick. Favorite Beatles song? You don't know one. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. We have somebody here working on payroll right now that does not know one Beatles song. I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to end the show. Oh my gosh. What are you, and you're a school teacher. What are you teaching your kids? Taylor Swift. Oh my gosh. Now I have a headache. Do you know how many hours I've listened to the Beatles? And you've listened to them probably 0 hours. All right. We have the Beatles, Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. Whoa. Wow. It's on red vinyl. I got to check my notes over here for this one. That is absolutely incredible, actually. Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band on red vinyl. It's in mono, and it's pristine. I'm going to have to get some oxygen. We got a lot of Beatles stuff going on here. There's the Japanese insert. What a beautiful cover, too. Wow. The 20th anniversary of the Japan concert. Red vinyl. I've never seen this before. Let me check my notes over here. The Beatles is going to be a $125 start. And I hope it brings a lot more than that. This is the Beatles, Sgt. Pepper's on red vinyl, mono, Obi, and pristine. $125 start. Okay, let me go back up the top and see what I missed. We had Motley Crue at 56, Motley Crue at 57. We had Motley Crue at 58. We have Kristen Orr, Let It Be. That's some Beatles songs. Let It Be. She said, how much is Gord's Gold? Darren Davis, Gord's Gold was VG Plus $19.99. Motley Crue's at 60. Motley Crue 61. Motley Crue out. So Motley Crue's at $61. $125 start on the Beatles red vinyl mono. Quarter Flash, VG Plus $9.99. James Taylor is EX $12.99. And Pat Benatar, Crimes of Passion, EX $12.99. So Motley Crue is in shrink wrap. It's a club copy. Interest in dead wax information. Nick Bargeron's at $62. We're looking for a $125 start on the red vinyl mono Beatles. That is a $125 start. $125 start. Very amazing copy there. And Nick Bargeron wants Pat Benatar. That's so to Nick Bargeron. And before that, John Martinez got Quarter Flash. No one got Gord's Gold. Darren Davis, you need that. VG Plus, $19.99. Just go ahead and say, I'll take it. Okay. Motley Crue's at 63. So we still got a battle going on for Motley Crue. Beatles is now up for consideration. And let me go ahead and condense this bin with the other bin. Let's condense this bin with the other bin over here. And let's go ahead and see what I have next. Jake, there's an empty crate. I'm sure we may need that tonight. I've got a couple more crates of new arrivals to go through before we start working on some discounts. We love discounts. And let me figure out why this copy of Paranoid, it's a new copy. I'm trying to figure out why it was behind the counter. I don't know. I may need to ask Tanner or Ed or before we sell that. It's a 180 gram copy. Just trying to figure out why it was behind the counter over here. Okay, now what's in this bin? Let's go through this stuff here. Actually, let me see what's in this bin. What was in this bin? This bin was... That was some fairly new stuff here. Yes, let me go through. I've got a couple new things here, including some Christmas albums in this bin, which is a final call. I'd say if you want to lock in, not saying we won't sell any Christmas albums next week, but because of shipping and trying to get it to your house before Christmas, if you're interested in getting in on some Christmas albums, now may be the time. So let's go through this crate very quickly, and I'm going to bring over some new stuff. The Cure's at $65, and we have Steve can have it. Does somebody claim? I'll buy Gordon if it doesn't want it. I'm new. Steve said, yes, Steve, I think you were on last night too. No, Steve, you got the Nirvana albums earlier. So, Steve, make sure you've messaged our page. Steve, I'll sell you Gord's Gold. New buyer. I think you bought a couple Nirvana albums earlier. Thank you and welcome. So, $7 in limited shipping. Just make sure you contact our page. We need your email address. Tanner will put you in our system. We'll send you an invoice on Monday. We send out hundreds and hundreds of invoices on Mondays. It's kind of an all-day thing, and then we start shipping. So right now, we're shipping stuff that paid 6 days ago. Tanner was working on some stuff this morning. We're shipping out stuff that paid 6 days ago. That seems like we're behind, but actually, to us, it feels like we're kind of balanced, but we're about to send out a whole new invoicing cycle. So that is so to Steve Sinella, Gord's Gold. So Zachary says he's in on the Beatles. That's at $125. Zachary P's in on the Beatles for $125. Brent Riley also bid $125. And this is Crew, not The Cure. This is Crew. Motley Crue, final call, high bid. Motley Crue high bid. Jeff Brindley is at $65. Kristen Orr, if you decide you're out, let me know. And the Beatles is at $130 with Michael Manning. Red vinyl mono. Hope everybody's paying attention on what's going on over here. Pristine red vinyl mono, Sgt. Pepper's. Crew is at $66. We have the Oh Brother, Where Art Thou soundtrack, $39.99. Oh Brother, Where Art Thou soundtrack, $39.99. One of the few ways you can actually get music by Alison Krauss on vinyl. Down to the River to Pray, Alison Krauss, $39.99. Also, I'm a Man of Constant Sorrow by the Soggy Bottom Boys. What year is it? Let's see. Well, I'm going to say early or mid-'80s because it says 20 years ago of the Japan concert, which what should be what, 1966 or 65? So it's got to be 1985 or 1986. I'm pretty sure they played Japan in 1966, right? And this is a 20th anniversary celebration, so that would be 1986. Crew is at $67. Oh Brother, Where Art Thou is $39.99, 2 LP. Fleetwood Mac Rumors, new remaster. It's not a Palace pressing, but it's a new copy. $31.99. Go Your Own Way, Dreams Don't Stop, You Make Lovin' Fun. We all know about Rumors, $31.99. Iron Maiden, Brave New World. Maiden, Brave New World, Iron Maiden, that is $54.99. Evanescence Fallen, a 20th anniversary edition of Evanescence Fallen, Bring Me to Life. This is the really cool edition that has the foil cover where her eyes and lips and the background change colors. That's on pink and black vinyl, $39.99. Jelly Roll with Lil White, No Filter, 2 LP, $44.99 for Jelly Roll and Lil White. Also Iron Maiden, A Matter of Life and Death. Iron Maiden, that's a 2 LP, $49.99 Iron Maiden, and Iron Maiden, Seventh Son of a Seventh Son, $33.99 for Iron Maiden, and Soundgarden, Super Unknown. This has hit songs such as Black Hole Sun and Spoon Man and Fell on Black Days and My Wave and Let Me Drown. That is classic, $46.99. Okay, we have, back up to the top, we have the Crew. Motley Crue was at $67. The Beatles was at $140. Motley Crue at $68. The Beatles at $140. Jeff's out on the Crew. Beatles $141. And Brent put $86. And $86 was for, that was the Beatles. It's a 1986. That's what I was assuming. Yeah, 1986. I figured they played Japan, and I'm pretty sure they played Japan in 1966. So that was 20th anniversary. The Beatles stopped touring after 1966, which is pretty incredible because after that they put out the Magical Mystery Tour album, Sgt. Pepper's, the White Album, Abbey Road, I guess technically Revolver. All those albums were out and they wasn't touring, which still to this day blows my mind. Billy Idol, Rebel Yell, $28.99. Billy Idol, Rebel Yell. Could you imagine putting out albums like Sgt. Pepper's and the White Album and Abbey Road and you wasn't even going on tour? Of course, they didn't have to. $28.99 for Billy Idol. Iron Maiden, Live After Death, $44.99 for Iron Maiden, Live After Death, $44.99. And Iron Maiden self-titled, that is $29.99. $29.99. Iron Maiden self-titled, $29.99. Also, Iron Maiden, Fear of the Dark, $44.99. Iron Maiden, Fear of the Dark. And George Michael and Wham featuring the music of George Michael and Wham. And this is Last Christmas, the original motion picture soundtrack to Last Christmas, $34.99. Okay, final call on Motley Crue. Jeff's out. Our new bidder, Kristen Orr, has it for $68. That's a final call. The Beatles is at $143 with Debbie Winstead. Scott, you're out. Debbie's out. Brent's out. Michael Manning's out. Scott Vanek, and who else? Zachary P. Y'all are all out. Debbie has that at $143. We have a new bid on Motley Crue. Calvin Ward has it for $70. Is that Jelly Roll's first or second album? Well, actually, Jelly Roll, his catalog goes back much further than this. This says 2013, but I can't really say, I don't really know, but he actually has a pretty deep discography if you start talking about all of his mixtapes when he was doing hip-hop and rap stuff. It goes much deeper than just those couple new albums that's out today. But I don't really know. But that's called No Filter, Little White and Jelly Roll, $44.99. Motley Crue's at $70. Holly Safe wants Iron Maiden, Fear of the Dark. That's sold to Holly Safe. New bid on the Beatles, $145 and $145. We have Death Angel, Human Side, $36.99. Also, Temple of the Dog, $39.99. Temple of the Dog, $39.99. 2 LP remaster. You got to have that. So I got on Discogs one day and started looking up Jelly Roll stuff, and I was looking up some of his mixtapes that he like self-produced, and they're extremely rare. It's stuff he gave out to people, just self-produced mixtapes and stuff. Now they're obviously very pricey, extremely rare, and there's been some pop up on Discogs. They'll be like one sold for $800 or something. Like a CD mixtape, like something custom produced or something. He's got a lot of stuff on there actually. Sean Fairweather wants Death Angel. We have Jelly Roll and Kristen. This is actually, these are all sticker price. So Jelly Roll's $44.99. Jelly Roll's $44.99. So these are all buy it now sticker price if you want it. Also, we have the Beatles, Two Peoples at $145. Scott Vanack was in first at $145. Zachary was second. Mark Fallon, I will message you. I don't know if you're still on, Mark Fallon, but yes, I will try to check my messages. I will try to do that tonight. Sorry I left you hanging last night. We were here basically until the store opened. We have Motley Crue, Girls, Girls, Girls. Motley Crue, so Kristen's out. That means Calvin has that for $70. Final call, and Kristen, that's technically Kristen's first purchase. Thank you and welcome. If that is your first purchase, go ahead and message our page. We need your email address and mailing address. Linda Ronstadt, this is her Christmas album for the first time ever on vinyl. First time ever on vinyl. Linda Ronstadt, $33.99. Also, Michael Bublé Christmas, $33.99. Red vinyl, best-selling Christmas album in the world of all time. I still think Elvis is, but they can't really chart that, I don't think. The Donnas Turn 21 is $38.99. The Donnas is $38.99, and we still have Soundgarden, which is Louder Than Love, $29.99. The Darkness, Permission to Land, colored vinyl, $31.99. Linda Ronstadt, Canciones de Mi Padre, $33.99. James Taylor, Never Die Young, $44.99. And Morgan Wallen, One Thing at a Time, that is $59.99. Motley Crue is sold to Calvin Ward for $70. That's sold to Calvin for $70. The Beatles is now at $146. $146 with Debbie Winstead. Everybody else is out. The Beatles at $146. Tom Sullivan wants the Linda Ronstadt, and he wants the Michael Bublé. Those are both sold. Sullivan and Sullivan gets Ronstadt and Bublé. If anybody else wants anything in here, let me know. Morgan Wallen, James Taylor, Linda Ronstadt, The Darkness, Soundgarden, Michael Bublé, The Donnas, Linda Ronstadt, Tenacious D, Last Christmas, Iron Maiden, Iron Maiden, Iron Maiden, Billy Idol, Soundgarden, Iron Maiden, Evanescence, Iron Maiden, Fleetwood Mac, and Oh Brother Warsaw. Brooke, there are a bunch of songs on Morgan Wallen. There's 36 songs on here. There are a ton. That is his triple album, which is technically 4 LPs. His double album was a triple album, and his triple album was a quadruple album, or something like that. He kind of messed up the titles, but he probably wasn't planning on it being pressed to vinyl that way, or whoever named the album for him. I'm assuming he did. Well, actually, this one's called One Thing at a Time. His other album was called, he had another album called The Double Album, and it was actually a triple album. So they needed more space on vinyl than he realized, I guess. I got new vintage stuff here. New vintage stuff that has not been put up. New vintage stuff here that has not been put up. Let's go through it right now. New vintage arrivals, and then we're going to start doing some vintage on sale. Let's start doing some vintage on sale. The high bid on the Beatles. The high bid on the Beatles is at $150. What Tenacious D? That was a long time ago, but we have Pick of Destiny and we have Self-Titled. The Donnas is $38.99. Godsmack is in, yes. And if you don't have one on your invoice, then you'll have one next week. But they should be all in and tagged now. The Beatles at $150. Debbie Winstead, let me know if you want back in. Let me resume some more Japanese pressings. Let's go ahead and go over here to, we got more Kiss. Is there a Kiss up right now? No, that's a Beatles album. Let's do Kiss Asylum, Japanese pressing with Obi. This is a $65 start. $65 start on Kiss Asylum. Here's a new Japanese pressing, Kiss Asylum. This has got the Obi with it. It is a $65 start. The vinyl is near mint and pristine. Near mint and pristine. There's the Japanese insert. There's the cover with Obi. $65 start on that. So Zachary's in on the Beatles at $152. Debbie's out. So now the Beatles is between Zachary and Scott. Zachary and Scott. Let's go through some new vintage stuff here. First, we have The Father Jumps. Earl Hines and his orchestra. $14.99. The Father Jumps. Also, Peter, Paul, and Mary, In the Wind. $9.99. Peter, Paul, and Mary. That one's technically self-titled. That's also $9.99. Merle Haggard, My Farewell to Elvis, $14.99. Merle Haggard, My Farewell to Elvis, $14.99. The World of Johnny Cash, $29.99, 20-track hits compilation. And Old Timey Concert, Doc Watson, Clint Howard, and Fred Price. That is $26.99. $26.99, Old Timey Concert. A Gatlin family tradition. The Gatlin Brothers, $9.99. That's in shrink wrap. And Run DMC, Raising Hell. Wow, $59.99, just like the other Run DMC we had the other night. Raising Hell, very clean copy, $59.99 for Run DMC. We have Jennifer Rush featuring the Power of Love Hop sticker, $9.99. And Star Tracking, that's a Ronco, kind of like K-Tel, 20-track hits compilation, $9.99. The Beatles is at 155, now 157. Final call on Kiss Asylum. Final call on Kiss Asylum to get a bid in for $65. Next is the Cars, Panorama, $24.99 on the Cars. And we have Bill Haley and the Comets, Greatest Hits, $9.99. So Brent Robley gets Brent Robley gets Run DMC. That's so to Brent Robley, and Mike Locke wants the Ronco compilation. New high bid on the Beatles is $160. I'm going to mute my mic for a second so I can take a drink of this. Okay, I'm back. Had to get some energy in my system. We have the Complete Fats Domino. That looks like a 3 LP Fats Domino compilation, $19.99. The Beatles is at $160. Todd Rundgren, Back to the Bars. This is $24.99. Also, we have Kenny Loggins, Celebrate Me Home, $9.99. $9.99. Sister Sledge, We Are Family. Sister Sledge is $9.99. Maynard Ferguson, New Vintage. Maynard Ferguson is $9.99. And The Now Sounds. That's another compilation. The Now Sounds Volume 3. I see the Guess Who, John Hartford, Nielsen, Jefferson Airplane, Friends of Distinction. That is sealed, $19.99. New bid on the red vinyl Beatles mono. Red vinyl Beatles mono Sgt. Pepper's. Boy, I can't say this. Let me restart. 1986 Sgt. Pepper's, the Beatles, mono, red vinyl, near mint and pristine. Zachary P. has that for $161. Kiss is a buy it now for $65. Kiss is a buy it now for $65 if anybody wants that. Debbie Winstead wants KL for Kenny Loggins. And then also CS. Wait 1 second there. So Debbie Winstead got KL. And then she also put CS. And CS is for what? Let me know. And then Stacy Metternich gets Now Sounds. That's so does Stacy Metternich. And let's go ahead and sell Kiss to Arthur Wyman. He gets that for a $65 buy it now. Tom Sullivan, you're third on Run DMC. Now, let's finally put up this Miles Davis. An original, 1959. Everybody pay close attention. This is a Jazz Grail. An original, 1959, Deep Groove Mono, misprint sleeve. This has a misprint sleeve. It says Adderley instead of Adderley. So what did they leave out there? They put Adderley or RLY. Oh, they left out an E. Also, B1 and B2 are flip-flopped on sleeve. Paul says it's EX Plus. It plays unbelievably great. Now, if Paul puts that, that means this is a very high grade. So this is very tough to find in this condition. This is a original Columbia 6i kind of blue. Wow. First time they picked this up in New England up there in that buying trip. I say New England. They was in Massachusetts, Pennsylvania, that part of the country. And wow, this is EX Plus. We're going to call this EX Plus. This is a 1959 Deep Groove Mono. Deep Groove Mono, $495 start. Just go ahead and bid 5 and we'll bring out the air horn for the first time tonight. Kind of Blue, Miles Davis, $495 start. So B1 and B2 are flip-flopped on the sleeve. So yeah, so it says on the back on the sleeve, it says Flamenco Sketches and All Blues. Actually, it says All Blues and Flamenco Sketches. And this is, Adderley is misspelt on the sleeve, and I'll show that as well. So this is a $495 start. Better put that back in the anti-static. I agree, Miles Davis kind of blue. So there's the vinyl, EX Plus condition. Jazz Grail, $495 start. Columbia 6i Deep Groove Mono, $495 start. Yeah, there's Adderley. I think they left off an E there. There's supposed to be another E in that. Is that where it is? Yeah, there's supposed to be an E after that L. They misspelled Adderley there. Adderley's misspelled. So misprint jacket. This is also flip-flopped. $495 start. Just go ahead and bid 5 and we'll bring out the air horn. Back up to the top. So we had 162 on the Beatles, but I'm not at the bottom yet. Tommy Flowers wants to see the Fats Domino. That's called the Complete Fats Domino, Tommy. It's a 3 LP on Silver Eagle Records. 3 LP of music, $19.99. No condition notes. Debbie Winstead wanted Sister Sledge. That's so to Debbie Winstead. We have Steve is in on the Doc Watson, and he's calling it a night. Thank you. So Doc Watson is sold to Steve Sinella. And the Beatles is at 163. And South America, going Latin, Ramsey Lewis. Ramsey Lewis, $9.99. $9.99. And Edgar Bergen and Charlie McCarthy, When Radio Was King, $9.99. Jeff Rice, The Cars is $24.99. By the way, Sgt. Pepper's at 163 with Zachary. And we have Scott out, so Sgt. Pepper's is a final call. And Madonna, Like a Prayer, $39.99. Looking for the big Porter Wagner autographs. Don't have any of those tonight. Don't have any of those. I may have a Dolly autograph, though. Madonna, Like a Prayer. Madonna, Like a Virgin. Back-to-back Madonnas, Like a Prayer and Like a Virgin. And another one. This is Madonna, $29.99. And this one is called You Can Dance. Madonna is $29.99. You Can Dance. Carmine Apiece. Never seen this before. $14.99 for Carmine Apiece. Also, Vital Information, Global Beat. $14.99. Pam Deakins on Randy. Ramsey, maybe? Did you mean Ramsey? I don't see a Randy. What was Randy? Let me know on that, Pam. I think you maybe meant Ramsey. And we have... Okay, so let's go ahead and sell the Beatles. The Beatles is a buy it now or now sold to Zachary for $163. $163. We have Jared McLaughlin first on CA. CA was Carmine Apiece. Let's go ahead and tag that to Jared. Final call to get a bid on Miles Davis for $495. $495. Colin asked if there's any Kiss. You've been missing Kiss all night. But it is your lucky day because I'm putting up one right now. This is a Japanese pressing of Kiss, Music from the Elder, and this has the sleeve with it too. I meant to photograph it with the sleeve. There may have been more people tuned in to watch this. I think Billy Shears asked about it, and I did not get a chance to reply to him. But look, this has the sleeve with it. Let me show you what I'm talking about. First, here's the vinyl. Did I already say a price on this? I think I spoke too soon on that. This is going to be a $75 start because it has this right here. It has this Japanese cover with it, so that goes on top there. This is a $75 start. $75 start for Kiss, Music from the Elder. It has this cover sheet. So the Japanese pressing had this kind of alternate cover sheet that went over the top. $75 start for Music from the Elder. $75 start. Gatefold. The jacket is very nice. So this is the Obi. It's this entire sheet of paper here. It's kind of like a page and the Obi. There's the Japanese insert. $75 start. $75 start. There it is. Final call on Miles Davis. Back up to the top. Jared McLaughlin got CA. Next was Pam Deakins wanted the South America. That's so to Pam Deakins. And then how much was the first Madonna? I almost said the first McDonald's. Madonna is $39.99. Like a Prayer. Madonna is $39.99. And Jeff Rice wants MD. Which if that's for Madonna, you may have to let me know for, well, there's 3 in here. Like a Prayer, Like a Virgin, and You Can Dance. Next is Breakfast in Heaven. Father Guido Sarducci. Is that how you say that? From Saturday Night Live, $14.99. Also, Father Guido Sarducci, that is $14.99 from Saturday Night Live. And The Time Warp from Rocky Horror Picture Show, $14.99. The Time Warp from the original soundtrack of the 20th Century Fox presentation, Rocky Horror Picture Show. This is $14.99. Jeff, you're first to Father. Let me know which one you want. And Deep Forest 3, Mazduzu Loom Remix. That's from 1997, $9.99. We do these 6 nights a week. We're here live selling records Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday from 7 to 11, sometimes midnight, every night. Every night almost. Sometimes we're here on Sundays too. Miles Davis is a $495 buy it now. We do this every night for 4, sometimes 5 hours every night right here on Facebook and YouTube. Miles Davis is a $485 $495 buy it now if anybody wants it. I repeat, $495 buy it now if anybody wants that. $495 buy it now. Final call to get a bid in on KISS. We're looking for a $75 start. I wonder if Billy Shears is watching. That's a $75 start on KISS, music from the Elder. Back up to the top, we have, let's see here. We had Jeff Rice put MD. Now, what was that for? Jeff Rice, MD. Let me know what that was for. And then Jeff Masters first on Father, and he says, please re-show them. We have Breakfast in Heaven, $14.99. And then this one is, I guess, self-titled. No, excerpts from Breakfast in Heaven, which looks like the same thing, the full album. Looks like this album, and it looks like it's a promo copy of it. So they're both Breakfast in Heaven, but one's like a different version. Okay, back up to the top. Where did I get to? Okay, Jeff claimed Father, and then Michelle Miller put TW. I'm going to wait on that one. I'll wait till I get to the bottom. First, let's go ahead and tag Michelle with Time Warp. Zachary was second. Jeff Master put Blue. Is that a buy it now, Jeff? You put Miles Davis earlier, and then you put Blue, but I never did see a numerical. I just need to confirm if you're buying this for $495. If not, we have a standing offer of $425. So I need to make sure you want that for $495. You put MD and then you put Blue, but I never did see a numerical. And then we have a $75 bid on KISS, a $425 offer on Miles Davis. Jeff McMaster wants this one. That's sold to Jeff McMaster. And Brian Arrigo says he'll take the other one. KISS is at $75 with Jeff Brindley going once, going twice. We have Loverboy Live. Wow, that's interesting. Some kind of promo. A 1981 etched white label promo from Loverboy, $29.99. Let's see what this looks like. It looks like it has their signatures on it. It's about EX condition too. This one, the other disc, is very nice. That's very interesting. Sell that to Calvin Ward. I've never seen that before. It's etched white label promo, live Loverboy. That's sold to Calvin Ward. Final call on KISS. Final call on KISS for $75 to Jeff Brindley. And we have Ode to an Odd, John Beribian. Okay, interesting. That is $29.99. Looks like some belly dancing going on. Tom Sullivan was second on Loverboy. Mike Locke was third. The Sounds of Silence, Simon & Garfunkel, $14.99 for The Sounds of Silence, Simon & Garfunkel. That is the second label, but that is very, very nice vinyl. $14.99. And KT Oslin, 80s Ladies. KT is $14.99. Let's go ahead and sell KISS to Jeff Brindley for $75. And Brent, if you're still good with Miles Davis, I'm letting some stuff move tonight. If you're good at $425, that's an incredible pressing. If you're good, I'm good. I'm going to sell this to Brent Ribley for $425, and that's the Miles Davis Kind of Blue. I meant to bring this out last night for Grail Night, and it actually was behind this Beach Boys box set, and I never did get to it. That's an incredibly nice copy of Kind of Blue. It is right now a final call, and Brent says thank you. Sell that to Brent for $425. Fantastic. Miles Davis is sold. That is sold. Here's 3 more empty crates, Jake. I'm going to bring over this Beach Boys box set. Let me get these out of the way. It's kind of, I don't like it when they're crisscrossed like that. My minor case of OCD starts kicking in. Okay, let's bring out Billy Joel. And where's that Beach Boys box set? Did I do something with it? It was in that other crate. Did I lay it somewhere? Oh, it's over here, right here behind me. And Jeff Healey Band. Okay, so next 2 auctions, we have, actually, let me do Billy Joe first. Jeff Healey Band is on standby, and let me go ahead and do this Beach Boys. And I have another Motley Crue. I have another OG Motley Crue if anybody missed out on that last one. So this is the Beach Boys Smile. The Beach Boys Smile, which is a 2000, let me show it to you here. Beach Boys Smile box set. This is a 2011 box that includes 2 LPs, 2 7-inch, 5 CDs, a poster, a photo book, a 60-page hardback book, crack in the corner of the box, so it does have a seam split where? It has a seam split somewhere. Must be on the second level. And we have that. Paul has that tag for $175 start. Okay. This is a Beach Boys Smile box set, 2011. 2 LPs, 2 7 inches. It has a poster, hardback book, And this is the Smile box set. And let me try to figure out where that crack is. I'm trying to figure out where... Boy, I don't really see it. Must be pretty hidden. Must be in this second layer. Okay, yeah, I was about to say, it must be in the actual housing. It's right there. Pretty much nothing to fret about. That is a $175 start. The Beach Boys Smile, $175 on that. Very cool. And I'm pretty sure that's the unreleased. That's like the lost hidden album, right? I get that confused with something else, but that's that album I'm pretty sure that was like not released. That is now up for bid, $175 start. Okay, we have back up to the top. So we pulled Loverboy, we sold that. Our next Japanese pressing is Billy Joel. I don't think I've had this one in a while as a Japanese pressing. This is a $45 start. Billy Joel, Songs in the Attic. And of course, Songs in the Attic is a live album by Billy Joel. $45 start. It's in shrink wrap with Obi. Songs in the Attic, $45 start. The vinyl is near mint and pristine. There's the LP. There's the book. There's a young William Joel. There's the Japanese insert. There's the original inner sleeve. If I've had this, it's been a while. It's actually a gatefold. Gatefold and shrink wrap. Billy Joel, $45 start on that. Next is Darren Davis wants KT Oslin. That's sold to Darren Davis. And somebody asked about Simon & Garfunkel. It's $14.99. Simon & Garfunkel is $14.99. It's a very clean copy. Second label. Orleans, Walking and Dreaming. Orleans is $9.99. Wow, Peter Gabriel, So, an OG copy, $34.99. Original inner sleeve, very, very clean. Peter Gabriel's $34.99. Those come and go in stock. I don't have it available right now. The Dream Academy, featuring their hit song Life in a Northern Town. The Dream Academy is $19.99. Martin Mull, comedy album, $12.99. And Heart Magazine, $19.99 for Heart Magazine. Two more records in here. Fleetwood Mac Tusk is $39.99. And Climax Blues Band, Flying the Flag. And that is $14.99. $14.99. Climax Blues Band, Flying the Flag, $14.99. Final call if you want to get a bid in on the Beach Boys box set, $175 start. Final call if you want to get a bid in on the Japanese Billy Joel. So far, there's been no auctions, not sell tonight. If those don't get bid pretty soon, I'll make them buy it nows. And let's go through this crate one more time. I'm just going to read titles, so we go ahead and get started in the next crate. Also, I got a new shipment of Funkos in. It's one theme. It's called Power Rangers. And it's from the original Power Rangers, at least the original here in the United States. It kind of got started over in Japan. And what is that squeaking noise? Jake, is that you? Started to get to my head a little bit. We have Power Rangers. I have a whole set. They're $14.99. That is a pink Power Ranger. There's the yellow Ranger. This is the blue Ranger. We have the black Ranger and the green Ranger. So I have all five: green, black, yellow, blue, and pink. And this is just like a new series from the OG Power Rangers from the 90s. And these are all $14.99. I don't think it's any kind of... It's a 30th anniversary celebration. Yeah, 30th anniversary celebration. 1993 to 2... Wow, that makes me feel old. I'm starting to see the stuff like 30th anniversary celebration of stuff when I was a kid. And I'm like, okay, this is signs that you're starting to get old when you start seeing 30th anniversary celebration of stuff you grew up as a kid. Just like some of y'all see stuff that says 60 anniversary celebrations. Wow, I don't mean to make y'all feel old, but it's the truth. Okay, Thomas Hamilton commented mouse. Now, what was mouse? Mouse? I don't see that. Okay, buy it now on the Beach Boys, $175. Buy it now on the Beach Boys, $175 if anybody wants that. And Billy Joel's a $45 buy it now. Those are buy it nows if anybody wants them. Here's what's left in here very quickly. The Father Jumps, Earl Hines and his orchestra. Peter, Paul and Mary, Merle Haggard, Johnny Cash, Gatlin Brothers Christmas, Bill Haley and his Comets. Also, Todd Runner and Back to the Bars, Maynard Ferguson. Oh yeah, there's a red one too. My bad. There's a red one. I left out the most popular one, the Red Ranger. There's the red one. My bad. There's the red one. So yeah, there's 2, 4. If you want all of them, there's 2, 4, 5. There's 6. Green, black, pink, blue, yellow, and red. When I hear Power Rangers collector, the first thing that comes to my mind is Seth Hackett. He has this small obsession with Power Ranger stuff. He'll probably buy those. By the way, I showed this early in the sale. is one of the first LPs. I'm taking a waiting list for it. Soundgarden, Lollapalooza. It's a new unofficial I have not had before. Live Soundgarden, $28.99. $28.99. If anybody wants on that waiting list, Soundgarden, Lollapalooza. Chris Cornell, of course, $28.99 on that. $28.99 if anybody wants in on that. So we had Maynard Ferguson, also Fats Domino, Edgar Bergen, The Cars, Madonna. Surprised no one got those. Vital Information, Deep Forest, John Beribian, Simon & Garfunkel still available. Orleans, this is still available. Peter Gabriel, So what in the world? Somebody's got to get that. Also, the Dream Academy. Stacy, was that a claim? The Dream Academy, Life in a Northern Town? You put Dream, no, I bet you meant Dream Academy. Go ahead and sell that to Stacy Metternich. Put Trista down on the Soundgarden waiting list and Brian on the waiting list. Martin Bull still available. Heart still available. Magazine, there's usually not much Heart left behind. There's Fleetwood Mac Tusk and there's Climax Blues Band. Jeff Healey Band, this is up for auction. It's a copy of See the Light, an OG copy, EX condition. It has the original inner sleeve. We're going to put this thing up for a $1 start. Jeff Healey Band, See the Light, $1 start. Yes, you heard me correctly. Jeff Healey Band is a $1 start. That is now up for bid. All right, let's start doing some vintage discounted stuff. Nobody got Peter Gabriel So. That may be the first time ever in the history of ever that we've had anything like that happen. Right, April? Can you name one Peter Gabriel song? I don't even know who that is her answer. Man. Oh, that made my back hurt. Oh my gosh. Could you imagine living life and never listening to Peter Gabriel? Oh my gosh. You have so much to experience. We have Motley Crue. This is Girls, 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 the second copy of the night. A 1987 specialty press with the original inner sleeve, EX condition, $35 start. So we had a club copy earlier. Here's an OG copy, Motley Crue, Girls, 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 a 1987 specialty OG, $35 start. $35 start for Motley Crue, Girls, Girls, Girls. EX condition. It also has the original inner sleeve, nice jacket. That is a $35 start. There's Motley Crue. Let's go ahead and start going through a vintage bin of half off here. I think these titles are pretty recent too. Yeah, these are pretty recent. Jake, I'm going to make everything in here half off. And we're going to start selling some vintage stuff. We're going to start moving some records. We got tonight. We got tomorrow night. We're on track to have one of our best weeks ever, especially after last night. All the records we sold at auction. So my goal is to have by far the best week ever in the history of Collectco. So we're going to start doing a lot of stuff on sale. Vintage, including tomorrow night. It's going to be a huge night for vintage markdowns. We're going to bring out some more big auctions. We still got more surprises tonight. Hope everybody's ready. Hope everybody's ready. Back up to the top, we had Jeff Healey 1, Jeff Healey 5, Jeff Healey 35, Jeff Healey 2, Jeff Healey 10, Jeff Healey 10, Jeff Healey 35, Motley Crue 35. So Motley Crue is at 35 and 37. Yes, we got more. That's something I'm going to try to maybe have Paul work on, if not for tomorrow night's sale. He does it. We get them ready for Monday and Tuesday. We still got a collection of vintage rock memorabilia like posters and toys and collectibles, vintage stuff, but mostly original concert posters and handbills. The small ones, the big ones. We've got some stuff like that to bring out that's been stashed in the back. Okay, so Jeff Healey's at 37. Jeff Healey's at 37 and Motley Crue is at 35. We got bids on both auctions. Everything in here is going to be half off. Jake, the price I say is the half off price. Grand Funk Live, $15, no condition notes. It has the poster. $15, no condition notes. It has the poster. Grand Funk Live, $15, no condition notes. Wow, Grassroots, one of my favorites here. A quad mix in shrink wrap, $10. $10, that's Grassroots, $10 on that. American Flyer, Spirit of a Woman, American Flyer, $7.50. Also, Garden Party, Rick Nelson, Garden Party is $7.50. And John Cruth's Midnight Snack, $7.50, featuring Brian Ritchie and Victor DiLorenzo and Gordon Gano of Violent Femmes. That is also Sigmund Snopik III. That is $7.50. and Climax Blues Band. There's a copy of Flying the Flag, $10. You leaving?
Have a Merry Christmas. Yeah.
Okay, well, April's leaving without permission. Kind of like Seth, just walk out whenever you want to. Sure. Okay. Jake's leaving too. Man, what's going on here? Everybody's just like, this is a walkout. Do y'all not realize we're in the middle of a live record sale here? Okay. So we have, half my staff just left without permission. We have Motley Crue at 36. Jeff Healey, Motley Crue 36, Jeff Healey 37, another 36. Do you still have the Doors Matrix box set? Yes, I see one across the room, Sean. If you want it tonight, I'll do 25% off of it. 20% off. 20% off. Not 25, 20% off. Also, Motley Crue 37. First to the Grand Funk, Tanner, at half off was Henry's Choice. Henry's Choice gets Grand Funk, and that would have made it $15. That's the half off price. Heidi Bowman wants CBB. That's Climax Blues Band. We have we have a couple offers. Peter Gabriel is $34.99. I'm sticking to my guns on Peter Gabriel. Zachary made an offer. Edward made an offer. It is a pristine copy. It is definitely sticker price for Peter Gabriel. So, I mean, it has In Your Eyes on it. John, this is in shrink wrap. It's a quad pressing. Now, Donna wrote her name on the back, but it's on the shrink wrap. That actually may come off with the right adhesive or the right chemical. Donna wrote her name on Sharpie, but that's on the shrink wrap. It has the Woolco sticker price, and that's $10. Actually, never mind. Henry's Choice said GR was for Grassroots. Never mind. So let me pull back. Grand Funk. He put GR, didn't he? He didn't put GF. He put GR for Grand Funk. This is already sold. Sorry, John Young, and sorry, Henry's Choice. That's already been sold. Climax Blues Band is still sold. And Edward Star Wars said he would do $34.99 on Peter Gabriel. So that was from the last bin, Peter Gabriel. Now, Zachary P. made an offer on it. And if Zachary P. passes at $34.99, if Zachary P. passes, then that is sold to who just made an offer? Edward Star Wars. Edward Star Wars. Also, Zachary, I saw that you was in Gallatin, and I saw a box going out the other day, and which makes you local, but also I ran for public office a couple years ago, and I'm pretty sure that at one point I may have dropped off a flyer on your doorstep asking you to vote for me at some point. So, small world. The Doors, live at the Matrix, $134.99. I was like, wait a minute, he's in Gallatin. I may have asked at one point for him to place a vote for me. $134.99 on the Doors, and then 20% off. $134.99 on the Doors, and that makes that 20% off, and that makes that $107.99. $107.99. $107.99 on the Doors. That would be the 20% off price. The Doors live at the Matrix. Also, we have Jeff Brindley at 37 on Motley Crue. We have Peter Gabriel. Edward's got that. If he passes, we have Stephen A. Young getting Grand Funk at half off. So we're waiting for an answer on that. And then it's sold Peter Gabriel regardless. Grand Funk is half off to Stephen A. Young. We have Motley Crue at $38. We have Holly Safe is going to get the Doors. That's as long as Sean wants it. Sean says he'll take it, so that's sold to Sean Fairweather. We have Motley Crue at 40. Motley Crue at 40. Sean Fairweather said sold on the Doors. Zachary passed on Peter Gabriel, so that was sold to Edward Star Wars. And where did I get to? We got a lot of activity going on these auctions. Give me 1 second. I'll get caught up. Let me show a few more LPs, including Chili Whack. Chili Whack is $5. Breakdown in Paradise and Berlin Pleasure Victim. $12.50. Berlin Pleasure Victim. That is $12.50 for Berlin Pleasure Victim. And we have Chicago Transit Authority. $15 for Chicago Transit Authority. 2LP, Chicago. $15 buy it now on that. And REO Speedwagon, you get what you play for. That is a white label promo, $20 on that. White label promo of REO Speedwagon, $20. We have Motley Crue at $45. And we have Jeff Healey Band. Let me get an update on that. So Jeff Healey Band was also for auction, and that was way up here. It's almost been forgotten about. Edward Star Wars has Jeff Healey Band for $37. If you're not Edward Star Wars, then you don't have this for $37. And if I've missed a bid, you might want to go ahead and just bid again, because I have him for $37, and that's going once, going twice. Next was Motley Crue. We just had a bid. Motley Crue at 40, Motley Crue 42, Motley Crue 45. Brian Arrigo gets the Chicago Transit Authority. Brian C. wants the REO Speedwagon, and Heidi was second. Heidi was second. Berlin still available, and Best of Straubs is a white label promo, $11.50. Best of Straubs. Wet Willie, the wetter, the better. Wet Willie is $10. And we have Loggins of Messina, Finale. Loggins of Messina is $7.50. I'm about to sell Jeff Healey. I'm about to sell Motley Crue. I do have Melancholy. Yes, I have Melancholy. I have a Dookie box set. I have Rush Live, Clockwork Angels. No, I have Rush Live in Cleveland. Red Hot Chili Pepper Stadium Arcadium. I have Mac Miller Swimming. Grateful Dead, Soundgarden Live from the Artist Den. I have Garth Brooks. I have Rat. I have Pink Floyd Pulse. Buffalo Springfield, Tool, Fear Inoculum. Dio, Rush, Moving Pictures. Rush Signals. What's in here? What box set is this? This is The Who, San Francisco Live 71. I have Winger, Chapter 1, The Atlantic Years. I have The Darkness, Permission to Land box set. This is Rush, Clockwork Angels, and that's another Pink Floyd Pulse, I think. I've got a lot of box sets over here. I also have the Beatles Stereo Collection, $749.99. The Beatles Stereo Collection, $749.99. I'll have to bring some of those over in just a second. Okay, so we have Lighthouse, Can You Feel It? Lighthouse is $9.99, and Elvis Country, $14.99 for Elvis Country. That is on the original tan RCA label, $14.99 for Elvis Country. We have Mammy, is that what that says? Mammy Van Doren, that is $10. I may have not told, let me refresh myself and everybody else what's going on. We're in a half off bin here, so I may have to re-say some of those prices. Everything here is half off sticker. Let's go ahead and sell Edward Star Wars, the Jeff Healey, for $37. And now I'm doing a final call on Motley Crue. Ken has Motley Crue for $45. Ken, you have Motley Crue for $45, and that's a final call. Back up to the top, Chris Christopherson and Rita Coolidge, $12.50. And Thin Lizzy, wow, a 1977 promo, white label promo, or not a white label promo, but a promo 12-inch single of Dancing in the Moonlight and Bad Reputation. That's now $15. Promo Thin Lizzy. Sean Phillips is $7.50. And Jean-Luc Ponty, Imaginary Voyage, that's $5. Melancholy is priced at $129.99. The Green Day Dookie box set, I will have to go grab it. I can't remember the original price on that for Green Day Dookie. But if you give me a second, I'll go back across the room and get both of those. Let me grab our next Japanese pressing. So this was showed the Sean at 20% off. That was 20% off. Back up to the top, we had Calvin Ward first on Thin Lizzy, Michael Knapp second, Kelly Cook third, Heidi fourth, and Blade Singletary fifth. Loggins of Messina was $5 for So Fine, and the Gentry's is $7.50. These are price. These are half off the original sticker, and this is the Gentry's. That is $7.50. Also, Tanya Tucker, What's Your Mama's Name? Tanya Tucker is $10. Motley Crue is sold. Ken, you get that one for $45. Thank you, Ken. Next Japanese pressing is More American Graffiti, Volume 2. American Graffiti Soundtrack, Volume 2, More American Graffiti. This is going to be a $45 start. I'll show that in detail right after I grab a copy of Live Cream Volume 2. Now, I like Volume 2 because it has some of the, in my opinion, better tracks on it, like Sunshine of Your Love. Let me first show Live Cream. This is a Japanese pressing, $45 start. $45 start, Live Cream Volume 2, White Room, Politician, Tales of the Brave Ulysses, also Sunshine of Your Love. This is a $45 start for Live Cream Volume 2. There's the LP. There's the cover with Obi. Live Cream is a $45 start. And we have More American Graffiti, the original motion picture soundtrack. 2 LP of American Graffiti. That's More American Graffiti. More American Graffiti. There's one. There's number 2, and there's the cover with Obi, $45 start for that. There's More American Graffiti, there's Live Cream Volume 2. Both of those are $45 and $45 start. So, is Berlin still available? Berlin was still available. Berlin is $12.50. Is there somebody outside? Berlin is $12.50. Also, the Jackson's Destiny, this is $15, the Jackson's Destiny, and Sgt. Pepper's is A 68 Scranton press, $32.50. $32.50 for a 1968 Scranton press of Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. About a VG Plus cover. The vinyl has no condition notes on it. Very, very nice. Hiram says he'll take, and that was for Berlin. Davey Winstead wants the Jacksons. Tanner, these are half off the sticker on the back. Also, we have, wow, Joni Mitchell Blue. That would make this $37.50. It's a 76 Winchester pressing. A 76 Winchester pressing of Joni Mitchell Blue. Extremely nice vinyl. Actually, not a bad cover. It's not a 69. It's a 76. $37.50. I don't really think that was supposed to be in there. The Beatles at the Hollywood Bowl. This is $16.50 for the Beatles at the Hollywood Bowl. $16.50 for the Beatles at the Hollywood Bowl. And Richard Marx, repeat offender, $12.50. Richard Marx, repeat offender, $12.50. No one bid on these. I'm going to move through them pretty fast. More American Graffitis, a $45 buy it now. Amazing track listing on that. And Live Cream Volume 2, that's a $45 buy it now. So Live Cream Volume 2 and American Graffiti, both are $45 buy it nows. Hope everybody's paying attention. Those would be some nice pickups, $45 and $45 buy it nows. Label and condition on Sgt. Pepper's again. Sgt. Pepper's is a 68 Scranton press we have. No condition notes on the vinyl. I'll call it EX Plus. The cover's in VG Plus. It does have a W on the cover, and that would make it $32.50. The back of Hollywood Bowl. Here's the back of Hollywood Bowl. Hollywood Bowl, there's the back of it. And that is $16.50. There's the back of Hollywood Bowl. We have Which Chili Whack and Price. This is Chili Whack, and this is $5. It's in shrink wrap. Breakdown in Paradise. Chili Whack is $5. Breakdown in Paradise. It's a Beautiful Day. Today, $5. And we have Go For Your Guns, the Isley Brothers. That is $7.50. Matrix on side 2 of Sgt. Pepper's. Sgt. Pepper's side 2 Matrix. This is Sgt. Pepper's SMAS 2-2 653-B2 number 3. IAM Scranton. SMAS 2-2 653-B2 number 3. Henry's Choice said he'll take the Chili Whack, and that was for $5. Let's put up some new track list on American Graffiti. You'll have to give me a second on that because that would take 10 minutes to read off. But if you give me a second, I will read off every song on there. May have to give me a few moments, though. Let me get up next is Boston and Kiss 2. Kiss Alive 2, that is. Let's take a look at it. We have Kiss Alive 2, a very nice copy. One of our last Japanese Kiss records of the night. We have sold all of them. We are now getting to this one right here. Kiss Alive 2. This is going to be a $75 start. Kiss Alive 2. Very nice. There's LP number 1. Here is LP number 2. Kiss Alive 2. Very, very clean vinyl. There's the Evolution of Kiss book. There's the Japanese insert. And there's both original sleeves. Both original inner sleeves. Kiss Alive 2 Japanese pressing. $75 start on that. Also, Boston Don't Look Back, Japanese pressing. We've already sold Boston self-titled. Here's Boston Don't Look Back. This is a $55 start. Boston Don't Look Back. It has the Obi with it. It's also near mint minus and pristine. There's the Japanese insert. $55 start. $55 start for Boston Don't Look Back. Orange Epic label. $55 start with Obi. $55 start on that. Now, back up to the top. Regina wanted the Elvis and the Tanya Tucker. There's Tanya. And let me find the Elvis. Those are both sold to Regina Tabor. Those are sold and sold. Half off sticker on the back. Zachary's going to take the 68 Scranton Sgt. Pepper's. That's sold to Zachary. We have a $75 bid on Kiss. And we have 16 of the greatest hits of the Isley Brothers. That's $7.50. Also, John Mayall, Back to the Roots. John Mayall also has the book with it. 2 LP, $17.50. John Mayall, Back to the Roots. 2 LP with the booklet. Extremely nice copy, $17.50. Arlo Guthrie, Hobo's Lullaby, that is $10, and Monumental Funk, Grand Junction, and that is Mark Farner. That is a Grand Funk-related album, I'm pretty sure. Mark Farner and Don Brewer, yeah, Monumental Funk, that is $15. Craig just posted the track listing. No, Javi just posted the track listing for American Graffiti. Thank you. There's a track listing for American Graffiti. If anybody decides they want that, let me know. Kevin Willis gets John Mayall. Now, these Japanese pressings, I don't know if they included all the inserts. Some of these don't include all the same inserts than the U.S. pressings. If this Japanese pressing included If this Japanese pressing included a sticker sheet, then it's not in here. But like I said, some of these Japanese pressings are different than the U.S. pressings. For those bidding, just so you know, I don't know if this one came with stickers. If it did, there's no stickers with it. Now, I've got confused. One night I was selling one of these and I was like, it's missing the stickers or it's missing this. And somebody's like, Chad, that pressing didn't come with stickers. And so ever since then, I've been very careful to say if something's missing or not. But this is a Japanese pressing, and sometimes it was slightly different. Now, maybe we have the KISS knowledge watching that could let us know for sure. If it comes with stickers, if the Japanese pressing did, then this one didn't. We have a high bid of $75, and that's a final call. Also, final call to get a bid in on Boston. If anybody decides they want the American Graffiti soundtrack, Jeff Brindley says he wants it. That's a $45 buy it now. And we have Sean Fairweather says he'll take the Hollywood Bowl. That is so. Sometimes I'll have enough time to look up all these and try to figure out what's complete and what's not with these Japanese pressings. But tonight, I'm just kind of showing them as is. Hal Holbrook, Mark Twain tonight. $5 for Hal Holbrook. Also, the Rolling Stones, their Santanic Majesty's Request, a VG copy for just $8.50. Wow, $8.50 on their Santanic Majesty's Request, and that is a VG copy. Blue Oyster Cult, Tyranny and Mutation. Blue Oyster Cult is VG for $7.50. And Tommy the Who, VG copy for $12.50. Tommy the Who, VG $12.50, and that's an original Decca pressing. VG $12.50. Zachary P. wants the Rolling Stones. That's so does Zachary. Davey Winstead was second. Matt Parsons wants BOC. All right, let's sell Mike Lock Kiss Alive too. Some great deals on these Kiss auctions. Some of these Kiss Japanese pressings usually bring twice as much as what they've been selling for tonight. So if you've been watching and you've been bidding on the Kiss Japanese stuff, especially Mike Lock, you've got some deals because they've been selling for minimum bid. And now Boston is a $65 buy it now. Boston is a $65 buy it now. Blade Singletary wants Tommy by The Who. James Lugwood, you were second. Now, earlier we had some questions about box sets, Smashing Pumpkins, Dookie, The Who, and maybe one of the Rush. Give me a few more records here, maybe when I get to the end of the bin, and I'll go pull some box sets. We have Young Americans, David Bowie, VG Plus condition, just $13.50. Orange RCA label on that one, $13.50 on David Bowie. And Van Morrison, Beautiful Vision, $15. No condition notes on Van Morrison, Beautiful Vision. All right, let me pull the next two Japanese pressings. Eric Clapton, 461 Ocean Boulevard, and James Bond for Your Eyes Only. Somebody was asking for these early in the sale. We hadn't got to them until right now. This is Eric Clapton, 461 Ocean Boulevard. Eric Clapton, 461 Ocean Boulevard. Japanese pressing. This is going to be a $45 start. We had a signed copy last night. We had an autographed copy last night. This is a Japanese pressing. This is a $45 start. And every once in a while, we'll have a U.S. pressing and a UK pressing. Sometimes we'll have one that's autographed. This has some humidity spots on the inside, right here, right over there, and right over there. And this is a this is a $45 start. So it does have some of the humidity damage on the inside. The vinyl's pristine, has the Japanese insert. $45 start on that. And $35 start. $35 start for James Bond for Your Eyes Only soundtrack. Sheena Easton doing the theme song there for Your Eyes Only. $35 start. Japanese pressing. The vinyl on this is pristine. James Bond for Your Eyes Only. There's the lyric insert or informational insert. Not much lyrics on this. It's just that one song and the score music. There's for Your Eyes Only. That's a $35 start on that. Now back up to the top. John Young was first on the David Bowie. Sell that to John Young. Jeff second. Thomas third. Holly fourth. We have James Bond at 35 and another Bond at 35. We have Johnny Winter, second Winter, VG Plus, $8.50. The Beatles, 62 to 66, $15. VG Plus condition, $15 on the Beatles, 62 to 66, $15 on that. And Grand Funk Railroad, VG condition, $15. Grand Funk Railroad. Bonds at 35, 35 now 36. Genesis is $9. Trespass. VG Plus, $9 for Genesis Trespass. Genesis Seconds Out, that's in VG Plus, $12.50 for Genesis Seconds Out. And Genesis Nursery Crime. 3 Genesis in a row there. This one's EX condition, $9. Genesis, and the Rolling Stones Some Girls, VG condition, unedited cover, just $20. The vinyl is in VG condition. the Rolling Stones Some Girls VG condition, and that is the Rolling Stones. That has the original cover with it, unedited, $20. The vinyl's VG, about a VG plus cover. Now, Heather, you were first to Genesis. Your lucky day because you can have Trespass, Seconds Out, or Nursery Crime. Let me know, Heather, you're first. She put Nursery Crime. I'll just make sure that's the only one you want before I pull any more. John Young, you were second. James Bond's at $40. Jeff Rice, we'll go ahead and pull Rolling Stones to Jeff Rice. Brian was second. Zachary was third. Brandon Jackson says he'll do the Buy It Now on Boston for $65. Don't look back. Jeffrey Dunlap's at $50 on James Bond. And we have Jay Giles, The Morning After. That is VG Plus for $7.50. The Monkey Time by Major Lance, VG Plus $12.50. Also, Neil Diamond, Velvet Gloves and Spit. Neil Diamond's in VG Plus $10. And Wham, Make It Big. This is just $6.50. It is the full album. It's in VG condition, though. VG condition. I think Heather just wants Nursery Crime. Heather, if you change your mind on that, let me know. I'll go ahead and tag you for that at half off. Debbie Winston wants JK. JK was for, I'm not for sure. She might have meant JG. Was that for JG? Jay Giles, Debbie? James Ludwig maybe was next on that if Debbie didn't want Jay Giles. James Bond's at $50. No one bid on Eric Clapton. I'm going to make that a $45 buy it now. Right now, there's been 3 no bids. Eric Clapton, $45. Billy Joel, $45. Songs in the Attic, pristine copy of that. And Live Cream, Live Cream Volume 2. That's a $45 buy now. And the Beach Boys box set, Smile. The Beach Boys box set, Smile. That was $175. So those are all still available. All still available on that. Okay, and now James Bond's a final call. Jeffrey Dunlap's at $50. That means Grant Peltzer and Debbie Winston. Let me know if y'all want back in. Jeff Rice says he's going to pass on the Rolling Stones. So give that to Brian Arrigo instead. Brian Arrigo was second. Zachary P. was third. Okay, anybody else? That was a half off, Ben, and I think there's still some great titles, so I may do a quick recap on that right quick. Philip Shoemaker wants the Major Lance LP. I feel like there was some stuff left behind there that you might want to look at one more time. Let me put up another auction. Let's see what else I have over here. I have another whole nother crate over here, some other stuff. Got a couple bootlegs over here. Got a couple Japanese pressings I hadn't got to. And I actually still have some of these Grateful Dead bootlegs left over from the last time. A couple Beatles records here I never did get to put up. A couple of these I was saving for another time, but we can try this one right here. This is the Beatles, the Decca Sessions, January 1st, 1962. The Beatles walked into a recording studio on the 1st of January, New Year's Day in 1962, and they recorded these songs with Pete Best on drums, and this is known as the Decca Sessions. And this is a 1987 unofficial compilation of those recordings. It's a $35 start, and this is the Beatles Decca Sessions, January 1st, 1962. This is from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. $35 start, 1987 UK unofficial of the Beatles Decca Sessions. $35 start on that. Recorded January 1st, 1962. Decca turned them down. Said, not what we're looking for, boys. Chad, did you see I wanted both Nursery Crime and Trespass? I don't think that came through. There it is. I wanted Nursery Crime and Trespass. So she got Nursery Crime earlier, and here's Trespass. Those are both sold to Heather. Sean said he'd give $35 for Billy Joe Japan. Let's go ahead and sell that to Sean Fairweather. If anybody wants to make an offer on Cream or Eric Clapton, go ahead and do that. Billy Joe was sold for $35 to Sean Fairweather. It is absolutely complete. Brent Alverson's at $35 on the Beatles. James Bond is sold for $50 to Jeffrey Dunlap. So Billy Joe $35, James Bond $50. The Beatles has a bid for $35. And let's put up another Japanese pressing. I'm going to go ahead and make this one a buy it now. Brandon Jackson just got one. This is my last one. I have another Boston, Don't Look Back. One just sold for $65. There's another one. Boston, Don't Look Back. $65 buy it now if anybody wants it. That's my last one. $65 buy it now on Boston, Don't Look Back. Very identical to the one we just sold. It is pristine. It has the original insert. It has the original inner sleeve. It's a gatefold cover with Obi. Don't Look Back. Pristine Japanese pressing. $65 buy it now. That's available. The Beatles is at $35. Trying to grab our next auction. How about we do Wings? Let's see. Here's Wings. We got a Beatles album up. Let's do Paul McCartney or Wings. Let's do Paul McCartney or Wings. This is Wings at the Speed of Sound. $35 start on Paul McCartney. Wings at the Speed of Sound. $35 start. There is the Japanese insert. There's the original inner sleeve. And this is a $35 start. Wings at the speed of sound. $35 start on this. The vinyl is near mint and pristine. Final call on the Beatles, looking for a $35 start on Wings. Very quickly, I'm going to run through these titles one more time. I'm going to tell you the title and the half off price. Final call on this crate. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. And I'm back. All righty. First, Godsmacks are in. Yes, they are in. American Flyer, Spirit of a Woman. American Flyer is $7.50. Rick Nelson, Garden Party, $7.50. If I don't say anything about it condition, it's EX Plus Near Mint Minus. John Cruse, Midnight Snack, $7.50. Best of Straubs, $11.50. Wet Willie, the wetter the better, $10. Loggins and Messina, Finale, $7.50. Lighthouse, Can You Feel It, $5. Also, this is Mamie Van Doren, $10 on Mamie Van Doren. Chris Christopherson, Rita Coolidge Picture Disc, $12.50. Also, Sean Phillips, $7.50. Kevin Kubina gets the Rick Nelson at half off. Let's sell Brent Alverson, the Beatles, for $35. Wings is a $35 buy it now if anybody wants in on Wings. Bob McKinney Live Cream is $45. Live Cream is $45. Our next auction is going to be Eric Clapton Crossroads box set. $10 start. This is the cassettes. $10 start on Eric Clapton Crossroads. This is the cassettes. 4 Eric Clapton cassettes with the book. It has the insert as well. It is near mint and pretty much unused from that collection we picked up in South Carolina earlier this summer. $10 start on Eric Clapton Crossroads. That's the cassette box set. Tom Sullivan gets the Wings for a $35 buy it now. And we have John Luke Ponte, $5 on that. Another Loggins Messina, $5. The Gentrys is $7.50. Joni Mitchell is still available for $37.50. You need to pick this up if you don't have it already. $37.50. It's a 76 pressing. Richard Marx is $12.50. And It's a Beautiful Day Today, $5. Michael Nath and Brent Robley both endorsed Eric Clapton's box set. I'm endorsing it as well. Fantastic compilation of Clapton music. That is a $10 start. It's a cassette. It's a cassette box. Let's do another interesting Beatles album here. This is a German unofficial of a German release. So this is the Beatles. It's a replica. We'll call it a replica, a counterfeit, an unofficial, a bootleg. I think the technical term is a counterfeit of a Beatles release. It's an unofficial from 2010. The originals of these are extremely rare. It's a German-only club release. So if you ever find this album, and it's a real one, very rare, $35 start for this one. It's a 2010 unofficial of this German club. And it's a compilation, 8 days a week, rock and roll music, No Reply, and Your Bird Can Sing. It is pristine. It's a $35 start. $35 start for the Beatles. And that is, like I said, it's a replica, a counterfeit, a bootleg of the 1967 Club, German compilation. $35 start from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. German Club bootleg. $35 start on that. Back up to the top, Philip Shoemaker wants Beautiful Day at half off. Eric Clapton's at $10.10. Stephen Martinelli's at $20. Chris Kirkley got the Richard Marx at half off. When I picked up, there was a Yes MoFi CD. Is it still available? It is still available. Yes, it's actually right here behind me. Isley Brothers is $7.50. The Isley Brothers, 16 of their greatest hits. Isley Brothers, $7.50. We're recapping this half-off bin. I've got 2 MoFi CDs. These were actually shown before and nobody bought them. The Yes album is $49.99. That's the MoFi CD. The Yes album's $49.99. And Steve Miller Band is $99.99. That's the only MoFi Go disc that we have left out of all those dozens we've sold the last month or so. That's the only one left of the Go disc, and that's the only other MoFi CD we have. 2010 Yes album, $49.99, and Steve Miller's $99.99. I've had those behind the counter. Those were 2 left over. Becky's at $35 on the Beatles. Final call on Clapton. Arlo Guthrie, $10 on Arlo Guthrie. We have Grand Junction. That is Mark Farner. That is $15. That is sealed. All these prices are half off. Hal Holbrook, Mark Twain Tonight, $5. Van Morrison was $15, no condition notes. Johnny Winter, VG Plus, $8.50. The Beatles is VG Plus, just $15. Grand Funk, shaped like the coin. E Pluberous Funk, that's just $15, VG condition. Also, Genesis Seconds Out, VG Plus, $12.50. Neil Diamond was VG Plus, $10. And Wham, Make It Big, $6.50, VG condition. Kevin Willis wants the Yes CD at sticker. If anybody wants to make an offer on Steve Miller Band, please let me know before I list that on an eBay auction. That's going on an eBay auction very soon if no one makes a bid on it. Kevin Kubina wants the Funk. That was probably the Grand Funky Pluberous Funk. Is that right, Kevin? If so, that's so do you. Philip Shoemaker wants the Van Morrison. So the Philip Shoemaker. Gary Samuels wants the Beatles compilation. And Stephen A. Young, you were second on Grand Funk. Next is Eric Clapton is sold to Stephen Martinelli for $20. And Becky Lerner gets the Beatles bootleg for $35. Those are both sold and sold. Any more notebook cut autos? I've got in the back. I could go get them right quick. I got Robert Duvall and Don Knotts. I don't think I have many more music ones. Let me see what I have over here though. Here's some autographs I have. Here's some stuff in a crate. If you hear anything that sounds of interest to you, I will put it up for auction. Jackson Browne, Billy Ray Cyrus, Travis Tritt, Obsession, that's a metal record. Tool, Greg Allman, Chris Hill, Chris Hillman and Roger McGuinn, Henry Diltz, these are bootlegs. Niels Lofgren, It's a Beautiful Day, Niels Lofgren. I got a Jackson Browne red vinyl promo, Doobie Brothers radio promo, Patti Smith bootleg. Who is this? Dave Edmunds bootleg. Bob Seger, A Very Rare Radio Broadcast. Whitney Houston Mo-Fi, Greg Allman Analog Productions. Grateful Dead bootleg. More Beatles bootlegs, about 20 of them. Frank Zappa box set, more Zappa. Elvis, Aloha from Hawaii. Beatles Abbey Road. Jason the Scorchers, Eric Clapton radio broadcast, Monkey's Head, and With the Beatles Mo-Fi. Let me put this bit. We had a lot of interest earlier in Beatles or in these Elvis. This is a rare hype sticker. This is a rare hype sticker here of Elvis Aloha from Hawaii. Now, if y'all remembered, I had this priced one night, what we were seeing comp sell for with rare hype sticker. There's also another sticker on this album that's really rare that's now being bootlegged. So be aware of counterfeits. But there's also another rare hype sticker on this with the Star-Kissed Tuna, but some people say that's not even a real sticker. That's just some kind of fantasy piece. But I'm going to reduce this to a $75 start. This is for sure a real sticker. It has kind of like the Saturn kind of planet sticker there. $75 start. $75 start for Elvis Aloha from Hawaii via satellite. Quadraphonic has the Quadraphonic hype sticker. $75 start. Rare hype sticker on it. Includes 8 songs never before recorded by Elvis. Recorded live at the Honolulu International Center, 12:30 a.m. on Sunday, January 14th, 1973. Album production supervised by RCA Record Tours. There's the track listing. $75 start on that. $75 start on that. Okay, back up to the top. We had box sets, Travis Tritt, Jackson Browne. We have an offer on the Ringo drum head for $855. Let me think about that. Show the Greg Allmans, Jackson Browne, the Monkees. The Doobie Brothers has already sold. And Tool is a yellow vinyl unofficial of Fear Inoculum, I think. Give me 1 second. Let me bring over a new crate. I've opened the door for a lot of stuff to show. First, let me set this off the side. Let me go ahead and be putting up our next half-off bin. That way we can at least go ahead and be figuring out what to show. I think I'm going to do this crate half off next. Trying to sell some LPs here. Boy, this has got some great titles in it. I don't know if we need to do this buy it now best offer or half off. We may do this one buy it now best offer, which is equally okay. Just throw offers out there. We'll get them sold to you. So Elvis is a $75 start. The next claim in order was box sets and Jackson Browne. So let me show you the Jackson Browne. This is signed by Jackson Browne, Albert Lee, and I think Henry Diltz signed the back of it. Yeah, so Honestly, I think Henry Dilt's signature is just as valuable as Jackson Brown's from what I've been seeing. This is signed Jackson Brown. Best wishes to Dale, Albert Lee. So Albert Lee signed it here. Jackson Brown signed it up here. And on the back, Henry Dilt signed it. Famous rock photographer. This is a $245 start. $245 start. Jackson Brown, signed, self-titled album, also signed by Albert Lee. And on the back, it's signed by Henry Diltz. That's a $245 start. There's the JSA authentication. This is JSA authenticated. And there is the inner sleeve and LP. The vinyl's in about VG plus condition. $245 on Jackson Brown. $75 on Elvis. Now, box sets. Let me go grab some of those. We had requests for Melancholy, Dookie, and I probably need to show these Garth Brooks again. There's Melancholy and Dookie. And Tanner, there was a Garth Brooks over here. I left it in your chair before I left this morning. Did you tag that for Kristen Scene? Or did you put that back in a bin? Because there's one over here in the bin. Okay, so that's probably something Ed put up. I need to go grab that then. I forgot what else was asked about. Let me just grab these two first. Let me grab another Pink Floyd Pulse. I need to open up another one. We've already sold 2 tonight. I need to show Pink Floyd Pulse again for sure. Pink Floyd Pulse again for sure. So, okay. Here's Dookie. Green Day Dookie, $179.99. The landmark 1994 album, 30th anniversary, super deluxe, numbered limited edition, colored vinyl, 65 tracks on 7 LPs, pressed on 6 varieties of brown vinyl. 6 varieties of brown vinyl. LP 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Dookie album, unreleased demo, studio outtakes, Woodstock 94, Barcelona 94, a 36-page book, a Dookie air freshener, Dookie dog poop bags, 5-button set, Kiss Cut magnetic sheet, postcard, bumper sticker, paper airplane, original cover poster, color your own Dookie, and cover lithograph, $179.99. There's Dookie. Someone please buy Dookie. I would love to sell it to you. Here is Melancholy. I originally had these marked for $119.99. I've got 2 left. I'll sell for $99.99. 2 Melancholys left for $99.99. Sean asked if Sean still wants one. It's available. If anybody else wants one, $99.99. That is one. That was originally $119.99. Sean wants a Smashing Pumpkins. Now, there's one over there that's nice, that's still sealed, and this one has opened shrink wrap. Sean, I'll get you that other one. This one is open, but it got torn pulling it off the shelf. I personally did it. I went and pulled it off the shelf, and the shrink wrap ripped off of it. So that's where people's been sliding it in and off of the shelf for probably since July. So we'll give Sean the one on the shelf, Tanner, that's sealed. If anybody wants that one, $100, another reason for it to be discounted. And Pink Floyd Pulse is $119.99 in the original shipper here. Pink Floyd Pulse is $119.99. I had a box cutter earlier. I don't know what I've done with it. It was laying right here. I may have handed it back to Jake or put it back over here. This is $119.99. Let me open it up so you can see it. We still got about 20 in the original shippers. You need a copy of Pulse. I've got a bunch of them. Also, Darren Meyer wants one. We can go ahead and be grabbing these. $119.99 for Pulse. In the original shippers here, here's what they look like. 4 LPs with book, remastered Pulse, original released in 1995. Tough to find OGs of. We've sold 2, one to Sarah Long and one to Darren Meyer, and those are $119.99. So there's one. Tanner, there's one left on the shelf, and we got more in the back if anybody else wants one. The Winger box set is Winger, their first 4 out. No, it's their first 3 albums and an anthology disc. And I can go pull you one of those, Bob, in 1 second. Let's put up some new auctions. Elvis is a $75 buy it now if anybody wants it. $75 buy it now. I think the first night I showed this, I turned down a couple offers that may have been twice that much. I do that sometimes. And John Young, I think, was one of them. Now he's getting it for $75. That's sold to John Young for $75. And if anybody wants the Jackson Brown autograph, this is $245. $245. Signed by Henry Diltz, Jackson Brown, and Albert Lee. That's going into my to-be-listed on eBay pile pretty soon. The Toolbox and the Who Live. That's my next 3. Give me a second. I'll grab Winger, Tool, and Who next. Winger, Tool, and Who next. Let me put this thing away. Green Day is not sold, and neither is that last Smashing Pumpkins. Okay. If anybody wants to make an offer on Jackson Browne, I would much rather sell it to one of y'all. That's a hard one to price. Henry Dilt's signature by itself on an album cover or a print is $200, $250. And then, you know, Jackson Browne, what kind of hurts that is the Albert Lee on there that's personalized. If that wasn't on there, I feel like it's worth a lot more. Now, somebody also asked about Jackson Browne. Or no, somebody asked about, what else was asked about in here? Let's pull out the monkey's head. Let's put this up for auction. All right, here's our next two auctions. I'm going to start these so low, you have to bid on them. You have to bid on them. This is Tool. This is Lateralis, Lateralis, an unofficial pressing on yellow vinyl. I think I had it up for a $75 start and didn't get a bid. Let's get it down. Let's get it down to $45 start. $45 start for a Lateralis. It's never been pressed on vinyl officially. Never been pressed on vinyl officially. $45 start, yellow vinyl, Tool Lateralis. It sounds fantastic. I'll endorse this copy myself. It has really nice printed inner sleeves. Lateralis is $45. Now, the monkey's head. This was the original price on it. It's an OG from 1968. $25 start. The cover, very infamous with ring wear. Decent back. 1968. Original Colgham's inner sleeve. $25 start. The monkeys. $25 start. That's about EX condition. EX condition on the monkeys. Original inner sleeve. We'll call that a VG or maybe VG plus cover. I mean, it don't really have any splits. It's just that odd foil cover. It's blinding too. When you look at it, you can you can see yourself. There's the camera. There's the reflection of the store. It's a really trippy cover. All right, that's up for bid. Stephen Martinelli offered $200 on Jackson Browne. Sold. I really wanted to try that one on eBay first, but we're going to sell it to Stephen Martinelli for $200. Okay, let's start doing some buy it now, best offer. Let's start doing some buy it now, best offer. Did you get that other pulse box set for the second buyer? There was. Okay. Okay. Just making sure. I was making sure we was claimed, so I know how many we have. Purple Rain. This is Purple Rain, $34.99. This is buy it now, best offer. Everything in here. Buy it now, best offer. Here's the cover. Here's the price. Buy it now, best offer. Here's the title I meant to say here's the cover. Obviously, here's the cover. Has the original inner sleeve, $34.99. The vinyl's EX Plus, near mint minus. It also has the poster with it. This is Prince Purple Rain. Feel free to make offers. We're going to be selling stuff in here left and right, hopefully. Sell that to Zachary for $25. John Prine is a 78 Presswell pressing, $54.99. John Prine, $54.99. A 78 Presswell pressing, $54.99. Michael Jackson Thriller, $34.99. Boy, it's right off to a great start. This is in extremely nice condition. Original inner sleeve, $34.99. It does have a co-produced by Michael Jackson, $34.99. And Santana 3 is $19.99. Santana 3, what a nice copy of that as well, $19.99. And Neil Young, Hawks and Doves, $34.99. Original inner sleeve, Neil Young, Hawks and Doves, $34.99 for Neil Young, Hawks and Doves. Okay, Tool, we had a bid for $46.45, and we only got one bid on the monkeys. Michael Golston's at $25 on the monkeys. Wow. Going once, going twice, though. Going once, going twice on the monkeys, and Tool's at $55. Zachary offered $34 for John Prine. Sell that to Zachary for $34. Kevin Kubina wants Neil Young. These are all buy it now, best offer. Bob Seger, Live Bullet, $24.99 for Bob Seger Live Bullet, and the Beetle 65, $27.99. The Beetle 65, clean copy. It is a 80s pressing. Super, super nice, though, $27.99. Live Bullet, The Beatles, Santana, and Neil Young, Rust Never Sleeps. Wow, where do these albums come from? I don't remember showing some of these. They're so nice. They're great titles. $34.99. There's another Neil Young. Also, All Through the Night, Julie London sings the choicest of Cole Porter, 1999. Crosby, Stills, and Nash, that's in shrink wrap. Crosby, Stills, and Nash, original inner sleeve, $19.99 for CSN. Rainbow, Difficult to Cure, $29.99. This is a buy it now best offer crate. You can go ahead and claim them, or you can make an offer. Monkeys is a final call. Monkeys is a final call for just $25, and Tool has a new high bid of $56. Shane Devers, you're out. Zachary, you're out. Matt Barnhill has it for $56. By myself, Julie London, $26.99. Henry Pardidez said $15 on CSN. Sell that to Henry for $15. Next is the Georgia Satellites, $29.99. Keep your hands to yourself. $29.99 on Georgia Satellites. And the B-52s, Mesopotamia, $22.99 for the B-52s. Tools at $56. Everybody's out. Zachary's out. Shane's back in at $60. I'm going to go ahead and grab the next auction because I believe that everybody's done on the monkeys. We had a request to put up Travis Tritt. I got Travis Tritt. I think I originally put it up for a $175 start. It is sealed. Let's put it up for a $135 start. We'll try it now for $135. I'll get this maybe where we can get an opening bid on it at least. Sealed Travis Tritt Country Club, $135 start. It has one tear in the shrink right here, one tear right below his eye, one tear in the shrink. Tough to get, never been reissued, 1990 club copy, $135 start on that. Or did I say $145? I'll take $135. Monkeys is sold for $25. That's very surprising to Michael Golston. The Monkeys is sold for $35. Michael Golston. Travis Tritt is $135 start. Kevin Kubina wants the Georgia Satellites. That's sold to Kevin Kubina. Tools at $60. Matt Barnhill, let me know if you want back in. Changes, David Bowie. Changes 1, that is. $39.99 original label for Changes, David Bowie. Space Oddity, John Amoli Dancing. Changes. Ziggy Stardust, Suffragette City, Gene Genie, Diamond Dogs, Rebel, Young Americans. Fame with John Lennon and Golden Years. $39.99. David Bowie. Changes. The Story of the Who. This is a 2 LP compilation. $36.99. Magic Bus, Substitute, Pictures of Lily, Happy Jack, I Can See for Miles, Tommy, almost like an entire excerpt there of Tommy, Bob O'Reilly, Summertime Blues, Behind Blue Eyes, Won't Get Fooled Again. That is $36.99. We have Matt Parsons offered $30 for Changes, sold, and bid was for $25, not $35. Yeah, Michael Golston got the Monkeys for $25. I may have said $35. $25. Travis Tritt is an OG club copy. Yes. Brent, I don't know if this was released for retail. This may be one of those, I don't know if it was released ever in stores. I may be wrong, but this is right around that era where they were doing a lot of club-only releases. All right, let's go ahead and sell Tool for $60 to Shane Devers because Matt just set out. Travis Tritt is a final call for $135 start, and Elvis Costello is $19.99. Yeah, Travis Tritt was never released in stores. That was a club release only. Looking for $135 start. Final call on that. Okay. Where's the rest of my autographs? So I'm going to have to go behind the counter. We have a standing offer for Ringo Starr. I'm considering it. Of course, that's quite a bit less than what I had it up for last night. I've had since I've been off the air, I've had offers coming in on Neil Young's. I've had some pretty steady offers. I've had several people offered in the 800s for multiple Neil Young albums, but I'm kind of waiting. I'm not in any hurry to sell those, as y'all know from last night. But at some time I will start selling them. But I have all kinds of signed Neil Youngs over here. Here's the other autographs. This is what I was looking for. And I got some of this other stuff that I can show one more time. I'd love to blow an air horn tonight. I'd love to. We almost did earlier with that Miles Davis kind of blue. But let me bring this crate over here a little bit closer because I got some of these Yorma Calcoen and Cassidy signatures on hot tuna. I need to bring these over. Let me bring some of these over here. Let me figure out where to put these actually. Let me condense this crate. If I can condense this crate and this crate, then we're in business. All the new vintage fit into one crate. Okay, let me see what I have here with hot tuna. I think this one right here, I'll start with this one. Cassidy and Yorma Calcoen. Yeah. Jack Cassidy, right? All right. Is the B-52s an original? Yes, most of everything in here is vintage and OG. Mesopotamia is an OG original album. Yes, $22.99. Any Grateful Dead boxes. Grateful Dead signed records. We've sold all the autographs. I have one box set and I have some Grateful Dead boots. Chad Van Horn Who, $19.99. Chad, if you want the Who, it would be $29.99. $29.99 on that. Okay, Travis Tritt is a $135 buy it now. $135 buy it now on Travis Tritt. It is sealed. $135 buy it now on Travis Tritt. That is a buy it now for $135. So this is signed by Jack Cassidy and Yorma Cohen, 2 members of Hot Tuna, but they was also in a band called Jefferson Airplane. And this is live Hot Tuna. Let me go ahead and put this up for bid for a $35 start. This is called Historic Hot Tuna. Historic Hot Tuna. This is on Relix Records. Is this an unofficial? I don't know if that's an unofficial or not. I don't think it is, though. But this is signed by Yorma Cohen and Jack Cassidy. Live Hot Tuna. $35 start on that. 2 signatures there on the front. That's not authenticated. I'll guarantee them to be a real. We have Neil Young at $34.99. Also, The Movement's live at the New York State Women's Prison. That is $19.99. Also, Badfinger, straight up, $29.99. Everything in here is buy it now, best offer. Very clean copy on the vinyl. It's a very clean copy of straight up, $29.99 on that. We have Jackson Browne, Lives in the Balance, $14.99. And Coven. Coven is sealed with hype sticker. It does have a cutout mark, $64.99 on that. Did we pull Heather Feather's Mesopotamia? We didn't. That sold to Heather Feather for $14.99. Matt Parsons wants Badfinger. That sold to Matt Parsons. Tune on that. Brent, I can't do less than $135 on Travis Tritt. We've got it marked for $175. Now, Seth brought that in. I don't know if that's something that, I don't know where he got that from. I don't know if that's something he brought in from his collection or something, but I'm going to have to wait at $135 on that. But thank you for the offer. Let's go over here to this Jackson Browne and see what this is. This is Jackson Browne in the shape of a heart, literally in the shape of a heart. This is Jackson Browne in the shape of a heart, red vinyl in the shape of a heart. It's a promo 45 RPM single from 1986. Paul has this tagged for a $35 start, and this is from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. Jackson Browne in the shape of a heart, 1986 U.S. pressing, $35 start on that. We have Sold and Sold, and we have Why Pick on Me, the Standales, $34.99. That's on Tower Records. Amos Milburn Jr., that is $19.99 for Amos Milburn Jr. These are all buy it now, best offer. Another side of Bob Dylan, a 65 stereo pressing, $74.99. A 65 stereo pressing, another side of Bob Dylan, $74.99. Very interesting, $74.99. And the Long Riders Native Sons, $14.99. The Long Riders Native Sons. Supertramp, Famous Last Words. Supertramp is $17.99. And Tough Darts, $34.99. Buy it now on Live Tune if anybody wants that for a $35 buy it now. That's a $35 buy it now. And then there's Jackson Browne in the shape of a heart. That's a $35 start. Scott wanted the tracks on Hot Tuna. Give me 1 second. If somebody doesn't copy and paste that, then I'll read them off. Usually we have somebody very grateful to do a quick Google search and copy track listings for us. If not, then I usually try to read them off. So I have 2 MoFi pressings. Garrett asked about those. Give me 1 second. I've got like a list right now of 300 different claims, including the auctions. There was box sets. I mentioned box sets, and everything kind of went crazy there for a second. So I've got like 5 box sets I got to bring over here. I've got 3 requests for track listings. Grateful Dead box. Sarah, you'll have to give me a second. You're about 5th in line for box set requests, but I'll get to you. Give me about a half hour probably. Not that long, but I have like 4 other box sets I got to bring over here first. This is the Allman Brothers. This says to Dale. This is one of the last Greg Allman signatures. Once again, one of the last. To Dale, Greg Allman. This is personalized. To Dale, Greg Allman. I'll start this one for a $175 start. It is personalized to Dale. JSA authentication, just a $175 start on that. The Allman Brothers, brothers and sisters. This one is personalized, a $175 start on that. Now, Scott wanted the tuna tracks. Scott, new song for the morning, Been So Long, Search My Heart, True Religion, Space Jam, Rock Me Baby, Want to Know, and Come Back Baby. Scott, if you don't want that, it is sold to Matt Parsons for $35. Jaffe offered $13.99 for Supertramp. That's sold for Javi. And we have a buy it now on Jackson Browne. If anybody wants this for $35, Jackson Browne is $35. Jeff, we have Billy Joel every night. We've already sold, I think, 3 Billy Joel Japanese pressings. You'll have to give me over the course of the next 2 hours, but I guarantee there'll be a Billy Joe pop up. One thing we usually do on the show is I normally don't do requests, and I don't do that just because I'm trying to avoid doing requests. Like, I don't take requests like I'm trying to ignore people. But if y'all understand, we have so many albums and we just don't do requests because we don't know where anything is. There are thousands and thousands of albums over here, and we have no idea what they are or where they are. We just kind of show whatever's in front of us. Right, Tanner? We just show whatever's in front of us. So we'll have people hop on and ask, do you have this? Do you have that? And I usually do, but can we get to it? Impossible. I think if y'all understand, imagine having a record collection and nothing's in order and you're trying to find a record. It takes a while, right? It would take you, what, a half hour to flip through everything? That's what we have to do here because the way we do these crates, it doesn't make sense for us to keep things in alphabetical order. So we have nothing in alphabetical order. And it actually works out a lot better that way. I've had stuff in alphabetical order before, and I bring it over here, and nobody buys it. Everybody hates alphabetical order because everything is just in order, and you can predict what's coming next. We have Grateful Dead. This is $124.99. Grateful Dead, Madison Square Garden, March 9th, 1981. Grateful Dead is $124.99. Live in Madison Square Garden, 5 LP set, limited edition, of 10,000, $124.99. So, Sarah, all you have to do is say sold. Here's Tool Fear Inoculum, $99.99. Tool Fear Inoculum, $99.99. And Winger, The Atlantic Years, $139.99 for Winger, The Atlantic Years. Winger looks like, what happened to our box cutter? Winger looks like, is it over there, Tanner? Winger, let me open this up. This is $139.99. Let me just rip open this flap. $139.99. Got it. This is Winger Chapter 1, The Atlantic Years. $139.99. Winger Chapter 1, The Atlantic Years. $139.99. Also, I've noticed with request, usually about every 10 requests, we sell one record. So that's another reason we don't request. We have about a 10% sale rate on request. So we just usually show what's in front. Whatever's here in front of the crate, that's what we're selling. Okay, back up to the top. We sold Supertramp. We have Matt Parsons says, I will take. And what did he ask about? Matt Parsons, what was the I will take? I'm not for sure what that was. I've already forgot. And then Philip Shoemaker said 15 on the Standells. Sell that to Philip Shoemaker for 15. Jared McLaughlin said he'd give 30 for Jackson Brown. If that's for Jackson Brown, sell that to Jared McLaughlin for 30. And we have The Who. Who Are You? $19.99 for The Who. Who Are You? That is $19.99 for The Who. Also, we have Overnight Sensation. This is the Mothers of Invention, $39.99. That was for hot tuna. So yeah, that is sold to Matt Parsons for $35. Overnight Sensation, the Mothers of Invention, $39.99. Also, Song of the Bailing Man, Perry Ubu. That is $24.99, a 1981 UK import. $24.99. $24.99, Perry Ubu on Rough Trade Records. These are all buy it now, best offer. Peter Tosh, Captured Live. Peter Tosh is $19.99. And Perry Ubu, The Tenement Year. Perry Ubu, that one's also $24.99. So these 3 box sets were requested for me to bring over. We still have all 3 of them. That's Winger, Chapter 1, The Atlantic Years. We have Tool for Your Inoculum, $99.99. And we have Grateful Dead, $124.99. Those are all still available if anybody wants them. Allman Brothers. Greg Allman Signature is a buy it now. Greg Allman is a $175 buy it now. That'd be one of the cheapest Greg Allman autographs we have offered. JSL authenticated. It is personalized to Dale, but that's about the cheapest Greg Allman signature we have had available. $175 on that. JSL authenticated, of course. That's a buy it now. Brent Robley offered 17 for both Perry Ubu albums, 17 and 17. Sell those to Brent Robley. Next is the Beach Boys Spirit of America, that is $19.99. And Lou Reed, Rock and Roll Animal, $29.99. Lou Reed, Rock and Roll Animal, $29.99. Now, if anybody wants to make an offer on Winger, I'll be somewhat flexible on that. Actually, if you want to make an offer on any of those 3 box sets, go ahead. Winger was $139.99. I would love to sell somebody a copy of Winger. I think I've got 2 of them. I've got 2 of them over there, maybe 3. Pat Benatar, Crimes of Passion, $14.99, and Men at Work Cargo is $22.99. Men at Work Cargo. The Buddy Holly Story Volume 2, $29.99 for the Buddy Holly story, and the Eagles, their greatest hits. That's in shrink wrap, $32.99. Everything in here is buy it now, best offer. And this is Jay Giles Band Live, Full House, $16.99. Maggot Brain. The last copy of Maggot Brain we had, I sold to somebody who works here. His name is Paul. We had a near mint OG pressing, and I told him, I was like, Paul, if we sell this for auction, it's going to bring something absolutely crazy. But if you want to buy it, I'll sell it to you. And we worked out a deal. Maggot Brain is extremely difficult to find. We hardly ever get copies. There's not many people who bought a copy of that originally. It's like I was talking about, what was the record the other night I used as an example? Not many people bought that new. I don't know many people who went to a store and bought Maggot Brain new on the shelf. So it's not in many people's collections from original owners unless they bought it secondhand. So here's our next 2 auctions. This is the Beatles, Beatlemania with the Beatles. This is a 1978 Canadian pressing, purple label. There's only 2 active in the United States right now. One is 90 and one's 250. One is 90 and one is 250. And this is a 1978 Canadian pressing of the Beatles, Beatlemania. This is a 1980 Canadian pressing. Pretty desirable from what I've seen on Discogs. 1978 Canadian pressing on this purple label. I'm going to start it for $75. When I looked this up about 2 weeks ago, there was only 2 active, one for 90 and one for 250. And this one is near mint. I don't think the one that was $89.95 was in this condition. This is from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. It's a Canadian pressing of With the Beatles with this different cover. That is a $75 start. We have Tool and Pulse for $95. So Sean bought Tool. He bought Pulse earlier for. Have you already bought a Pulse? Pulse, Sean? My bad. Pulse. $120.80. We have a $90 offer. I'll do. Yeah. I mean, I think I have Tool Theory inoculums. I'll do them for $90. So $120 and $90, $210. Sean, I'll do Pulse and Tool for $210. Pulse and Tool for $210. And Scott, I have another one. We'll sell one for Scott for $90 as well. I need sticker price for Pulse, $119.99. I'll sell you a Tool for $90, and then I'll sell Scott a Tool for $90. So that's a $75 start. We have Whitney Houston. I'm going to start this at just $25. There's the original sticker price. Sealed MoFi pressing, fairly new release from back in September of Whitney Houston, Whitney MoFi pressing, $25 start on that. Bill Samus wants Jay Giles. Tanner, that's sold to Bill at sticker. Yeah, Danzig was the record I was talking about. I don't know many people who went and there was like that night, there was like 3 people out of 250 that actually said they've bought a Danzig album in a record store when it came out new. And I was like, wow, that's just incredible that there was that many. And the Misfits, yeah. Funkadelic's the same way. Maggot Brain, I don't know if is anybody watching bought a Maggot Brain new on the shelf when it came out. This is the Who Face Dances, $19.99 with the poster. These are all buy it now best offer. The Who Face Dances, that's $19.99. It has the poster with it. Patti Smith Horses, $24.99. For Patti Smith Horses, $24.99. And we have Dire Straits Making Movies, $26.99. Dire Straits Making Movies, $26.99. So Beatlemania, looking for a $75 start. Garrett's at $25 on Whitney Houston. Sean, let me know if you want Tool and Pulse for $210, or I'll just sell you Tool for $90. And then we definitely are going to sell Scott a Tool for $90. We got to get that out of the office. We got extra toolbox sets in the office. Huey Lewis and News, picture this, $19.99. No putbacks on Tool. You cannot put back a toolbox set. That is like our most cursed record ever. If you're buying a Tool, it is a done deal. We've still got the original shipment from those from like 2 years ago that I have. It was the worst purchase I've ever made. Nothing wrong with the music. There is nothing wrong with the music. It's a beautiful box set. It looks incredible. It sounds incredible. But y'all don't have any idea how many thousands of dollars I've lost on Tool. Thousands of dollars we've lost on those toolbox sets from people canceling orders. And that is due to, you can thank a lot of that to Amazon. Just incredible how many people ditched us on that one. The Beach Boys, Love You. That's in shrink wrap, $19.99. We have Kenny and the Casuals, Things Getting Better, $19.99. 1983 French pressing, $19.99. And also, Steve Earle and the Dukes, Exit O. Steve Earle is $39.99. Steve Earle's $39.99. Garrett is about to get an absolute steal on Whitney Houston. Final call for $25 on Whitney Houston. Also, the Beatles is a final call. Looking for a $75 start on that. Final call on that. And we have the Doors, Strange Days, $32.99. So we got Sean pending on a tool. Let's go ahead and sell Scott one. Just make a note. We'll pull it out of the office. Scott Vanette gets a toolbox set for $90. The Doors, Strange Days, that's on the second or third label, actually. $32.99 for that. And we have the Doobie Brothers, Minute by Minute, $14.99. The Doors, the Doobie Brothers, $14.99. And Chicago Hot Streets, $9.99. We have, what was the price on the Who Face Dances? The Who Face Dances is $19.99 with the poster. The Who Face Dances, $19.99. That's with the poster. Okay, that was for Ken. Ken, let me know if you want that. It is near mint with a shrink wrap and inner sleeve. Next is Sean says he's going to wait. No problem. Philip Shoemaker said he'd give $15 for Kenny and the Casuals. That was right here. Kenny and the Casuals. Sell that to Philip Shoemaker $15. Chris is at $26 on Whitney Houston. GC offered $25 for the Doors. We're going to go ahead and sell that to GC for the Doors for $25. John Young, I'm assuming, is passing. Zachary was second. Garrett's at 27 on Whitney Houston. And Ken says he'll take the Who for $19.99. And that was the Who Face Dances. Near mint with poster. Where are you? Oh, it's right here in front of me. Sell that to Ken. Also, Beatlemania is a $75 buy it now. I hope somebody buys this. This is with the Beatles, a 78 Canadian pressing, purple label. Pretty desirable, I think, based on the sound quality. $75 buy it now on Beatlemania with the Beatles. That is a $75 buy it now on that. $75 buy it now. Chris B. Jack, we got 3 new bidders on the Whitney Houston. We're now at $30. Okay. Whitney Houston's up for bid for $30. Next, and now $32. We also have people that's like, Chad, can I please cancel this order? I accidentally ordered it somewhere else too. And I've been replying to people, well, why don't you cancel it with them? Why are you bailing on us? Why don't you cancel it with the other place? It'll be like, my wife ordered it already for me. And I'm like, well, just cancel it. Why don't you just order it with us? Right, Tanner? Cancel it at the other place. Why are we getting picked on? And I think that's just an excuse for not paying for it. But also, I'm like, why are you choosing to cancel it with us? One guy said, well, it's the same price. And I was like, well, if it's the same price, you don't like Coletco or something? I think that's just an excuse, though. Chad, I can't pay for this, so here's an excuse. Quote, my girlfriend's already bought it for me. We hear that all the time. My girlfriend already surprised me with this. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not buying that, buddy. I've been hearing that for years. There's not that many caring girlfriends. Okay, we have Soundgarden. This is only $69.99. This is Soundgarden live at the Artist Inn, and this is on colored vinyl. This is on colored vinyl. Soundgarden live from the Artist Inn, and this is on colored vinyl. $69.99. Chris Cornell, that is live Soundgarden 1, 2, 3, 4 LPs on colored vinyl. $69.99 for Soundgarden live at the Artist Inn. Okay, let's go back over to the top here. We have Whitney Houston 30, Whitney Houston 32. We have is the Greg Allman signature in ballpoint pen. We have this is in Sharpie. Two-Dale Greg Allman. Two-Dale Greg Allman. It's in blue. It's in blue Sharpie. It's in blue Sharpie. Hating on the girlfriends and wives. Well, I've still ever not met anybody that's actually gifted their husband a Tool box set, a Tool Fury. I've yet to meet. There were so many people like, my girlfriend already bought this from me. I was like, there is no way 30 girlfriends have bought this many Tool Fury Inoculum box sets. There is no way. Nobody's buying that for a random gift. It's just not happening. Okay, we have Holly Safe wants a Soundgarden and Gary Samuels wants one. Gary, I can get more of these. Holly Safe was first on AG. I'm assuming she meant SG. So Holly Safe, you were first, and Gary Samuels, let me know if you want on a waiting list for that. The Dead box set for $100. Let's sell this to, hold on a second. Let me see what I had it marked. Sell this to Kevin Kubina for $100, the Grateful Dead. This is sold to Kevin Kubina for $100. We're moving some box sets. That is sold. And we have Whitney. Where are we on Whitney Houston? Whitney Houston. Garrett was at 32. Final Call, Whitney Houston sealed MoFi. Eric Clapton. This is, oh, that's not the one I meant to pull. Hold on a second. I got one where Paul's actually got some information on it. I think it's right here. No, that's the Bob. Let's do the Bob Seger. So this says, Paul has this marked extremely rare and extremely clean. Bob Seger Profile 86. This is extremely rare and extremely clean. Let's take a look. I like extremely rare and extremely clean. That sounds like something that would be of interest to me. This is NBC Radio Profile 86 Bob Seger. The original air dates is August 29th, August 30th, and August 31st, and September 1st, 1986. This is a $95 start. $95 start. That's Profile 86 Bob Seger. That's an original radio broadcast. Promo only, of course. Extremely rare and extremely clean. $95 start. That's now up for bid. Let's go ahead and sell the Whitney Houston to Garrett for $32. Nice pickup there. Well below retail on that. That's sold to Garrett for $32. And we have Bob Seger as a $95 start. Rare radio broadcast. I'm not done with this crate, but I got to put up another auction. I still got, well, I don't think I have any toolbox sets. If Sean ends up buying one, I guess that's all I have. I do have a Niels Lofgren bootleg over here we haven't ran before. This is Niels live, unofficial in San Francisco. I'm going to put this up for just a $15 start. Niels Lofgren. Niels Lofgren. This is Niels Lofgren live, 1974, $15 start. It's in shrink wrap. It is a vintage bootleg, and it's a live concert from 1974. Niels Lofgren, that's from Dale's collection, $15 start. I'm going to the next tool show for certain now. I am too. I plan on tools coming to Nashville first of the year. I'm definitely going. I missed them in Knoxville, and I'm not missing them in Nashville. I'm definitely going to that. All right, so Sean does want a pulse and a tool. So we got to go to the back, Tanner, and get a pulse, and I'll go ahead and give you this toolbox set here. We'll sell this for $90. We'll sell him a pulse at sticker, and we got to get Scott a tool also for $90. So I think we are almost done of toolbox. I think toolboxes are over. I think we're done on those. All right, let's finish this crate of Buy It Now Best Offer. The Romantics is $19.99. What I Like About You. Thank you, Sean Fairweather. Really appreciate that. Aerosmith Done with Mirrors. $24.99 for Aerosmith Done with Mirrors. $24.99 on Aerosmith. Eurythmics. $16.99 on Eurythmics. Also Grand Funk. We're an American band. Yellow vinyl. $32.99. It has the stickers with it too. Unfortunately, Street wrote his name on the cover. $32.99. Greg Rogers wants R. That was for the Romantics. Final call on Niels Lofgren and final call on the Bob Seger radio show. We have Steppenwolf Monster. $19.99 on Steppenwolf Monster. This is heavy. What do we have here? It's Trout Masked Replica, Captain Beefheart and his Magic Band. That is $44.99. It's a 2009 pressing. 2009 pressing on that. $44.99. $44.99. Greg Rogers Romantics. Matt Parsons on Grand Funk for $20. I'll go ahead and sell it to you. Sell that to Matt Parsons for $20. You and Sean be sure to get to the tool show early. The post so fast in Metallicas. Oh no. Oh no. Kansas Vinyl Confessions, $19.99. Kansas Vinyl Confessions. Bob Dylan, Slow Train Coming, $29.99. Crosby, Stills, and Nash, the classic Deja Vu, $34.99 for Deja Vu. Crosby, Stills, and Nash. The Cars, Panorama, $24.99 on the Cars. And Dennis Coffey and the Detroit Guitar Band, Evolution, $29.99. REO Speedwagon, 9 Lives. That's from that Wisconsin shrink wrap collection, $19.99, very clean. Niels Lofgren is a $15 buy it now, vintage bootleg from 1974. If anybody wants that for $15. And then the Bob Seger radio broadcast is a $95 buy it now. $95 buy it now on Seger. Extremely rare, extremely clean. That was an NBC profile, NBC radio profile, Bob Seger. Bob Seger. That is a $95 buy it now. $95 buy it now. NBC radio broadcast. Let me put that in here. Now, I'm going to go grab actually a crate of autographs, and I think it's all the autographs that we've shown before. And I'm going to see if we can try to sell some of them, like some of the Mayalls, the Joe Cockers, and some of the ones that's been left over. I'm going to go through some of those. I can't believe it's already 11:12, but we didn't start till like 7:40. So I'm like 40 minutes behind. So actually it's more like a 10:30 feel. But I can't believe it's already 11 after 12. But we still have 152 people watching right now on both Facebook and YouTube. So I'm going to put that over there. Niels Lofgren says $15. John Young offered $20 for Trout Mask. John, I will do $35 on that. I will do $35 on that. That is a 2009 2LP reissue remaster. There were some great titles in here. Ken says he'll take 20 or give 20 for Errol Smith. Ken, you got it. Sell that to Ken for $20. Okay, so let me step behind the counter and find those. I'll still put up new auctions. There were some great records in there. Buy it now, best offer. Those are all still available if anybody decides they want any of them. I've still got more auctions and whatnots over here to put up as well. A couple more Beatles records. No one bought my With the Beatles Canadian record, though. I figured that would sell. Let me see what's in this first bin over here of autographs. This one has autographs such as Jefferson Airplane, Joey Molin, David Crosby, John Prine, Gene Clark, Greg Allman, Gene Clark, Johnny Rivers, Ry Cooder, Michael Nesbitt, Brian Wilson. I think this is the one I'm looking for. There's only a couple in here that's not for sale tonight, unless I do decide to run them on auction, which I think is Robert Hunter. I don't think I've ever put up these Albert Collins. There's some Guy Clarks and Chris Christopherson. So yeah, let me, I've kind of never done this, but pretty much all the regular authenticated JSA records, all the regular authenticated JSA autographs are down to like 2 crates. What was the first 2 albums? That was called The Story of the Who. It's a really good compilation. Somebody offered 20, but I have it marked for 37. So I was like at $29.99 on it. So yeah, we had the Who Are You? We still got Bob Dylan, Coven, Neil Young, The Story of the Who, Costello, Rainbow, Beatles, Santana, Michael Jackson, Thriller. All some great albums still left in there. So this is The Story of the Who. It's a 2LP gatefold. I think it's UK. I don't think it's a US pressing. It's a UK compilation, The Story of the Who. Yeah, this wasn't released here in the States. $29.99. It has a gatefold book with it. My price is $29.99. Coven is 110 Soldier, or self-titled, that has 110 Soldier on it. So what I'm going to do is we're going to go through some autographs. I may run across something that I may have to think about or set aside, but this is how I keep them behind the counter. And these are sorted by Guy Clarks and whatnots. A lot of these are straight priced, and we'll entertain some offers. There's some that I have never put up before, and if I get to one of those, I may go ahead and just put it up for auction since the auction block is empty right now. But this is some incredible. This is a whole crate of autographs here from Dale's collection. So Chris Christopherson, $75 buy it now. And if it's in a sleeve like this, I've never shown it before. $75 buy it now on Christopherson. Chris Christopherson, Peace. This is a Chris and Rita Coolidge album. $75 buy it now. This has never been put up before. Chris Christopherson, $75 buy it now. The actual album is pretty clean. Peace, Chris Christopherson. JSA authenticated. $75 buy it now on that. Chris and Rita, Natural Act. $75 buy it now on that. Chris Christopherson. Peace. Chris Christopherson. $75 buy it now on that one. Christophersons are $75. There's 2 options. And here may be the last best one I have that is just a Christopherson album. This is Surreal Thing. Signed, Peace. Chris Christopherson. Also JSA authenticated. That's a $75 buy it now. Those are $75 buy it nows. There's Chris Christopherson. I'll leave those up there. Do we have any extra new? Is that what's in that box there, Tanner? I need to put some of these in new sleeves while I'm doing this. I'll take a couple handfuls. There's Chris Christopherson. What else do we have in here? Guy Clark. Guy Clarks are all personalized. They're $175. I've already sold a couple on eBay, or at least one. I know for sure I've sold one. $175 for Guy Clark. This is great. This album itself is not too easy to get. Greatest Hits, Guy Clark. I wish I just had this in stock where I could sell it. That for Dale, thanks, Guy Clark. That's $175 buy it now. Guy Clark is $175. They're all $175. OBO. Guy Clark, Texas Cooking. This has also got signatures on it from Hank DeVito and Rodney Crowell. For Dale, Guy Clark. $175 on Guy Clark. Guy Clark, Better Days. For Dale, Guy Clark. Also sold by Rodney Crowell and Hank DeVito. Contains Homegrown Tomatoes, Hop Sticker. $175 buy it now on that. Guy Clark. Another Guy Clark. This one is signed Albert Lee. Albert Lee signed on his leg. And where did Guy Clark sign? This may just be actually signed by Albert Lee. Hold on a second. Did he sign the inner sleeve? This may just be signed by Albert Lee. So this album by itself is not too cheap. Just has a regular Albert Lee signature on it. unless I'm missing something. I may hand this over to Tanner to make sure the signature is camouflaged and I'm not seeing it. Tanner, there's a Spence LOA signature to look up, please. I'll price that in just a second. This one is Guy Clark Old Friends for Dale. That one's kind of smudged. I'll do $125 on that one. I've never had that one before as just an album. $125 on Guy Clark. And I think the last one here, this one is a very classic album, Old Number One. I've never shown any of these. Now, that's very glossy. Man, that may, if you could remove that, double the price if you could take off that for Dale, especially on this album. That's a very glossy cover. That may be able to come off. But even personalized, that's still a $175 buy it now. Guy Clark Old Number One. So just as Albert Lee. All right, so this is not a bad album by itself. This Guy Clark, I'll price this for just $55, which is the Guy Clark self-titled album here. $55 buy it now on that. $55 buy it now on that. Alex, let's do my famous 55. I'll sell you Old Number One for $155. I'll sell you Old Number One for $155. Old Number One for $155. That's a nice pickup there. Let me get some of these back in sleeves right quick. He said, let's do $155. Sell that to Alex Rifle for $155. There's the smudged one. Once again, that's pretty glossy cover. That may actually can come off. You can get somebody to work on that, or you can try it yourself. Risky, but it's possible. So that one's $125, and then the rest, I'm asking $175. I like that song there, Homegrown Tomatoes. There's a live video, Austin City Limits, him, John Prine, Guy Clark. They're all sitting around taking turns playing songs. Amazing stuff. Texas Cooking, also signed by Rodney Crowell, Hank DeVito. Roseanne Cash is on that. I don't know if y'all know what I'm talking about. It's on YouTube. I'm going to need more sleeves. I went through these. I showed a lot of records right there. The Greatest Hits. Now that semi-glossy cover, but Dookie Box is still available. Yes, Dookie Box is still available. And let me put away one Christofferson. I'm down to, actually, let me put this one in here. That one's just signed by Albert Lee. $55 on that. That album by itself is, pretty good. I mean, we have people asking for that and Old Number One all the time. All right, so let's see what's next. There's the Guy Clarks. We had Leo Kottke, $45 buy it now. Yep, $45 buy it now. Some of these I've already got priced. Leo Kottke, $45 buy it now. Chewing Pine. I don't think I've shown that before. I know it's already in a new sleeve, but I don't think I've shown that. Chewing Pine, P-I-N-E, $45. And Leo Kottke, Greatest Hits, 71 to 76. These are just signed, not personalized. 45 and 45 on Leo Kottke. There's another one. Leo Kottke, $45 buy it now on that. Tracy wrote her name. Tracy wrote her name on the cover. Green Day Dookie is one. Did somebody buy that? What did you do with that, Tanner? Oh, $179.99. I think it's $179.99, Scott. $179.99. Okay, here's some Jefferson Airplanes that have not been put up. These have not been put up. This is signed by Paul Cantor. That's Marty Ballin. And there's Jack Cassidy. $95 buy it now. I've not shown that one. Jefferson Airplane Time Machine. Cantor, Ballin, and Cassidy. $95 buy it now on that. JSA. These are all JSA authenticated. Here's another one. Flight Log. Cantor, Ballin, and Cassidy. $95 buy it now. 3 signatures. And 30 Seconds Over Winterland. Cantor, Cassidy, Calcoen, and where's Cantor? There's Cantor. Hold on a second. Cantor, Cassidy. We're missing one. Who's the other one? Ballin. Did he sign this one? Maybe signed it on the back. Maybe that one just has 3 on it. This one's missing Ballin. He didn't sign that one. Also $95 start, though. 3 different signatures there. Okay, Albert Collins. I've got 3 different Albert Collins. These have not been shown. 155, 155, and 155. And this one has multiple signatures on the back, including A.C. Reed, Marvin Jackson, and somebody else. But there's Albert Collins. These 2 are both signed on the front. One's a little weak. The other one's very strong. 155 and 155, Albert Collins, and 155. I've got 3 of those. Now this album, once again, this is a white label promo. This is a white label promo of Nuggets. Pretty desirable record by itself, the original Artifacts. It's signed by Leslie West, $125. It's a white label promo of Nuggets, and it's signed by Leslie West on the back. $125 on Nuggets, JSA authenticated. Neil Young Decade, signed by Niels Lofgren, $45. Today I'll Believe, Niels Lofgren, JSA authenticated, $45 buy it now. Steve Cropper, Night After Night, $45 on Steve Cropper. Steve Cropper, 1990, single signed. And we have Ronnie Wood, Now Look, signed by Mick Taylor, $95 buy it now. Best wishes, Mick Taylor. Mick Taylor from the Rolling Stones, $95 buy it now on that. Price and condition of Coven. Coven was actually sealed. Let me find that right quick. Coven was actually sealed. Coven is sealed. I've got it marked for $64.99, Jeremiah. It includes the hit 110 Soldier. It does have a small, thin saw mark right there where it's a cutout. $64.99, buy it now, best offer. These autographs, price is marked. This is Albert Lee. Albert Lee from 10 Years After. This is the album with Mylon LaFever. $75 buy it now on that. Jeff McMaster wants Mick Taylor. Tanner, that was $95. Mick Taylor to Jeff McMaster. Sparks, $65. This is signed by their brothers from Sparks. Their name is Mail. Russell Mail and Ron Mail. It is personalized. To Bobby, thanks for all the support. And this, the Mail brothers. Signed by both of them. $65 start. Or excuse me, $65 buy it now. It is personalized to Bobby, though. It is personalized to Bobby. There's Sparks. That's the only Sparks album I have. Now some of the Jim Keltner autographs. This is a signed copy of John Lennon Mind Games by the session drummer, Jim Keltner. That's a $45 buy it now. JSA authenticated. Awesome signature. He doodles a little drum on there. $45 buy it now. Here's another signed copy of Walls and Bridges. Also signed by Jim Keltner. $45. $45 on those. To Dale from John Kay, lead singer and frontman of Steppenwolf. $55 buy it now. To Dale from John Kay. $55 buy it now. Steppenwolf. Mike Love. $75 buy it now. Mike Love of the Beach Boys. Not personalized. Signed in black pen there. That is a $75 buy it now. Sell Jeremiah the Coven for $50. Jeremiah, you got it. Coven goes to you for $50. The Beach Boys. Here's more Mike Loves. So I have Wow, Great Concert. I got a signed copy of 15 Big Ones. I have Graham Nash. Graham Nash is an $85 buy it now. Signed copy of Wild Tales, signed in blue Sharpie. All these are JSA authenticated. That's an $85 buy it now. This has not been put up. Arlo Guthrie. Love Arlo Guthrie. We'll put this up for a $55 buy it now. Arlo Guthrie, Power of Love, signed by Arlo Guthrie, $55 buy it now. Arlo's $55. I have not put that up before. I got to set it up here and put it in a new sleeve. Love, Arlo Guthrie, $55 buy it now. I hear one of those toys in the back is going off, like a, sound like something outside, but we have like a robot toy going off in the back. Here's another Arlo Guthrie. This one's signed on the back, Love Arlo Guthrie. That's also a $55 buy it now. Hadn't never shown that one before. I can tell if I've shown them before because some of them, not all of them, but most of them, if I hadn't shown them, will be in these original sleeves from Dale's collection. To Dale, Best Wishes, Arlo Guthrie. That one's personalized. I'll do that one for $35. That's a original soundtrack score to Alice's Restaurant. And here's Roger McGuinn of the Byrds, Farther Along. $45 buy it now for Roger McGuinn, Farther Along, a signed Byrds album. $45 buy it now. That might be a deal. Signed Roger McGuinn from the Byrds, $45 buy it now. Dale Shannon. This is, I don't have this one priced. We'll say $45. It says, Best Luck, Rock On, Bob, and thanks for the spins, Dale Shannon. I don't think Dale Shannon's that cheap either, but I just said $45. So there's a buy it now. Dale Shannon, $45. It is personalized. Thanks for the spins. $45. So Brian Arrigo wants the Alice's Restaurant, the one that's personalized. Sell that to Brian for $35. Sell that to Brian for $35. Wanted to put that new sleeve. And Alex Rifle's going to take the McGuinn for $45. That's sold to Alex Rifle. GC, you were next. Getting into some stuff here I hadn't shown. To Dale, Best Wishes, Dickie Betts. Dickie Betts is $75. To Dale, Best Wishes, Dickie Betts, $75 on Dickie Betts. Also, this is signed by Roger McGuinn and Chris Hillman, $85. $85. This is signed by Roger McGuinn and Chris Hillman. Let me make sure Gene Clark didn't sign it. Yeah, just signed by Roger McGuinn and Chris Hillman. That's an $85 buy now. That one's actually signed on the front, and that's called City. Roger McGuinn, Chris Hillman. $85 buy now. That has both Roger and Chris signatures on it. Now, these I'm not ready to sell unless we want to start them for auction right quick, but I'm going to save these for the next Grateful Dead night. I have Robert Hunter signed albums. I'm going to wait on those. Stray Cats. This one's personalized to Dale. $295. It's signed by all 3 members of the Stray Cats. This one says Dale. Now, up here at the top, it just says Dale. You might can be able to take that out. You might can work on that and get that to take. It is a glossy cover. That is, because it's personalized, $295. JSL authenticated. Brian Setzer, Slim Jim Fountain, Lee Rocker, all signed. $295 buy it now. Joe Cocker. I've got several. First, we've got Unchain My Heart. $125 buy it now. Joe Cocker, Unchain My Heart. $125 buy it now. Jefferson Airplane. This is signed by Ballin, Cantor, and Cassidy. $95 buy it now. I have shown that one before. I got to rub the word autograph on, but that's a $95 buy it now. To Dale, Billy Preston. I've marked this one down to $75. Signed Billy Preston, John Lennon album. To Dale, Billy Preston. $75 buy it now. The Neville Brothers, $125. All 4 signatures on there. Aaron's is a little smudged, but that's $125 buy it now. Brian Wilson, $125 buy it now on Brian Wilson. This is another fully signed Neville Brothers, $125. They're all signed on the back. $125 buy it now on that. Another Roger McGuinn, just $45 on this. It's a solo album, Cardiff Rose. It does have some scribbles up here, but it is signed by Roger McGuinn, Cardiff Rose. That's a $45 buy it now. Ed Cassidy and Randy California. That's a $45 buy it now. John Young is going to get this Roger McGuinn for $45, the Cardiff Rose. Cassidy and Randy California, $45. Another Neville Brothers, $125. All 4 signatures there on the front, $125. John Mayall, $55, Blues Crusade. I can't believe I still have this many left, but we've had a ton. We had like 40 or 50 signed John Mayalls. It was incredible. Can I see Brian Wilson? You can. You can. This is Brian Wilson. It's a signed insert. It's a signed insert from a Barnes & Noble exclusive. $125 buy it now. And the name of the album is No Peer Pressure. No Peer Pressure. And we had that authenticated. There's John Mayall. Michael Nesmith. And that's not mentioned on JSA. Whatever signature that is, it's not mentioned on JSA. Michael Nesmith, I think I've had 95 on these. I'll take them down to 75. Michael Nesmith, $75. Infinite Rider on the Big Dogma, $75 on that. There's another Chris Christopherson, $75. Still have those. Ry Cooter, $45. Soundtrack to Johnny Handsome. Mayall was $55. John Mayall's Blues Breakers Crusade. And the actual album itself is nice. Nice LP as well. Johnny Rivers, $45 buy it now. 1990, Wild Nights, $45 buy it now. Gene Clark is $750. $750 for Gene Clark. 2 sides to every story, $750. Gene Clark Roadmaster, $750. We sold a couple already of his. Michael Knapp said he will take the Mayall for $55. Greg Allman. Now, this is truly the last, unless there's one here I forgot about, the last one I have that's not personalized. $375. Greg Allman, 1986. $375. I wonder if Greg Rogers is still watching. That's my last one I have not personalized. Signed in ballpoint pen. 1986. $375. Greg Allman. This is signed by Gene Clark, Chris Hillman, and this is $850. Let me get this one verified. Gene Clark, Chris Hillman, and Michael Clark, $850. Gene Clark, Chris Hillman, and Michael Clark, $850. Gene Clarks are pricey. Very pricey. John Prine. John Prine is Diamonds in the Rough. It's signed on the back. It's the only copy I have that doesn't say to Dale. This one just says, thank you, John Prine. Full letter of authenticity. $575. $575 on John Prine. David Crosby. $575 on David Crosby. Dale got this and the Crosby, Stills, and Nash album signed all on the same day. David Crosby, $575, if I could only remember my name. Those are $575 and $575. Joey Moland, $45. Badfinger straight up. Actually, $55. I'll do $45 on it. Joey Moland, $45. And we have KBC. This is the one that has 6 signatures on it. It's signed 3 times by Paul Cantor, Marty Ballin, and Jack Cassidy. And it's signed again by KBC, Cantor, Ballin, and Cassidy. So it's signed on the cover and the inner sleeve. And the inner sleeve looks just like the cover. And that was a $95 buy it now as well. And we auctioned one just like this one night for like, I think almost $150. And I'm trying to figure out why I won't go back in the sleeve here. Because it has this little flap on the back. Aha. There we go. I'll get $75 for Brothers and Sisters and Dickie Betts. Now earlier, what did I price Brothers and Sisters for earlier, Greg? Let me take a look at that. Brothers and Sisters. I got some trash here, some empty sleeves. Tanner, I'll just hand that off to you. Is that okay? That is sold to Tanner. Nobody, let me go through our no-sale pile over here. So Story of the Who, that's where the Greg Allman is. Greg, first, no sale. The Story of the Who, $29.99. The Story of the Who, $29.99. The Niels Lofgren bootleg, $15 buy it now. The Bob Seger radio broadcast, $95 buy it now. And then there's the Brothers and Sisters. And what did I tell you on that, Greg? I'll take your word for it. I can't remember what I originally said. Did I say 155 or 145? There's the Canadian with the Beatles. Canadian with the Beatles. That is a $75 buy it now. Jeff McMaster wants the Niels Lofgren for a $15 buy it now. Leslie Holt says she'll take the Story of the Who for $29.99. I figured somebody would buy that eventually. Too great of a compilation. You said $175. Okay, so $175, and I said $55 on $175. And you was interested. Hold on a second. Let me finish going through this pile so I don't confuse myself. Travis Tritt, I think I told Brent $135 on that. Boston was a $65 buy it now. We've already sold one tonight. There was one in the hot post. Here's the second one we had. Boston's a $65 buy it now. Japanese pressing of Eric Clapton, 461 Ocean Boulevard, $45 buy it now. And Live Cream Volume 2, $45 buy it now. So to Dale, Greg Allman, that Greg Rogers said he would give $175 for this and the Dickie Betts. Let's make it $190. Let's make it $190. $190. Greg, $190. Classic Southern Rock. How could you say no? Daniel, I've already turned out. I have to have $135 for Travis Tritt. I had that marked for $175. I guess that may be on the high side from what I'm learning now, but I've got to reevaluate what I have in that. So Brent Robley said he'd give $95 for Albert Collins Cold Snap. Let me figure out what that one looks like. $95. He said deal. So sell those to Greg for $190. And, do I get my pick of the signatures, Brent? Because obviously one is much better than the other. That one's a little weak. That one's very strong. His pen was going out on that one. What did I say on these, though? 155? I don't think these are too easy to get. I got all those. I got about 100 signed blue CDs in the back. B.B. King, Albert Collins, Coco Taylor, Taj Mahal from that collection, South Carolina. $95 for the signed Nuggets. I'll sell that to Alex Rifle for $95. And let's see. Oh, Brent, what I'll do is I'll do 125 on this one. I'll do 125 on this one, and I'm going to say 145 on that one. 145 on that one and 125 for this one. 125 and 145. Okay, so there's those. A lot of signatures in there. I'll put those back in there in just a second. That's a lot of autographs. KBC or Jefferson Airplane, Joey Molin, David Crosby, John Prine, Gene Clark, Chris Hillman, Michael Clark, Greg Allman, Gene Clark, Johnny Rivers, Ry Cooter, Chris Christopherson, Michael Nesmith, Neville Brothers, Cassidy, California, Neville Brothers, Brian Wilson, Neville Brothers, Billy Preston, Jefferson Airplane, Joe Cocker, Del Shannon, Graham Nash, Mike Love, John Kay, Jim Keltner, Sparks, the Mill Brothers, Alvin Lee, Steve Cropper, Niels Lofgren, Albert Collins, Jefferson Airplane, Leo Kotke, Guy Clark, and back here some stuff I got a sleeve. Arlo Guthrie, McGuinn, Hillman, Stray Cats, and then 3 other Christophersons. Brent passes, no problem. We sold Paul Stanley's autographed guitar last night. That was the only Kiss autograph that Dale had, that Paul Stanley guitar. Now, I have, let's see here. I've got some Buy It Nows on Hot Tunas. And here's, let's see here. Here's Hot Tuna, Buy It Now, $35. I think I've already sold 1 or 2 tonight, maybe just 1. Cassidy and Yorma Calcoen. Hot Tuna, Yellow Fever, $35 Buy It Now. Yellow Fever, Hot Tuna, $35 Buy It Now. Have not put that one up before. Calcoen and Cassidy, signed Hot Tuna. $35 Buy It Now if anybody is interested in that. And Brian Arrigo needs on the Soundgarden Live box set. Jake may have done that one earlier already, but Soundgarden, you've got it. Let me figure out what, is this another crate of autographs? Okay, I've got one more crate just like I did. I got one more crate just like I did on that one, and that's probably how we'll end the show. Let me make sure this is the right one. I've got several in here I've never put up before. And there's some stuff you'll get to see again. So yeah, let's go through this. Let's go through this crate just like the last one. Here's the second. Well, actually, there is a whole nother crate, but we'll have to go through that another night. Let's go through these, kind of like we just did that last crate. I don't have a story on the Greg Allman signatures. I plan on calling Dale pretty soon. I've got a lot of notes. I want to get his Neil Young story again, the second Neil Young story. Because I know he met him twice when he got the picture taken. Not the dentist surgery story. But I've got to call him about that. I'll ask him about Greg Allman. But yeah, I've got to get some stories down for everybody. So, okay, let's see what else we have in here. Can't believe it's already midnight. Here's a John Mayall I've never shown. $55 Buy It Now. John Mayall, bare wires. If it's in this sleeve, I've never shown it before. JSA authenticated, John Mayall, bare wires, $55 Buy It Now. $55 Buy It Now, John Mayall, bare wires. Let me grab this box of sleeves over here. It looks like I'm going to need it because there's a lot in here I hadn't shown before. Let me just grab this whole box of sleeves. Brent Robley on John Mayall, $55. I always feel like these Mayall autographs this entire time have been somewhat undervalued based on what I was seeing when I was doing additional research on Clapton and Mayall, but that is sold to Brent Robley for $55. I'm putting it in a brand new sleeve for you. There it is. You may have to let me know. Let's see here. Here's another one, not been shown. If you want this one, comment Jazz Blues. Mayall, $55. Never been shown. Jazz Blues Fusion. Most of these LPs are really nice too. Jazz Blues Fusion. This is a $55 Buy It Now. John Mayall. Or at least if you comment Mayall, let me know exactly which one because I'm about to show 3 or 4 here in a row. That one's signed at the top. Looks like a crisp in the sleeve was the dentist signing 86. Yeah, no. No, I think he met him in the parking lot after dental surgery. I'm going to bring over some of the other big autographs after this crate. There's Mayall Blues Jazz Fusion. New year, brand new company. Wow, that one's pretty nice. $55 buy now on that. Big and bold right there. John Mayall, new year, brand new company. $55 buy now on that. Please tell me there's more sleeves down here in the bottom. There he is. New year, brand new company. Next, lots of people. I guess I've shown this one before, or I went ahead and put it in a new sleeve. Or is that an old sleeve? No, that's a new one. Lots of people. Recorded live at the Roxy. $55 buy it now. John Mayall, I don't remember this one. No more interviews. John Mayall, no more interviews. $55 buy it now. John Mayall, no more interviews. $55 buy it now. Got a whole crate here of autographs. Probably a third of them we've never shown before, including these first 4 or 5 I've put up. And the latest edition. The latest edition. $55 buy it now on that. Thank you, Heather. Good night. Empty Rooms. A little bit of a stain right here, but not a pretty cool jacket. Nice signature, very legible. $55 buy it now on that. Wow, this is heavy. We sold a copy of this in the bin earlier. Back to the Roots. This one's never been shown. Back to the Roots. $55 buy it now. Back to the Roots. Well, what happened to the card? There it is. Back to the Roots. So Dale met Neil Young coming out of dental surgery, I guess somewhere up there in Pittsburgh, and that's how he got him to sign that first batch of albums. Neil signed like over 20 jackets that day, fresh out of dental surgery. And, yeah, definitely hadn't shown this one. A Banquet in Blues. Nice. $55 buy it now. There's all the John Mayall. There may be a couple stray ones up front, but that's all the new ones. Y'all have now seen the entire John Mayall collection. We've sold about 30, 40, 50, I don't know how many we've sold. We've sold a ton of John Mayalls. He had duplicates signed. He had a ton of them. But that, I think, is all of them. There's all the John Mayalls. So quick recap on those. A Banquet in Blues. Back to the Roots. Empty Rooms. Latest edition. No more interviews. Lots of people. New year, brand new company. Jazz Blues Fusion. Those are all $55. Michael Nath is going to get a Banquet in Blues. Changes, Johnny Rivers. $45 buy it now. Changes, Johnny Rivers. $45 buy it now. Never shown this one. Changes, Johnny Rivers. Signed right there on his cheek. Johnny Rivers 1990. $45 buy it now. If you're watching, especially if anybody's new watching, if anybody new is watching, you see these you're interested in, just let me know. We do $7 in limited shipping. Johnny Rivers Borrowed Time. We're going through autographs right now. Normally that would be up for auctions that we've never shown before. They're just buy it nows because I've already sold many from these artists for about these same prices. And we're just doing these at buy it now because we had several signed, multiple by the same artist. There's another Johnny Rivers, $45 buy it now. And there's another Johnny Rivers. Here we go again. This one is signed on the back. That one's signed on the back. Johnny Rivers, here we go again. Takes a long time to sleeve records, if y'all hadn't noticed that by now. Johnny Rivers Road, autographed on back. It's still in shrink wrap. There it is. That is a $45 buy it now. Johnny Rivers Road. Johnny Rivers Road. $45 buy it now. Was that a new sleeve? Well, regardless, that's pretty nice. I'll just leave it in that one. Nice sleeve. And what do we have here? Also signed on the back, Johnny Rivers, self-titled. Whiskey A Go-Go Revisited, excuse me. Whiskey A Go-Go Revisited. That's a $95 buy now. Chad, can you show the toolbox set again? I think it's Tool Fear Inoculum. I don't have it up here anymore, or do we? Do we have that toolbox? There it is. Scott wants to see that. Oh no, this isn't good. We have Johnny Rivers, A Touch of Gold. No putbacks. You cannot put back the toolbox set. I will gladly show it to you. This is starting off to be a bad sign, though. This is Tool Fear Inoculum. Tool Fear Inoculum. No putbacks. If you bought it, you bought it. This is Fear Inoculum. This is the most cursed box set of all time. John Mayo was 55. This one is completely beat. Let's see who's paying attention. $20. The cover is beat, and the signatures on the back kind of faded. $20 on Johnny Rivers. That one's kind of beat up. $20 on that one. $45. This one's been re-sleeved already. There's Johnny Rivers. That is Johnny Rivers. $45 buy it now. This is Homegrown. $45 buy it now on Homegrown. John Haidt, 2 Dale, Rock On, or Rave On. I think that says Rock On. John Haidt, $35. JSA authenticated. Ginger Baker, $115. There's no record in here. There's no record in here. Ginger Baker, $125. It's a signed soundtrack to the Savage 7. Signed soundtrack to the Savage 7. $125 on that. Ginger Baker, the Supergroups. Signed by Ginger Baker. $115 on this one. $115. Ginger Baker, Ginger Baker. The toolboxes were $90. I may have one left, but I'm not for sure. I think I finally sold them all. It's took me 2 years. Ginger Baker on a signed Cream album, $125. Live Cream Volume 2. Signed on the front by the drummer, Ginger Baker. $125 buy it now on that. Signed Cream album. Joe Cocker, $125. Joe Cocker, $125. Joe Cocker, $125. Joe Cocker, $125. Dave Mason, $45. Dave Mason, $45. Dave Mason, signed on the back, $45. Dave Mason, $45. Michael Nesbitt, $75. Michael Nesbitt, $75. Michael Nesbitt, $75. Michael Nesbitt, $75. Albert Lee and Leslie West. Leslie signed on the back. I feel like that's a great price at $45. Albert Lee, Leslie West, signed Bo Diddley, $45. 2 Dale Jackson Brown, $175. 2 Dale Jackson Brown, $175. Stray Cats, fully signed, not personalized. We got another one back here that's personalized. This is fully signed, not personalized, $375. Stray Cats, $375. Put down Jeremiah for a toolbox for $90 if we have an extra one. Ginger Baker, the Baker Groovitz Army, $115. I don't know on that one. Jim McGuinn. I don't know if I've ever shown that one. I better wait on that one. I'm going to wait on that one. That's a Fogarty, but it's personalized. I hadn't figured that one out yet. Here's Jerry Jeff. We sold a Jerry Jeff last night. Jerry Jeff Walker, $175. Contrary to Ordinary. Signed Jerry Jeff Walker, $175. $175. Contrary to Ordinary. Signed on the front by Jerry Jeff Walker, $175. Another Jerry Jeff Walker. Signed on the front, and David Bromberg signed the back. $175. Jerry Jeff Walker. I got to get some of these online. There's pretty much no active Jerry Jeff Walker signed albums on eBay. I think I'm sitting on about 5 of them. We sold one last night, and I think I've got one in another crate of stuff that I'm waiting to list. Barry Lewis said AC 115 each. AC AC was AC. That was AC was. That was AC. Was that something in this bin? Barry, AC, AC, AC. Maybe back here. What was AC? Maybe I am missing something. I'll continue. I haven't shown this one yet. Let me wait on that one. Oh, Albert Collins. Okay, Albert Collins. Let's see here. Righteous Brothers, Right Now. Let me wait on that one. That's I haven't looked those up to figure out who signed them yet. Larry Carlton. I better wait on that one. Some of these I hadn't checked since JSA sent them back. I have no idea who signed that. Or that, or this one. I'm going to wait on all those. I hadn't actually looked any of those up yet. Albert Collins. Where was we earlier? I think I told Brent. Now, are you buying the? Are you interested in the other one as well? I had 3 of them. Are you talking about just the frontly signed? Because what did Brent offer? Let me see if that's still on the screen. And then there was the Frostbite. No, it was Cold Snap. What's the deal with his album titles and the code? He had Cold Snap, and Frostbite. All 3, $115 each. What was the last bid on that? 95, $115, and you're taking all 3 of them? Let's see here. That includes this one right here. Let's see, read. Sold. 115, 115, 115. Barry Lewis. Okay, next, can I see a comparison of the Nesmith signature on the 2 loose salute red covers? Yes, that is right back here. So the covers are in different, they might be different pressings too. This one here, let's see what we have here. What LP was the Albert Lee? Sean, that was Bo Diddley. Sorry, I missed your other comment. That was right. Well, that was right after Barry's. I hadn't got back up that far yet. Green. So this is a green RCA label on the original inner sleeve. There's the Michael Nesmith. So nice jacket. Loose salute. Has a cutout there. That might be the better of the 2. And then this one, I've already shown this one. This cover's a little bit more beat up. Let me see what label it is. Same label. So this one actually just has a lesser cover. So that first one would be the much better deal. That first one, it's got a much better jacket. They're both cutouts with minor ring wear, but that first one is much better for $75. Alex. I feel like that was a really good deal on those Albert Collins, but that's okay. We're here to hand out deals. Right, Tanner? We're here to hand out deals. Sell this to Alex Rifle for $75. And that leaves Jerry Jeff Walker, Ginger Baker, Stray Cats, Jackson Brown. It's the 20th anniversary of rock and roll. 20th anniversary of rock and roll. $45. That was a real good deal. On, yeah, I think I originally had those tagged to start at like $155. So that's what happens at midnight. That's what happens at midnight. So the only reason I took $115 is because he was buying all 3 of them. So including the one that had the signatures on the back. So that was the only thing that kind of motivated me to say yes. Bulk purchases. Where did I get to? Sean Featherwest said he'll take this. That was $45. Now, what did we get to? Dave Mason. I'm making deals. Trying to thin out Dale's last authenticated autographs, because next we got to get to some of the stuff that's not authenticated, and the rest of the lettered stuff. But we've got hundreds more to show. Jerry Jeff Walker, Ginger Baker, Stray Cats, Jackson Brown, Michael Nesmith, and then there's some of the other crate. Dave Mason's, 3 or 4 of those. Lots of Joe Cockers. I'm surprised no one's wanted this one. The Greatest Hits, Historia del Musica Rock, or Jamaica Say You Will's a nicely signed one too. 125 on those. There's another one. There's another one. There's a Ginger Baker signed Cream album for 115 or 125. That's 115. Savage 7, I thought 125 on that. John Hyatt. Johnny Rivers, Johnny Rivers, Johnny Rivers, Johnny Rivers, Johnny Rivers, Johnny Rivers. Mayall, 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 Mayall. Now, we still got a standing offer for the Ringo Starr drumhead, as long as Jeff McMaster's still watching. I've got more hot tunas over here. I've got the stuff from last night that didn't sell. And I've got a few more cut signatures. Well, y'all have already seen them. Nothing new. I've got to reevaluate the bands. We sold that one. I'm not ready to sell any of these right now. And then what else was left? Those are sold. Okay, so really this is the only stuff left from last night, not counting the multi-sign guitars. So here's the Johnny Cashes I have left for, I think I said last thing I said was $925. Now here's Johnny Cash, and Johnny Cash sings Folsom Prison Blues. I was at $925 on those. $925 on those. Johnny Cash and Johnny Cash. Bob Seger, $675. 2 Bob Segers left, $675. And then the only other cut signature I had left was Jerry Lee Lewis. I got several more things like this in the back. We just hadn't got to them yet. Jerry Lee Lewis, the Neville Brothers, the Andy Griffin check, and then the Don Knotts. A couple things there. Ginger Baker Cream, $115. That's this one right here. Sell this to Calvin Ward for $115. Sell that to Calvin Ward for $115. Robert Duvall cut signature. How much for Jerry Lee Lewis? Jerry Lee Lewis was a $75 buy it now. $75 buy it now. Now, there may be some new people watching, or y'all may have forgot about some stuff that I have on eBay. Let me leave my chat for a second. I can still monitor. Stephen Martinelli said sold on Jerry Lee Lewis for $75. Let me step over here to eBay, and you may have forgot about some stuff that I have listed on eBay. And let's see here. I still got the Warrior signed poster. I have the Warrior signed poster. I have that listed for $750, signed by the cast and crew. I got a Jerry Lee Lewis picture. I got that Jerry Lee Lewis picture. So consider these prices buy it now best offer. Jerry Lee Lewis, I can pull these off. I'll take offers because I'd rather sell them to y'all. Merle Haggard. So like I've got that listed for $199, but I will obviously take best offer on it. Merle Haggard. Let's see, Steve Miller backstage pass. I guess that's my last Steve Miller item. That backstage pass. That's my last Steve Miller item, that backstage pass. Joe Cocker. There's another Joe Cocker. Willie Nelson. It's like a signed insert. It's personalized to Dale. What else is on here? Willie Nelson. Johnny Winter. Brian Wilson backstage pass. Ronnie Lane. Another Mike Love. The Judds. Lou Reed. Here's a Ginger Baker signed Clapton album. Ginger Baker signed History of Eric Clapton. I still have that. That's on there for $150. Best offer. Leslie West signed 45 from the Vagrants, the band he was in before Mountain. George Carlin. I've marked that down to $225. I think we sold one the other night here for $225 that was personalized. Nice signature on that one too. George Carlin, $225. Nancy Sinatra, Shirley Eaton, Ted Nugent, Dave Allen from X, Tom Jones, more Johnny Rivers, Jimmy Hall, Billy Preston, Michael Nesmith, Joan Jett, Mick Fleetwood drumstick. Oh, nope, there's another Steve Miller. There's the last Steve Miller album I have. That's the last Steve Miller album I have, number 5. Nicely signed. I need to bring that out and re-auction it probably next week. I'm going to end some of this stuff. I wanted to try some stuff on eBay to see how it would do. Gary Wright, Billy Preston signed Ringo, Emmylou Harris. This is my last Warren Zevon. That's my last Warren Zevon. 2 Dale, Warren Zevon, Bad Luck Streak and Dancing School. We sold, we was getting offers all of a sudden. I guess somebody's trying to find it for a Christmas gift, but we sold the Excitable Boy for $200. That sold this morning. The Excitable Boy. So that's gone. Excitable Boy is gone. It was signed on the back, 2 Dale. We didn't have any Warren Zevons that was not personalized. They were all They were all personalized to Dale. So there's some other autographs. The Joan Jett's personalized. It's personalized to Dale, but it looks really cool because it looks like she signed the cover. I love rock and roll. It's printed on there like the jacket. It's for $150. I'd do $115 on it. To Dale, rock till you drop. Love Joan Jett, and of course the part that says I love rock and roll, that's actually signed on the cover. That's like part of the cover. What's really cool is her handwriting matches up so well with it. To Dale, rock till you drop. Love Joan Jett. Of course, that wasn't on there. The To Dale part, it had probably already been sold for sure. Can I see the Bob Seger signed like a rock? You can. Bob Seger is $675. Like a rock. To Dale, Bob Seger. And I have a feeling if that was two words, To Dale wasn't on there, I'd probably be saying $875. I had no idea Seger's signature was that pricey, but it is. A signed copy of Night Moves sold for way up there that I found on Terapeak. Signed on the front. He signed right there on the moon on the cover of Night Moves. Updated offer. $1,020 for Ringo Drumhead and Dale Stray Cats. Ringo Starr Drumhead and the Dale Stray Cats. Jeff McMaster, I will sell those to you for $1,075. And we will not end our air horn streak tonight. We will ring it one more time right now. $1,075 for signed Ringo Starr Drumhead and Stray Cats. Barry Lewis has offered $1,000 on Ringo by itself. Wow, that's pretty strong. Dale's got dibs. $1,075. He offered earlier in the show. And that's a major discount on Stray Cats, but I will do that. We got a $1,000 standing offer on Ringo. Or Jeff, you can pass and I'll just sell Ringo for $1,000. Possibly. I'm not saying yes to that. I'm saying possibly. We can, Ian, we haven't done this tonight. We haven't rung this. It's almost out. I got to order another one. Tanner, we need to make a sticky note for my order listing. We need to go ahead and order one. We're going to need it next week. We're going to start bringing out some more crazy stuff. Still got a few autographs I hadn't shown. Alex, tag it with the CCO sticker set, Coletco sticker set. He also needs a Coletco. He wants some free stickers as part of that deal, I guess. I guess we can do that. So that is this Stray Cats autograph to Dale and the Ringo Starr Drumhead. Let me go officially get that so I have it in my hand where he can see it and everybody else, and we can officially tag it. Make sure that's the right certification. That's that and Ringo Starr. Anybody else want to make any last midnight crazy offers on any autograph you've seen? Don't hesitate. I said I wasn't going to let too many Beatles autographs go, and here I am selling Ringo Starr at midnight the day after. Never seen a Coleco sticker personally. I think they're a myth. Wow. We have Ringo. Let's blow the air horn. Ringo Starr. Ringo Starr. Signed Drumhead. JSA letter of authenticity. And the Dale Stray Cats sold to Jeff McMaster. $1,075. The air horn is back. I know what it is. That was loud. The more you ring it, it must be something to do with the condensed air. It gets quieter. All right. Thank you, Jeff. Man, First 2 Beatles signatures I've ever had in my life, and now half of them's gone. But I'm not going to sell McCartney right now. And we have a $600 offer on Seeger and a $600 or a $500 offer on Seeger. Here's what I'll do on the Seegers. Alex, 600's my price. I have not got these things on eBay yet, and I don't know how many actives on there. I would much rather some to y'all, though. Much rather some to y'all. Barry's offered 600 on this one. I'll do 600 on this one. I'll sell this one to 600 to Barry. I'll sell this one 600 to you. We'll ring the air horn 2 more times. Like a Rock, Alex, 600. I'm going to go ahead and sell this to Barry for 600. But those are the Seegers. Those are the Seegers. I'm going to go ahead and call Smoking OP sold to Barry Lewis for $600. I was asking $675 for that one. No bids last night. No offers last night. Full letter of authenticity. There it is. Let's ring this one first for Barry. Smoking OPs. Ears plugged, Tanner. I didn't think we'd be doing this 3 times at midnight. Alex, Like a Rock. Full letter. It's good to go. 2 Dale was pinned in the hand of Bob Seeger. Sold Alex Rifle for $600. Where's my headphones, Tanner? I just need to put them on the cart. Yeah, I just need to put them on the cart. Okay. Thank you, Barry. Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Jeff. Now, Johnny Cash is still available, 9 1/4. We sold one last night for $975. We sold another for $1,100. There's the last 2 Johnny Cash. I have Andy Griffin signed check for $175. Don Knotts for $155. Still got the Cut Neville brothers. Does anybody want to make an offer on that? This Cut Neville, or it's not cut yet. You can cut them. I guess they're kind of cut. It's a signed piece of paper. Aaron and Art Neville, $45. Aaron and Art Neville. I'm going to go ahead and lay those there. Those aren't sold. Anybody want to make an offer on Hot Tuna, signed by Calcoen and Cassidy? Midnight Deals. Does anybody want to make an offer on Steve Miller Band, Greatest Hits, 74-78? 74-78. Gold Disc, $99.99. Also, Roger, who asked about Black Sabbath CDs? You call any Black Sabbath. Roger, I saw your comment, or I didn't mean to ignore you. I have not seen any Black Sabbath CDs, actually. Calvin, $5 bump, and Steve Miller's yours for $85, sir. I'll pull Steve Miller off eBay for $85 if you want it. $85 if you want it. And Roger, I hope you're still watching. Sorry, we got crazy there with some autographs. I got to figure out John Fogarty here. Tanner, let's make a note to end Steve Miller Band off eBay and sell that to Calvin Ward for $85. Paul will be doing the show tomorrow. Yes, I got to get some stuff ready for him to auction. Paul is hosting tomorrow. I'm having my family Christmas. It starts at 4 o'clock. I asked my brother, is there any way possible? He's a sheriff's deputy in Smith County. And he was like, well, I get off at 6. He's actually going to be on duty while we're having Christmas. So they allow him to do that. So he's actually coming up for a couple hours. And he was like, I can't come during the day. There's a higher chance I might get a call. So that means I've got to miss the sale, but that's okay. That's my family's Christmas. We're having it kind of early, but he lives in Cookeville. I live in Lebanon. My mom lives right in the middle. So we're trying to coordinate my crazy schedule. They know that I'm up like 18 hours a day. I feel like most people's up 18 hours a day, though. That's pretty normal. I feel like I'm up 20 hours a day. Last night, me or Tanner didn't get hardly any sleep, did we, Tanner? I've had like maybe 4 hours of sleep. Tanner's probably had less than me. So I'm surprised I've made it this long, but I've had 3 monsters in the last 6 hours. So that's why I'm kind of wired. I'm going to clean all this up. Tomorrow, Paul is going to have new arrivals. I'll get some great auctions ready for him. We'll try to get some. He used to have that Butch Trucks cassette. Yeah, it's on eBay as well. $50. Derek Trucks. The Derek Trucks cassette. Yeah. Rare. $50. Surprised no one's bought it. I still can't really find another one that's sold. People list them, but they're usually like 500 or 400 or 300. I went ahead and put mine on there for 50, and no one's bought it. So it must not be worth 50, but I'll take a fair offer on it. When I first found it, I thought it was really rare, like 500 plus. All right. Anybody else? It's after midnight. We got started late, though. I was trying to extend as long as possible, and I think we're done for the night. Thanks, everybody, for watching. So I'll be back on Monday. Have fun tomorrow with Paul. He'll be bringing some stuff out, I'm sure. Eye-catching stuff. He'll have auctions. He'll have buy it nows. He'll have best offer. Him and Tanner will be here. And I'll see y'all tomorrow night, or I'll see y'all Monday night at 7 o'clock. That's when I'll be back. $1 sale here in the store. They're putting out more $1 records tomorrow, including more $1.45s. Feel free to come dig. If y'all are ready, they'll be here tomorrow. See you then. Thanks for watching.